And we're back. It is raining today. It's also really cold. Naturally. And I have two different colored socks on. It is Fire Giant Friday. Though we are starting with a couple of tries of Melania. Actually we can't yet because I need to kill this tree spirit first. So we're gonna give this a couple of shots. Then we're gonna head to the fire giant. Or we'll only give it one good try. Someone DM'd me and said it was Fire Giant Friday. What's up, Orange Buster? The true Fire Giant. IRL. I guess the rumors are true. It is true. The Fire Giant rumors. Though we are warming up on the putrid tree spirit. I think this is what it's called. Oh, don't want to fall off. No, alright, well that's fine. I didn't even see how much health we did do it. We shouldn't even worry about this guy. It is Fire Giant Friday. Look at that, dude. Right on cue. Look at that loading screen picture. I need that. I don't know why I did it. Unequipped it. We're gonna probably need that. When I saw how much health the Fire Giant has, I was like, God damn. I'm gonna need every bonus I can. It's got 40,000 health. 42,000 health, I think, actually. Not good. Not good. So, let's go rage at that. I'm excited. Verdun was like an actual challenge and it was fun. It felt rewarding. I don't know how much health Verdun had. This guy has 40. I keep getting psyched out. I keep seeing how much health they have and I'm like, oh no. So, whenever you're on the wiki, it tells you. Everyone so far has had like 12,000 to 20,000 health. So this has double the most health that we've bought so far. It's a scary thought. It's a scary thought. Is there another grace up there, or do I have to walk from the church every time? It does feel like the church was earned, so maybe it is it's like a shortcut. Oof. Oh, dude, almost made it. This is gonna be hours. This is the whole day is dedicated to this. I wasn't joking. Actually, I had a thing I wanted to do. Oh, I watched about half. My ADHD let me watch like half of that speedrunner video that you sent me. No, I really liked it though. I was enjoying it. It gave me a bunch of ideas. And normally what happens is I'm watching a video about game design and then I pause it to write some stuff down and then I leave it paused and I just start working on stuff. But I did like I watched like 39 minutes of it. I really was enjoying it. I was like, that's super cool. And he had the exact perspective I was talking about of like, you see someone break your game and you're more impressed and you're like thankful that people even play your game, right? You don't, trying to patch out the fun is not the way to do it. So I like the way, again, you're like working in circles because they're just gonna go and try and break the game in a different way or leave. Yeah, like the glitches they left, yeah, like they left glitches in. Exactly. I didn't want to step too close to the foot. Okay, we do about 2,000. He's got like 20,000 health. Or 20 health is kind of how I view it, right? We do 2,000, he's got 40,000. So it's gonna take about that many hits. Note to self. Do not use your normal attack. It's not worth it. Holy fuck, is this loud? Fire? Yeah, okay. Trigger it? No! Ah, I got distracted by the fireball. See, this is the kind of time where you wish you could zoom out a little bit. Even if I was a little speck at this guy's feet. This boss. Now, I think they just fixed one that mega cheese to the game. Man, I don't like. I guess I'm planning to make a different game. Though I didn't realize who Bennett Foddy was until I started like, you know, researching to make the thing after talking to you about it. And then I was like, I did, after watching Markiplier, I was like, I did plan on making a game like this. I just didn't know that that was what the genre was called. That's so funny. But it's because I love Dark Souls. I think I mentioned it during my Dark Souls playthrough, but fleshing it out on stream is good. I just thought of the idea though, that I was like, I can't really contribute anything to the Souls-like genre, you know? I just thought of it. It would be, you can fucking zoom the camera out. There'll be like 3 camera zoom settings that you could change between. Why am I doing like no damage all of a sudden? I must have had like runes equipped. Fuck, I didn't have the time. But that, dude, making a Souls-like is so fucking hard. That's what stopped me originally. That was like, dude, just, I should focus on making a simple game first and actually designing levels and stuff. I mean, I guess I did with Lock Tech, but I want to make like an actual like fully designed in terms of development, like structure a game. It's weird to say, but like I want to structure a game so that I can fully support it and I don't have to go all the way back through the code and like learn everything to like introduce a new feature or a new or like change something, right? Like spaghetti code. I kind of did Lock Tech very spaghetti coded. Damn it, dude. So it's a good game and it works, but if I want to like change any of the current features, I have to go back and like adjust a bunch of shit. But I just found a tutorial a YouTube tutorial, which is where I get all of my knowledge, but I don't fake that. I have a playlist that I made public of all of like the shit, if I remember to add it to my YouTube channel. It's like every single game design, game development thing, right, that I've watched over the years. Someone was asking me recently, it was one of my moderators, like, hey, you know, like, I want to get into game development and or I think I don't know if they said 3D modeling or they wanted to get into damn it, or coding. I have two different playlists, but they specifically asked for one, and then I sent them my playlist, and it was like, damn, that's like years and years of stuff. It's so hard to go through. They're hours long. I've watched all of them multiple times. And then also some of them are broken in the comments, or like within the comments are solutions. So like sending the guides alone isn't enough. You have to be like, hey, make sure to check the comments of all these guides too, because some of them might be broken and the fix might be in the comments. It's so much. Now I understand why a lot of people aren't game developers, but it's like the Souls level 1 playthrough, brother. You have to have the willpower to persevere. I've seen people give up on it, and it's sad. I'm not gonna call anybody out. But yeah, it happens, you know. Life happens and gets in the way. But YouTube tutorial, don't go to school for it. I know that sounds fucking crazy. Ugh. Just watch YouTube tutorials. That's another thing that's, I feel bad, but it's 100%. I've lived it experience-wise. I've made games. I know a lot of people who want to make games and even went to school to make games, but they do not know how to make a game yet. And they are in debt because of college, but they still would need, like, you know, in a car ride, somebody asked, like, why don't we make games together, right? Like it was a little awkward. I had to like circle around the question, but I was like, well, I already made games, and I don't know if this like the only thing I know about this person's game development experience is like the one school project that they did that they said themselves was like unfinished. So I don't know. It's like you fail faster, right? I want to see all of your fuck ups and everything that you've made, right? He also described the story about how he like had a freak out panic attack, right? Again, no one specific, but like about during that project. And I was like, dude, like my projects crash and fail all the time. But that's how, like, if you're implementing a new, it's like a volatile substance, right? You gotta back that shit up, and then you're gonna wait for it to explode. In fact, you want it to break as soon as possible so that you can fix it and get your... You're never going to just make a fucking game, right? You're never gonna sit down and program a game and it's gonna work. You're on crack if you think that's how game development works. You're gonna have to develop a game through fucking like constantly like bug fixing and error, this code isn't working with this code. Like, you need to program your game to make sure it works. Again, unexpected small issues like, oh, I didn't know that iPad devices deal with transparencies different than mobile devices. So like, or than computers, right? So like iPads and stuff, I have to make all of my 3D... I was just watching a tutorial based on this, but it's like I have to redo some of my assets because they use transparency, but there's only like a couple of them, but they're eating into the GPU, right? It's like some weird small niche thing like that. Like, even if you buy assets off of the Unity store and just throw everything together you think is pre-made from professionals, it still won't work right out of the gate. You're gonna need to troubleshoot. So Message was appraised. Yeah, I know. I'm speaking the truth. No, but seriously, so like just that story alone, I was kind of like, well, I already know we can't work together just because, like, the only way I got my games out was they were fucked up the whole time until they were done. And then it was like, hey, it's working. And it's working on multiple devices. Like, it's working exactly as I intended. I don't want to break it. I'm going to leave it as is. So, that was Locktech. It has, like, 6 endings and stuff. Like, I was really proud of it, but, like, it wasn't my first game project. Far from it. Like, my 20th game project. So, it's like... You know, if you work, you can work faster when you're a small developer. You could scrap the whole project and be like, well, that sucked. Like, I didn't waste time. I don't have much to... Oh, wait. Not show for it, but it's like, I don't have much to keep from that project, but maybe like 3D assets and the knowledge of how to code shit better the next time. But then that's the okay, now I'm doing like 1,800. I was doing 1,200, now I'm doing 1,800. Like the inner ankle. But yeah, fail faster definitely. That's the Souls-like motto too, dude. If you aren't prepared to die, I'm sorry to tell you that that's the game's motto. No, I rolled into the fire. It was exploding. I feel like if I rolled out towards the right of his foot, you're not gonna be able to play Dark Souls either. Some of these games aren't for you. Gaming isn't for you if you aren't ready to fail. But again, I don't want to call any specific person out, but I hope they take that advice. That person doesn't like me already, so I don't care if they're like, oh my god, they're talking about me on the stream. It's like my friends just told me that they were talking shit behind my back. So rather than just, you know, talk shit behind their back, use them as a moral and not even use their identity. Just be like, hey, this person fucked up. It's like they know who they are. Anywho, but it really do be like that sometimes, you know? Is that a red sign? No, there would be a quest marker. So I don't really feel bad. But I also am not gonna be petty enough to call them by name. And also, I don't think anyone we know would really even know that story. Like, I was trying to get hit by that. That shit has a if you get hit by that, you're just really unlucky. But you fail faster is what is the saying. It's true as fuck. Yeah, that was a bleed proc. Oh, fuck, I rolled too late. Right when it came down. So yeah, again, I have a panic attack when my thing crashes. I get frustrated when I fucking die, but you gotta finish, right? You gotta see it through to the end. And I think that's the problem right now I'm having, is that I need to see this through to the end, and I also want to make a game. So I've been working on my game project in the off time. And also distracted by the beautiful lore and imposter syndrome that takes place when I'm playing a godlike game like Elden Ring. This game is so good. Oh god. Oh shit. So when someone asks me like you to make a Dark Souls like game, and then I go and look up how to do it, and then I'm like, holy fuck, I don't even know if I can do that. it definitely is humbling, but like, thank god I find after fucking up a couple of times, I find a tutorial that's like, okay, cool, this person will guide my dumbass to actually do the thing I need. But again, as it currently stands, I barely know how to play the games, and I do not know how to make them. I know how you would code them, but it's different knowing aspects of like the colliders and stuff and knowing like from square one to the final square how to make the game. So it's I can make like like we talked about, like a Souls-like game that's more of like a Bennett Foddy-esque game as well, and you're just kind of platforming the whole time. I kind of like the idea of having a weapon, but or maybe you're getting gear the whole time that's giving you like mobility, and you get checkpoints potentially, right? I know those aren't like big things, big parts of those games, but I fucking suck at them, so I would need those. They're gonna be coded in for my sake. So, for testing. I might as well, I mean, if they're there, I might as well just leave them in for some of the players. Because I never really played only up or any of those. But yeah. I mean, I made a fighting game, a prototype, where you can... dodge. Speaking of dodge. No. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. No, I ran into that on my horse. Look at that's actually kind of cool. The orb reached my destination, but I was already dead, so I couldn't trigger it, so it just kind of spiraled in place. That's like the coding thing. Like, I can tell that the trigger of my character collider, right, it vanished when my character model disappeared, right? But my last known position to that orb was right there where my character was. So it's going towards my last known position, but I am not there to trigger the explosion, so it won't pulse and blow up. So, it can always get close to me, so it'll always be moving at a constant speed, right? But it will never reach me. So it will never slow down, but it'll have to turn around after it overshoots me, so it's moving in a circle. But it's like knowing that little bit of how that would be coded doesn't make me capable of programming a Dark Souls game. It's just like I've experienced that exact coding thing when making projectiles in my game, right? Like I've coded a projectile, but I didn't code an impact animation yet, or a collider to set it off. Oh shit. There we go. Damn it. I rolled, but it was too... I think I held it down for like half a second too long. Oh, you know what? He's got fingers that are burned off. That's kind of sick. Even though, you know what? Even though that person was talking shit, I still feel bad. Even though I didn't even ID them. It's still... Oh, that's funny. But I am kind of right in that you should be ready to fuck up your project a million times before you finish a project. So it's like, I don't know currently how to make a project like Dark Souls from beginning to end, and I am one man, so creating all of the detailed models and stuff. I wish I was a team of people for character design, a team of people for making the assets, and a team of people for writing, and a team of people for coding, and a team of people for like testing it. That's what if I had the millions of dollars, I would just hire that. Like that. There you go. Okay, first off, that shit didn't even hit me, and also, come on. I made a cookie for emotional support. And again, my games aren't even that good, but I've made games, right? And I'm making games. So it's like, that's the main thing. I don't ever intend on stopping learning. So if I don't view like a failure as like a complete failure, right? Especially when it comes to learning game design and development. I guess maybe it's different when you have financial stakes in it, but then that's my whole point here. Is I learned everything I know from YouTube tutorials. And my friend who went to college for it had a panic attack in college, and he can't still make a game by himself because it was like a team project. So again, it's like, what do you contribute? He would just be like, I'm the ideas guy. Those are the people you don't want to work with. Hey, I'm the ideas guy. True. You actually had a really good idea though. And an inspiring idea. But that's different. If someone comes to you to start a team and project, and they want to view themselves as equal footing, but you're the programmer, 3D modeler, character designer, and writer, and map designer, and game tester, because you're the one that's going to be coding it. It's like, what the fuck do they contribute? Not a goddamn thing. Ideas? Shut the fuck up. Like, someone who wants to contribute ideas is a great thing. Design, again, I would have an entire team for designers if I could have money for it. But when I am all of the teams and someone's like, can I just be on the designer team? Like, you might lightening the load a little bit. What the fuck? I 3D modeled all of my characters. I programmed the scripts. I designed the architecture for my games based off of the many YouTube tutorials I've watched of complete games. Right? Like, I know how to make multiple complete games because I've made multiple games. So it's much peace and love. Peace and love. What the fuck do they contribute? Is what I wanted to say. When they asked me, why don't you two make games together? I was like, why? You know, I feel bad because, I mean, like, we were friends and stuff, but, like, it made me realize at the moment of, like, holy shit. Like, oh, I do actually do a lot of stuff for my indie development. But I've been practicing, and like my family says it, like I've been making things like animations, and I know animations, it's crazy. Since I was like a kid, I used to buy digital cameras and make animations. I was a delirious child. But the delirium ended up paying off. Actually, it wasn't delirious. It was like, oh, I heard people can do this, so I can do this, right? Because I'm human, and humans did this. Ow. Even though I was a child. That's the greater will. That's the fucking... the bear communion. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god unique to oneself. I'm gonna keep saying it. It's ever more... Can I use this as a whip now? Nah, I don't think so. Oh shit. Oh. Just, I pressed roll like 7 times. I was like, well. He cast Fireball. That's a cool one. I didn't know you had that move. Again, that goes back to, not the Fireball, but the whole skill thing of like, he went to school and went in debt to be told by someone who makes games like me that I make shitty games, that I would rather make shitty games than you move. What is it like? You know, in the hunter thing, you move quicker by yourself, right? It's true. Like, in terms of, that's why some teams downsize. It's so that they can have like the adaptive, like large AAA teams downsize. Not just to cut costs, but it's so that they can have the adaptability and updates that like indie developers have. So working by myself and making all the assets and not having to go ask him if he's like asleep in the middle of the night because I work at 4 in the morning, right? It's like way faster for me to just work by myself. Especially if he's not really like making 3D models or making anything, right? That like I can't do myself. It's not like, oh, I need him to make music, right? Like there's people who I buy music from because yeah, their music slaps, I respect them as artists, and I can't make songs, and I have to acknowledge I can't do everything, right? But it's like that. Like I've paid a lot of money for the song in Gamut, but just from a friend who I like the music of. And also, like I just said, like as much as I want to be able to make sound effects and make songs and stuff, I can't. I need someone more skilled than me to do it. But shit. Like a lot of the assets I get, so I'm like, dude, why would I reinvent the wheel? Someone already has a really cheap pack of like things that I want. And if you go and watch like these, like the scary videos and all these things, like reusing assets, people sometimes don't even realize. You're like, oh, I see them reusing that wrench asset, but like it's a wrench, you know what I mean? You can only it's like, yeah, or a nail, right? Like, oh, I remade should have leveled 80 adaptability. Exactly. What's up? Well, I should have. I saw your meme as well. Made me laugh. Thank you for the giggles. We're talking about game design and the value of YouTube tutorials over going to college, which is wild. But again, I have like direct experience, and I have 2 stories. One person I still kind of like, you know, I'm still friends with, so I don't want to like talk shit about them. But the other person I've been told multiple times has talked shit about me, and honestly, as long as I've known them, they just copy me. They copy my style. I started to make a board, or I've made an animation comic book, like storyboard in high school, and it was just like inspired by like YouTubers I watch and stuff. Very niche YouTubers with like only a couple thousand views and like maybe 16,000 subscribers. International too, so I'm like, I doubt they watch the same YouTubers as me. Also, like I said, I've been creator all my life, and then they like tried to do the same thing, and then that wasn't, I was like, oh cool, people, at the time I didn't even think anything of it. I was like, cool, people are making storyboards, that's awesome. Like for the first like couple times it happened, I wasn't even like, oh, that's suspicious. But like the 4th time or the 3rd time it happened, I was like, all right, that's suspicious. So then I was like, I made this story based on these based on these storyboards and stuff and these animations that I wanted to make into an animation, but I was not skilled enough at the time. I'll admit entirely. They killed my horse. That's unfortunate. though that is where I learned animation principles to the failing faster. That is where I learned animation principles that I still apply to the 3D animations that I make in my game right now. So even though I fucked up and didn't really make anything back then, it was still useful. So yeah, anyway. So the first time I was like, cool. That's how like we became friends, because I was like, that's cool. They're kind of doing the same thing as me. Though we had mutual friends, so they may have heard it through the grapevine, who knows. Then the next thing is, again, I started making a board game, a tabletop RPG, because my friend's dad, well, yeah, sure, I'll summon with a flask. He introduced us to Dungeons and Dragons, and they had like a little group going since like elementary school. So that was like a niche thing and an experience in my life that I wanted to base something off of, right? The rule set, oh, I know I pressed dodge, but I held it too long. The rule set in the tabletop RPG was supposed to be maybe a video game one day. So I made it like lined out in the architecture of a video game. Like it was like a dice game, but it was more so the dice are like a computer and everyone can trust the dice. The dungeon master is the game, and you're all the players, and you're kind of just like experiencing random things rather than like having to argue with a dungeon master for their story, right? You even if you want to be the dungeon master, you could like preset a story with multiple paths and variations, like a Baldur's Gate situation, but like more like Neverwinter Nights, because that's kind of what it was based on. Neverwinter Nights is a Dungeons and Dragons game. I didn't even know that at the time, but it's funny. It like came full circle. I based my Dungeons and Dragons game, my board game, off of a video game, which was a Dungeons and Dragons game. I didn't know at the time that it was Dungeons and Dragons, but I thought it was just Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights is Dungeons and Dragons. Neverwinter is a location in Faerun, which is Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't know that at the time as a kid, but it's funny that it came full circle. This is seeming more and more possible the more I do it. I will say that. Trigger that. Run away. I rolled too early. There's a fucking juke explosion. It sparks up, then shoots a blast. God damn, fuck me. Okay. Anyway. So then I make this complex game that's based off of a unique event in my life, right? My friend's father introducing me to Dungeons and Dragons. And again, it plays off full circle because some of my favorite games end up being based off D&D, and I didn't even know that. And I think that might have been him showing us, like, hey, these games you play are just based off Dungeons & Dragons, the game I played as a kid. But I gave him, like, Christmas gifts, even though my friend moved away, you know, like, I appreciate that family and the knowledge of D&D they imparted on me at a young age. But then, as I start inviting people over to play the game that I made, people then I have a little thing that I do as well that kind of shows where I won't show anyone my projects or what I'm working on for a while before it's like kind of done, and then I show them like, hey, I have this thing, like the game, right? We were playing a version of my game, so it was like already kind of done. And then all of a sudden, all of these people start making their own board games as well. And again, the second time I was like, cool, dude, they're all making their own board games now. Like, I didn't realize how it lined up timeline-wise. I was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, the same people who were making animations and comic books when I showed them that that's what I was doing, are now making board games like I am, now that I showed them what I'm doing. Again, I didn't even think of it. I didn't even piece two and two together at the time. As a kid, I was like, oh, that's awesome. My friends are doing similar things as me. But it was like right after I showed them, after I'd been working on it for years in secret, and then I show them, everyone starts working on it. I'm like, oh, cool. Again, I'm not even like, oh, they're all copying me at the time. I was like, oh, that's neat. You know, like, I wasn't even like, that's neat. Like, I was like, actually genuinely like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. They're doing the same thing as me. Like, naive as fuck. Like, oh, that's so cool. They're interested. Oh, I know I press roll that time. I was like, they're interested in the same shit as me. And then the third thing happens where I start learning programming and 3D modeling and coding, like to make mods for Minecraft and all these games I'm playing, and going into game development and game design. And the same thing, I start learning it for years without really telling anyone that it's my interest. And then when I'm like able to make a game, I'm like, look guys, I'm able to make a game. And I love making video games. It was actually like, if you look at everything I've made, it kind of all was hoping to be able to make video games one day, and now I can, kind of, right? And then everybody that copied my animations and copied my board games is all of a sudden going to college for game design. It was the funniest. There was like credit to a couple of my friends who are still working in the industry, who also were just interested in game design long before I even talked to them, and like taught me shit about using engines and like swallowing your pride and learning the code. It's not that scary. So like, again, like, learn from the masters. I'm not like, oh, I'm the best or anything. Like, I learned my mediocre skill from people way better than me. But dude, going to college for game design after one sentence is crazy. No, I know, literally that's what happened though. It's like they saw that they copied me like 3 times in a row, and then they went to and that was the same person that had the panic attack because they couldn't make anything in college except like design stuff, right? I feel super bad calling them out, but I didn't ID them again. Like I'm not calling them out 100%. Oh shit. But I mean, don't be like them. Just follow your own dreams. Think of what inspires you and how you want to create something similar with a variation. That little variation is your unique imagination, right? Chase that. What else would you change? What else would you make different? How would you accommodate your change, right? You could just ask yourself a couple of fucking questions, and you're not gonna put yourself thousands of dollars in debt not knowing where the fuck you are in life. So, how's that for? I don't even need to insult them. That's pretty shitty of an existence. So that's why I kind of feel bad. But live and learn, right? I am grateful for the YouTube tutorials and masters. I swallowed my pride. Again, I have a playlist of all of the people I learned from because I want people to be able to learn, and I know I'm not gonna be able to teach them. No, like, come on, dude. I wish I could, and my means of doing it is that playlist. But goddamn, Sanguine Slash is OP 100%. Like, goddamn, I got Fire Giant halfway down as a level 1. Let's peep it. Block it, tree. Yeah. Flex on him. Oh, I should have rolled twice. I thought I got juked. So I'll snap to that. You know, I'm not even upset. That was beautiful. That was like 3 procs at once. Oh, alright. What the fuck is Fire Giant doing? I know, he's just rolling around to cool down. So, what had happened was, they slammed their disc at the same time that the fire orb pulsed. The fire orb pulsing spiked me out. I thought that that was it exploding. So I timed my roll for the pulse, and after the disc made contact, I knew the wave was coming. So I dodged into the wave and the pulse. Then the fucking fireball exploded and killed me. If I just had rolled twice like this, I would have lived. But my cockiness, my hubris, my pride made us not the chosen undead. I know, right? I am not the Ashen one. Or whatever the fuck. Oh man, dude. That was bad. That was actually not that bad. I'm learning. I thought we were gonna be stuck at 10% because this guy's got 40,000 health. This is doable. You just have to look defeat in the eyes every time and make eye contact with defeat as you walk back shamefully to the, or no, shamelessly to the, gate. The fog gate. This one, I'm not even gonna need my horse. Why are you Elden Ring boss? Scream so funny. True. Okay, I tried to see if I should roll. You can actually get your shield up faster than you can roll. Because if you're just holding... I see. That's how I survived the last one. If you're just holding block, your character will block, but you don't have to time a roll, right? Damn. That's what kept me alive before, was just keeping my shield up. So you have to get your guard broken twice, then roll out of the third hit, because that's what we did before. I just tried to roll out of it, but you actually don't have the guard timing, like guard break timing, to even do that, unless you're spam rolling like a fucking maniac. So it's easier to just hold the guard button. You'll chip away some health and have to heal, but it's better than walking back. Uh-oh, something's behind me. It's behind me, isn't it? Which is... I don't even know. That was... I just realized I made one of the most savage disses. I said his existence is a fucking insult enough. God damn. God damn. My subconscious just unmasked for a second. Sorry. I have to go complete non-verbal unmask when I'm fighting these bosses. Like, how the fuck am I gonna get that timing? I have to stop taking my meds. My neurotic tendencies are the only thing keeping me going. A sane person wouldn't do this. I just did 215 damage to, and I got clapped nowhere near his foot. A sane person wouldn't do this. I've been diagnosed with chemical imbalance, that's so. The same, I know, speaking from experience, same person wouldn't do this. I just have to further knock the chemicals off balance with coffee. The caffeine. You see, I'm not trying to balance my chemicals. I'm trying to use the tightrope as a diving board. I'm just tipping that shit over. It's the only way. You gotta embrace the crazy. If you're gonna fight these bosses at level 1. I guess you could say insult's existence was chemically imbalanced. Yeah, yeah. I can't. You know, it wasn't me. It was the chemical imbalance of my brain. You're religious. It wasn't me. It was the way God made me, or whatever the fuck. No, not you. I'm talking about them. Damn, I'm doing damage. It's the back of their ankle, bro. Achilles. Look for the Achilles. Holy shit, dude, you do double damage? I do way more than double damage at the back. Mistakes? Where's he going? Nowhere? He went off. Oh, yeah. Oh shit. Think I could get it like right here? Oh double roll, double roll. It extends your iframes. Boop. Look at that, 2,400. Explain it. America, explain. That's my favorite meme. Non-derogatory. I love that accent. Ah! Ah! I'm just dumb. That was a gamble and I lost. Oh, it's the... Oh, I think I know actually what's killing me now. The offset, because I didn't get chipped that time, but I do have an adjustment to my maximum health, which is this. The crazy person takes the fucking seal off. It doesn't make any sense what I just did. I'm like, oh, Radagon Source Seal is getting me killed because it's giving me more health. What the fuck am I talking about? Here, I'll show you. 1, 2. Oh shit. Okay. Fire Giant has so many iframes and Giant plenty of distance for fat roll. Yeah, it's gotta wind up like on an itinerary schedule, bro. That shit, like the fire. Hold on, I'm gonna count. 1. The Fire Giant. 2. 3, 4, 5. Look at my health. 6. That's what I was. That. I'm. See, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. It's actually though. That's what's. I took the fucking Source Seal off and it's working now. I'm a lunatic. But no, actually, I'm not crazy. The Radagon Source Seal was getting me killed. I thought I had more health than I thought I had more health than I did, but I actually have way more health and less health than I thought I did because of it. I know that doesn't make any sense, but fuck. I am completely crazy, for the record. Also, I was like, I will thank childhood me for the childish thoughts of, there's no way a child like me can afford the thousands of dollars of college. So why don't I just see if there's any information? And then someone, actual, like, professional psychologist that teaches at Harvard was like, you know, the curriculum is just telling you to read the books. The books exist and are free online. You can just look up all of the curriculums that exist for free. You're just paying for a professor to tell you what to do. And you can just teach yourself any class in professional Harvard course following the itinerary. Reading the books yourself at your own pace. I died. Chicken or yeah. And I was like, what? That sounds almost illegal. People go hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt for this information, and the whole point of the college is to have, and then when you realize, like, yeah, the whole point of the college is to pay to have a professor tell you the subject. The subject exists, the information's already out there, and people are sharing their knowledge with colleagues in the public all the time through journals. Like, oh shit, yeah, I guess it is kind of redundant paying for that information when you in the age of the internet, where you can just look it up for free. When, I should say, I don't want a doctor who is like YouTube tutorial, right? So it's like the thing that I learned was super easy, and it's not. Ironically, the college courses can't teach you all of that's like nine college courses mixed into one. You need to learn 3D modeling, programming, like map design, like human psychology is what some of the game design philosophies are based off of. Some main core principles, right? You remove one key element of the box, and the box doesn't work anymore. It's no longer one of those like torture chambers that they test on rats which is essentially Dark Souls. I am the rat, and this is the torture chamber. And honestly, sometimes it feels like it. I'm Schrodinger's cat or whatever. And we don't know if I've made it out of this boss room until I hit all of my attacks. Nobody goes to secondary school because they want to learn. They do it because they need to. University to get the degree that lets you practice what you study. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's the thing though. Is like there's a huge, at least in America right now, there's a huge thing, and it was a meme for a long time too, which I feel like the meme kind of it's like there's truth to comedy kind of paid off. It was like yeah, it helped me realize, which is like, oh, I know I rolled. You need experience to get hired. How the fuck are you going to get any experience if you can't get hired without experience? You know, like that joke. I remember telling that joke like in middle school when I got a job, you know, like at like government. I was like flagged in government system. No, but we got a what is it? Like a youth center job. I worked at like a PacSun, folding pants. That was like my first job. But they really like that moment of like cracking that joke and then wanting to get into game design. I was like, what do I even do? Like, how would you do that for game design though? You know what I mean? Like I was thinking maybe game testing. So I went and did some like proper game testing where I got paid to test games and like signed NDAs to like, all right, I just fucked up there. I thought I pressed jump twice, but I waited too long. I delayed my own jump. I fucked up. So I went and did some beta testing for like some MMOs that I don't know if they ever reached the market, or if they reached the market, they were completely changed. They're working in progress, name different. But it helped me realize in the industry, they weren't really looking for the answers that I was at. Like I was like, you guys should change your whole like layout. You kind of skipped, or you made it so like one of the main things that the players would need seems like an optional quest. You should kind of guide them along, or like let them start with it, you know, like that kind of thing. And I could tell that like it hurt their pride to get like such an obvious thing pointed out, of like, because I got all the way to the first boss, and like we did like a dungeon, right, like in a group, and we were all cheering, and it was really fun like playing with the other playtesters. But then like I was like coordinating the dungeon and tanking, because as you guys know from watching me play WoW, I play tank. It's not like I happen to be one of the only people that played tank in the office, so I got designated tank. But I missed out on like a core feature. It was like a summon spirit, little like girl that follows you around and gives you buffs and stuff, like your healer, right? But if you're a tank, you kind of don't need it, because you have a whole group of people that are already doing that for you, right? They're kind of helping you play the game. So it was really close and really clutch, but then when we beat it, the developers asked me like, how did you get that far without even like doing this tutorial, or like doing the tutorial? And I was like, well, as you can see by my challenge run meta weird gameplay style, I was like, well, I always play games like this, like just see how far you can get into the game without doing the tutorial, right? And I was like, if that was like a super mandatory thing, you should start players off with it. Because there's a lot of challenge run Andes like me in the world, right? Like, I'm not even good. People are gonna want to challenge run the game, right? So, like, it probably made them realize I got stepped on. See, I'm not even that good. No, we got him halfway down. But, I could, again, I could tell it hurt their pride, because then we went into an interview section where they sat down everybody in front of one single camera as a group. And I sat down like kind of in the middle, kind of off to the center, right? And not like in the middle, but like off to the center. And then there was like a girl who was like off to the side, and they were like they really wanted to emphasize like gamer girls play these things too. And this was like a thing they were going to publish on their Facebook afterwards. So they told me to scoot way over, like off camera essentially, and asked me like one question, and then like proceeded to ask all of the questions to like the girl at the, they asked like everyone one question, but then they asked all of the questions to the girl at the front, and I kind of knew right there. I was like, they're just gonna have the girl talk, and we were just kind of here to like have the camera cut to in between every now and then. So I like, you know, was happy, gave my answer. I was like, I don't really care about these guys' Facebook. So I was just like, I gave the same kind of answer to ward off players. Like, I didn't really like shit on the game or anything, but just like gave a constructive game analysis. Like, oh, you should like maybe do this, that, or the other thing. I really liked it, this part, you know. But they were trying to use that as like a marketing selling for their game. So they didn't want like any players like me playtesting. They paid me still, but they didn't want any players like me criticizing the game that was already made and actually making them realize things that they might have to go back to the drawing board or have to actually, it would like influence design, right? Please don't kill me. Yeah. Because they had like a really high executive there that was like, now that I think of it, that's the last kind of person I would want at a game testing. He was like a CEO from Korea at the American like playtesting thing, and he was just there to like essentially how I always criticize people, make the little critiques of, you should add loot boxes in, you should add this little thing in, you guys like the monetization, right? Don't you like loot boxes? Like that kind of stuff. Like the weird little conversations he was having now, years later, totally makes sense. But at the time I was like, yeah, I like loot boxes. Like as a kid, I didn't know. I was like, yeah, I like loot boxes, whatever. But now I'm like, oh dude, they were like in the middle of like lawsuits about gambling with loot boxes. So it's like they were trying to convince themselves that loot boxes weren't gambling, like while they were talking to us. It was weird. It's but again, a lot of stuff that I learned but disliked about the industry, that it sucks. The whole Bobby Kotick thing, right? Like the company hits record sales, billions of dollars, but then you fire all of the game designers and developers that made the game to make you money, give yourself the biggest payout bonus you can, and then sell and leave the company. Because it doesn't matter if no one likes you, if you don't like any of the gamers and people in the industry or anything, right? You burn all the bridges, right, to keep yourself warm. You should add a breathing DLC. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly it. You should add like a horse armor DLC. You should add a DLC that players have to pay $1 for like a breathing effect. Wouldn't it be realistic? You should start paying for realism in games. Like that kind of shit. It's like, that's why I make games now. It's like I can just make a game, right? The funny thing is they back themselves into a corner. Then a game like Phantom Pain or Elden Ring or Breath of the Wild or Baldur's Gate or Hollow Knight or Dead Cells, or I'm trying to think of games maybe I haven't played Dead Cells. My brother loves it. Like a game that comes out that doesn't have a monetization model like that, I'm gonna avenge my horse. But has everyone like in the palm of their hands, like the flame of the fire giant, right? Like the flame and this fire giant. Watch this, holding shield. Okay, never mind. It made the shield break noise, but I still died. I don't know how I guarded that first time. I got double shield break. Being honest is appreciated. Yeah. I feel bad that it burns a lot of bridges. It's like complacency in the face of evil, right? It's all, it all stems back down to, if you don't do any, I've said this analogy, it's the most powerful thing that I've moved my friends with. If someone is beating you to death, right, like a nameless figure, a masked shadowy figure, they're beating you to death, you know that they're not gonna stop beating you to death. unless someone intervenes. They turn to me, standing off to the side, and I'm just standing there. And they say to me, Slime, I'm beating this person to death for you. I'm doing it for you, right? Because I love you, or for religious reasons, or whatever they say. Would you want me to tell them to stop? Or would you want me to continue watching and do nothing as that person beats you to death? That's complacency. That's the evil of complacency. You don't want that complacent person to stand by idly with any and all power that they have, especially when hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people listen to them, and then watch. You don't want to respect them while they watch you get beaten to death, right? That's how I feel about a lot of content creators right now. That's the evil of complacency. The gambling sites and all of that shit with the, well, he's my friend kind of mentality. No, if he's your friend, you would call him out on his shitty behavior. And if he refuses to change, then he shouldn't be your fucking friend. You're a shitty person. You're an idiot. Fuck you, dumbass. Don't allow that behavior to thrive, right? So it's like you burn a lot of bridges having that moral backbone. But yeah, the honesty, it's sad, but in the industry, you can't really have that honesty against the people that have the money because they have the power. They run the company, they can say you're fired, right? They could just refuse to work with you if you're a freelancer. So you have to just, I come to terms and accept that if I'm going to do anything, it would have to, if I want to be honest, it would have to be with other honest people or through my own means, which is how I would want to do it anyway. I wouldn't want to suck up to anybody I don't like, right? The teat. But it hurts to say, but a lot of content creators that I watch and liked and appreciated the content because it got me through a hard time, I now don't respect because of the evil of complacency. And then it's not just the evil of complacency, it's allowance, right? It's like you could have just not said anything. I would have understood your complacency. But then you stood idly by as you allowed them on your platform to influence your, right? It doesn't matter who I'm talking about. If you feel this applies to anyone, that's the painful part, right? I don't need to be specific because this is such a prevalent problem. And that's why it hurts me to talk about. It's like, oh, I love people and content creators and I want to respect them, but also I wouldn't collab with anyone because I don't even want to have to be a burden or be burdened by this stupid concept that people hold themselves to, right? It's like, ugh. So, again, the complacency. They allow their audience to be talked to by these people that are pieces of shit, and they stand idly by. Now, you aren't just one of us, an observer, you're part of the fight, but you're siding with the wrong side. Now they are actively using your platform. You are an armament of them, like the whole Radagon isn't America, or Radagon is America, and how I think my theory is kind of the same thing of what's happening right here. If you do what they want, you're just an accessory, right, in terms of crime, because you are a facet of them. You are an aspect of them. You are part of their eldritch tentacles that reach out, right? Their influence, whether it be nameless or not, you are part of it. And you aren't an observer anymore, right? You are part of it. Because you are allowing it to be influenced, whether you want to look away or not. You're not like, again, you're like Kendrick Lamar, you're not like us. Or you could be honest and just talk about it like, hey, you know, content creators, Eldritch tentacles that reach out, Bloodborne reference? Yeah, exactly. I felt it was appropriate to make a Eldritch horror. I always talk about that. Like, I am an abomination. My influence is just an eldritch tentacle as I influence you and you maybe even mindlessly go through the world influenced by me and never remember that it was me that told you that quote, I am now reaching through you as a eldritch tentacle, right? I joked a long time ago about that, but it really is an apt description for this whole thing. And I mean, tie it back into the Elden Ring lore that we're talking about, and the complacency of evil. I mean, the thing that brought it up was the giant in Dark Souls originally reminded me of it, right? Because he is literally constructing the weapons that they are using to suppress his kind. So he is complacent, and we appreciate what he does, but when we look at it, he's actually probably the worst offender. And again, following like Margit the Fell, he is, in the eyes of his own kind, like the worst person, right? Like, he's not just allowing it to happen, he's actively doing something that contributes to perpetuate it, right? Like, if he just stopped repairing their fucking weapons, it would stop all of Lordran's, like, causing the giants to suffer and all this. But he thinks, well, he thinks if I don't do it, someone's got to do it. But he's the last blacksmith. He's the last giant. No one else is around to do it. So it's like complacency of evil. The giants, the fire giants, it goes back to that. I know it's a whole streamer thing, but I mean, it is just honesty. The complacency of evil is a huge theme within these games, right? And like, allowing for the oppression of your kind. Like, I don't want to allow for the oppression of content creators through rich douchebags that would probably, honestly, let's just say it, bought to have people bully, because it's like no one really goes out of their way to bully, but you can just pay bots to bully someone, right? It doesn't matter if it's true, if it's happening, right? That's what's gonna suck. You're not gonna know if they're bots. If your comment section's full of a bunch of insults and stuff, you'd be like, dude, I'm getting barraged by this person's fans. But it's like, they probably botted it. I feel, as someone who programs, I can tell you now how you can check people botting, right? It's like a surefire way to do it. One, and there's two ways to check. One way is go to someone who's been confirmed for botting, see their followers that are like, you know, an average amount of their followers, just plug them in and check who they're following, right? If they are bot accounts and you can see who they're following, then you can tell, oh, this is why they made like certain accounts private. Forge, I can forge strong, exactly. But no, you could tell bots in two different ways in surefire methods. One, go to someone who's accused of botting, or not accused of botting, but proven to be botting, like financial statements or whatever. And then they will have bots following them. You go to those bots, see who else those bots are following. Those people are botting. And now the other way to do it is bot yourself, make an account, and then bot a shit ton, and then all of the accounts that follow you, even if they're private, because they're following you, you will be able to see information. And then you check who they're following, and you know they're bots because you botted the following, right? You know who the bots are, and you can check their followers to see who the fuck, and you can check who they're following to see who else have purchased bot followers. So again, it's not like, oh no, people would never do that. It's like, no, there are lunatics in the world, you know? Botception, exactly. The thing is there's a digital trail. That's why I like Blue Sky or whatever the fuck. There's not much interaction on there, but it's because the bots haven't reached there yet, because they're like very anti-billionaire, so it hurts their feelings to go to a website where people genuinely don't like them, like Elon Musk, right? Buying Twitter. I don't know how you feel about him, but regardless, we know he's surrounded by yes men at the office, right? Use the stones to destroy the stones. Exactly. Exactly. You can easily do all of those things. But as a programmer, people forget or might not even know that it's called logic gates. That's what you're using, right? And if, or if statements. Those are all called logic gates. So it's like the thing that I do for fun is logic and math. Of course I'm gonna be able to logically deduce shit. Alright, what the fuck? So either or, yeah, either or statement. It's an XOR, which would be and or statements for programming, Java especially. But like, exactly. Not everyone wants to, like, you know, I advise it. I think they can and they should, and people, you know, are better for it. It's trying to solve puzzles. But not everyone does that shit for fun. Not everyone is a game programmer. In fact, whenever I talk about it, people look at me like I'm a fucking wizard. They're like, how do you do that? I'm like, you just type words into a fucking thing and it tells the robot what to do. It's actually not that complicated. You know how to spell words, and you know how English language is like periods at the end of the sentence and shit? Kind of like that. Just a little bit more context. That's all. But yeah, it's like I believe in the human spirit and mankind. Anything I've ever achieved is because better people have achieved greater things and taught me how to do something like it, right? So like I watched a bunch of tutorials on how to no-hit these guys, but a lot of it just goes down to the same shit of look at them and wait with your shield up to dodge. Sometimes you might miss it, and if your shield is up, you'll get it. Step. Step. Yeah. Yeah. It is, you are contractually obligated to spin around while you heal, by the way. Programming is indeed surprisingly easy. Yes. I can do it. Oh god! I got orbed. He pondered the orb. You know, I always say though, if you can get a boss to half health, you can kill him. Or if you can get him a little bit past half health, that means you fought them into the phase change. And if you can keep doing that, you can keep learning their phase 2 moves, and eventually you'll kill them. I can't get past half health, but we get him into the phase change, so hey. We're learning. But nothing will keep you more humble than playing Dark Souls. This is my favorite game series. It's like, sure, I can kill a god with just a straight sword, but like, you know how many fucking times I got grabbed when I shouldn't have? But I really have to admit to myself that the timing is possible. So, because it's the spacing I fucked up. And I need to just get better. I need to get good. And I'm bad at the game. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I'm 40 tries into the fucking game. I just said it out loud. Ah. We'll hit this angle. That one is guarded though, and that one missed. I could God here with one hand. Pause. Pardon? Okay, you can roll the fucking the leeway on that is so forgiving, but that means the particle effect on that is so disjointed from the actual collider. I rolled super early and I thought to myself, fuck, I probably just fucked up there. And then I perfectly dodged it. Which, what? So if I just do 1/10 of his health per heal, and then hit him maybe like once, and then run, No, because we need to hit him 20 times. So we literally need to hit him twice per heal. And if we're going to use all of our heals. Boom, dodge. See that nonsense? I want you to play along with me at home and say dodge when you think I should dodge, and then just see how many times you would have died. Just like, and then maybe you would have lived. Maybe you would have caught the timing and been like, oh, you should have dodged earlier. I actually really like that. Fire Giant 8. A person who has a giant eye. Yeah. No, that's just that's what they tore. That's the face they tore out of every troll. Ah! 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 Oh! Now we've actually truly get to the face change. Even though he was using his fire powers and he did the ability change. Fire Giant phase 2, only an hour and a half in. Oh, an hour and a half in. I heard he got nerfed. Well, I'm still level 1. He's got 40,000 health. Regardless of how nerfed he got. Well, he just nerfed himself. He ripped his fucking leg off. Oh! Give me your best effort. Like, do an RPG script. So what is he using that as kindling? He's sacrificing his own leg. So you need to sacrifice something for the Fell Flame God to hear you, maybe? He thinks he's Godric. Yeah, straight up. What, are you gonna graft? Oh! It looks cool as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Eh. I'm doing no damage. I think we have to hit him in the eye. Oh, no way. That barely... We were so out of range that it didn't render. No sound effect. No explosion. Just the flame of the aftermath rendered in. Oh, one of the meteors landed behind us. But we didn't see it because we were so close to him. So it looked like just a fire emerging. That's so bad. Mo, Godric, Fire Giant, Morgott all have one thing in common. Actually, technically, Renala too. Mo, Godric, Fire Giant, Morgott. Is it their eye? Do they have one eye? Renala. What does Renala have? Is it her eyes are closed? What? They don't stand? It's the oh yeah. Renala Oz? No, I'm just kidding. Damn, this shit suck. No, it actually, what the hell? I do like no damage all of a sudden. There we go. I think that's what I needed to do. There we go. There we go. Renala goes, ugh! Oh yeah, the emote! The fucking emote! I love that it shows up on my stream visually, the text chat. Like, I don't know how I coded it. That's the fact that the fucking thing shows up. Did he just stomp with a fire explosion? That's a new one. That's so goddamn funny. That's so funny. Oh my god. Her sister Rolana just blows up in general. She just decides, hey, I'm gonna hit you from orbit. You know in Avengers Infinity War when Spider-Man, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and what the fuck, what's her name? Mantis and Peter Quill, Star-Lord are all on Titan. You already know where I'm going with this now. And Thanos throws a fucking moon at them. Essentially, Rolana does the same thing to you, but twice. A little much. And then goes, my beloved. Oh! Fuck. I just got hit with satellite. He just hit me with, what was it? Oh my god, what was like the early thousands television? Oh my god. I thought it started with a D. Before Spectrum. Oh my god. Oh no, now I need to look it up. Ah, I need this joke to land. Hold on. Direct TV. There you go. He just hit me with the direct TV, dude. Rolana is funny because you can stand next to her and she does her 2000 ranged combo and it will miss. Yeah, oh my god. I'm not even doing the DLC on this character. Oh my god. We're just gonna beat the game now. No, there's a couple of bosses I really want to fight, but I do want to beat the game again, this time not accepting Melena's Accord, just to see something. And then if we have to accept Melena's Accord, I will. But you really have to get the back of his foot. There really isn't another way. There just simply is no other way. Give me 5. Mistakes were made. Move your direct TV ass out of the way. What happens if he gets frenzied flame before talking to Melina? Well, you can't get into, for right now, you can't get into the capital without glitching it. Allegedly, because she put the seal up. Allegedly, that prevents you from playing the game. Allegedly. Phase 2. Phase 2. Allegedly. I keep saying allegedly because why the fuck would they let you get that far without it? Again, I've deduced a potential roundabout way that doesn't glitch the game, which is the biggest community thing. I keep discovering things that people are getting credit for. Someone just posted a video that was like, oh, America's the Glomite Queen, and they got like 6,000 views. And I'm like, yeah, you didn't just make a whole hour-long fucking thing about that. No, I am happy that the community is thriving and people are actually doing it. Technically, you're also supposed to need the medallion for Mountaintop of Giants. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Maybe. Oh, my controller just rumbled as if I took damage. Uh-oh. Let me hit you in the face. I slash you. Nope. I slash you. Nope. Okay, I rolled. Oh, I should have rolled to the left though. Never mind. Same voice actor as Morgoth. Okay, I have a theory. 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 Because we're talking to voice actors. Does this have the lore? We need a Saint Trina. Give me a Trina. Give me Saint Trina. Give me the trainee. Whoa. Whoa now. Whoa. Trina. Whoa. That was a crazy misspeak because of one Mikola. Whoa. That was an accident. I'm dyslexic. And I have brain damage from landing on my head. Not a joke. Never mind. You're hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where's Saint Trina? Where is it? Where is she? Where is she? We need a bewitching branch, which I do not fucking have. Can you give me anything? Mikola. Mikola's there. I was gonna say anything related to Mikola. A delicate water lily of unalloyed gold that has started to fade and wilt. Material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare. There, at the very bottom. A flower signifying faith in the halig tree, thought to be beloved by the Empyrean Mikola in his youth. Okay, look at this. This is my theory. This is my theory. Alright. We need Corrin. Brother Corrin. He's the allegory for what I'm about to talk about. So his quest, we just completed it, and now I know for sure. So here, and another one. Another one. Yura Shabriri, Fire Giant, and Caden Swords all Caden Cell Swords all have the same voice actor, Sean Dooley. Nice. Okay, real quick. First of all, book. No, prayer book. This is important. It's actually really important. Dragon Cult, Ancient. Where's the two fingers? There we go. It's actually, this list right here kind of proves my theory as well. I'm just gonna... Damn it, I can't. I'll just keep it open. We could just close these. Get Brother Corrin back up. Alright, look. Brother Corrin's whole quest is to tell you that following the Two Fingers prayer book and the teachings of gold, right, it's thematic coloring, is a lie. He tells you, it's one of his lines of dialogue. Before we get to round table hold. Bringing bridge above, yeah. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with. Oh wait, no. This is after Lindell that I'm talking about. Stargazer Ruined Bridge. Here we go. Ah, nice to see you. I can't believe you've come all this way. I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the master's finger betray a suspicion of the holyism of the Golden Order. So this is it. A conceit, I'm afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? He's writing in old Shakespearean English, but what he is literally saying, again, this is verbatim. It's just in old English. Is something terrifies me. We know he translates the Master Gold Mask's finger movements from the magic runes, from the Erd tree, right? Directly from the gold. Directly from the gold. So, again, betray a suspicion of the holyism of the Golden Order. So, he's saying something about what I'm deciphering from Gold Mask's movement, which are direct translations of this golden power, betray a suspicion of the holyism of the Golden Order. He's saying what's a good way to phrase this in normal English? They make it so the Golden Order doesn't seem as holy anymore. That's essentially what they're saying, right? They're saying, okay, something that they've discovered through the movement of Goldmask's fingers makes it so the Golden Order, the holyism, right, the amount of holiness the Golden Order truly has, is called into question, betrays a suspicion of the holyism. So they're saying this whole Golden Order thing is called into question. A conceit, right? So they're saying a lie, I'm afraid, that cannot be overlooked. So they're saying they discovered a lie that can't be overlooked. What does the lie do? It makes it so that the Golden Order doesn't seem as holy anymore to them. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility. So this is supposed to be an allegory for everyone who uses the lore items as, like, the holiest, this is the truth, right? They say, okay, but I'll explain why in a sec. They're saying that the Golden Order is called into question, which again supports our theory of America using the stolen lions here. Elden Ring DLC trailer. We'll just pull it up. America stole the grace from the lion that she gave to Horaloo. Right here. This is her stealing the golden thread.
And the betrayal.
Seduction and betrayal. She takes the golden thread out of the lion's eye. So they don't ever tell you that's where they get their powers from, obviously, because it would be stealing from someone else's heritage they would not claim right to. So the golden thread, the golden power, is telling you, if you go straight to the raw source, which is what Goldmask is doing, that America is not the true heir. So it's alright. I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? So he's like, am I going fucking crazy, or is it all a lie? Only if the master were true to the Golden Order, right? Only if the master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mountain of fire? So again, it goes back to America is lying, the Golden Order is lying, and all of these different prayer books, right? Sounds like a Radiohead lyric, it goes hard, right? Thank you. I know, I mean, they wrote it, it's Korn. But Golden Order is lying. Why does that matter? Again, everything that we are viewing item-wise is from our tarnished Golden Order perspective. All of the item descriptions. So why does that matter? What did the voice actor thing bring up? Why does this... What the fuck does this even bring up? So, again, with the St. Trina's material, or Miquella's material is more important here. I'll circle one word. If the Golden Order is supposed to be deceived about Miquella's identity, why then would we and everyone know them as a man? Furthermore, I'm gonna push the theory even more. Red King, White Queen alchemy. I'll pull up the original text. The ancient text that it's based off of, right? But the actual scriptures. Here. So this, we'll draw again, is the forming of the Golden Order in Elden Ring. You don't really need to see it too clearly. I'll just break it down into 3 steps. There's obviously... There's the first, then there's the second, and then there's the third. Exactly. So, hold on though. View for a minute there, I lost my head. I know, right? Alright, hold on though. That does sound like a Radiohead lyric. Alright, but hold on. We'll get into why it is. So this is the Red King of the Sun mixing and gold with silver, moon, White Queen is what she's called, right? And what they're fighting over is this fountain over here that contains the soul of man. So they're trying to create the perfect soul essence, and they're trying to take it from this dragon. So again, it very mimics Elden Ring. That's how we know what it's based off of. But here, I'll do you one further of why I think America, or why Miquella's identity is a lie, doubly so. And it goes back to Dark Souls, actually, even. So, this first step, the first half of 2, it looks like the same thing is happening, but it's not. This is the first forming, right? When they create a new being that is half man, half woman. So I'm going to say this is Radagon and Marika, because it has to be the Red King of the Sun and Gold who gave birth to the... it'll make sense in a bit. Silver Moon, White Queen, the Glow-Eyed Queen. Right? Hold on. Why does this matter with Miquella? We'll keep it going. Hold on. The bottom half right there. This second half, 2 of 2, is Miquella. How do we know this? Because this last panel is called the Rebis. The second forming of this, I'm going to use the problematic term, but it's the ancient term. They didn't know better. The Holy Hermaphrodite. That's what it was in the origin. Again, why does that matter? It is supposed to be the unification of the perfect male masculine traits, right? The sun, lion, gold king, physical body. All of the feminine physical traits. This is the most important part. The physical traits all melt away of the girl. I don't like saying feminine and female too much, but that's, again, what alchemy refers to it as. So, that is the basis of this story. So, feminine, physical traits melt away, and the physical traits are left, right? Of the second unification, right? Right. Now you see where I'm going with this? Marika and Radagon would have to be the first because they came first to create the second. The second we see in the DLC. It has to be a guy and a girl merged. So, again, why does this matter? If the Golden Order is lying, then Miquella being known as a guy doesn't make sense originally, but now makes sense. And why they're voiced by a woman. Because the Golden Order is trying to hide their identity. Because Marika knows that only a woman can replace her, because she's trying to erase history, right? Make it so no one knows how she became a god, and no one can replicate it. So if Miquella is born to be destined a god, Elden Ring Sudoku, I know, right? If Miquella is born destined to be a goddess, a god mixed, right? The feminine traits mixed with Radagon's physical, spoilers, traits in the DLC, that would mean thematically and story-wise, what would have to be happening in like multiple ways, right? Thematically, which is the theme is reincarnation and this whole thing, right? There needs to be a girl and a guy merged. Physically, the physical flesh needs to be of a girl and a guy before they abandon it with their spirits. So it's like a double reversal. It's crazy. So again, Marika, Radagon are the first two. The second one, Radon and Miquella make the second, right? And the physical traits, we see this again. It's confirmed. Miquella, we're gonna pull up the picture, right? Miquella Elden Ring. Mikola becomes the spirit where Radahn is the physical form, right? Oralu. If I'm saying that this is the spirit that they're stealing from, right? It all makes sense. I keep saying that, but it all does make sense. That's the original god. That's the only creature that we see in the game that looks like Mikola, who we know becomes a goddess. Right? That's the whole point of the story here, is that they emerge from the gate having transcended, which means they can't do Marika's process unless they complete the ritual as intended. Mikola would have to be a girl. But if Marika, again, was trying to hide all of this, and let's go back to it. Where is it? Where is it? No, I close it. We'll just pull him up. Corrin. Brother Corrin finds the lie. Marika is lying. The Golden Order is lying. All of the items we're referencing are lies, right? He is the player. Again, the invaders are the invaders. This guy is the lore master, so the lore masters are the lore masters. What does the lore master find? All of the items and everything that he has been using to deduce the ancient text is a lie. The player experience is mimicked literally through the gameplay, and the theme, again, it's the triple. This is what's literally happening now, literally, right? Because now we know Marika's lying. And again, it kind of makes sense because she's trying to take the identity of the Red King while being the Silver Queen, which is what we see happening when we find them finally. And then this kind of confirms my theories about who is who. The last three panels, the third one. This is supposed to be a green lion eating the sun, right? You might not be able to see it. Oh, fuck me. Anyway. No. Alchemy. I'll pull it back up. Just for the point of reference. But we could just explain them. We don't have to draw on them. This is a lion eating the sun, right? The green would be whatever the fuck the giants crafted. We found it in the DLC. I forget what it is. Green Elden Ring metal. Because what is it made out of? I forget what it's called, but giants used it. Here. Giant sword in DLC Dragon Elden Ring, because I know there's a million videos on it. Wow, really? Oh, there it is. What is it? Fergal light or some shit. Lightning metal. There, Fulgurite. There it is. That's a crazy Fulgurite. Elden Ring. So, this item, this stupid thing, the Fulgurite, now we understand the green, right? So if it's a giant that used this weapon, it's Fulgurite, the green metal would tie Radahn, Radahn. Because if Radahn is a giant, which he is, you can't fucking convince me this giant dude on a tiny horse, a normal-sized horse, isn't a giant. I think that's the whole point of the normal-sized horse, actually, is to tell you, like, this guy is giant. The gravity magic would have made the horse giant if it had anything to do with the gravity magic. He is literally just a giant person. So, he's a giant, right? Why does that matter? Because he is the sun. He is the sun-eating lion. Then the crowning of the daughter, or the virgin, right, would be the ending with his sister, Rani, who gets crowned queen in the end, by unifying the gold and the night, which is what the two people crowning her are. So, and then the whole thing, I think this is supposed to be you emerging, because this is representative of the Lord, right? And you are literally the Lord in Elden Ring. You are the Elden Lord. They want you to be a Lord. They call you Lord. They want you to be the Lord. Every fucking ending has you becoming the Lord. So that right there at the end, that's you, right there, that picture. You've got every soul. You've got every item. You collected everything. You've attained the lore knowledge. You are a whole being. That's you, right there. That's the Lord. So, I love the little story. No, not a little story. But we have to continue to find proof. But that is just my theory. Oh, hold on, wait, another one that furthers a suspicion. It goes back to Dark Souls. Dark Souls Gwendolyn character model. Someone just released this like earlier today. Let me see if I can find it. Or like 3 days ago. I'm like, why are we still unearthing things about Dark Souls now? This not proves my theory, but kind of proves my theory. Dark Sun. Go subscribe to them. This came out a day ago. So look at the 3D model of Gwendolyn. This is who everyone says is a son of Gwen, right? Or son, yeah, son of Gwen. I want to full screen it for the people in the back. Moonlight robe. When you disrobe her, I think we're all noticing the same thing. That it's a female body, and the concept art has breasts. Not I don't know how long I can show that. What's it called? And then that's the in-game model of her. As someone who 3D models, they aren't like a prosthetic added on, or like you know what I mean? They're showing you, even in the concept art, that they are organically, physically a girl. Maybe it's done by magic, but still. Physically a girl. Pushes the theory, and then they kind of show you more with the comparison of Aldrich, or Albrick, or Aldrich, yeah. The font in Dark Souls 3, I could never tell if it was a B, I'm gonna be honest. So, they're saying it's got similarities to Gwyn, but they say explicitly that Albrick, this giant slug, that's why there were a bunch of skeletons in there. It was a D, yeah, Aldrich. As in, like, Eldritch is the, I think what it is. Reversal ring item description, exactly. This is an amalgamation of Lord Souls. So, of course, it's gonna look like Gwen. Or Gwendolyn. Because the amalgamation that contains Gwen in this game is at the end of the game. Right? So, I don't really think it matters that she also looks like a girl when Aldrich eats her. Because, again, you see like 90 skeletons in this torso right here, and they expressly say that Aldrich is its own entity that ate Gwendolyn's soul. So, no. I heard someone say once that they would Gwendolyn, but only if it's Aldrich. Oh, Jesus. I feel like the Aldrich version does completely look different. They show the comparison. She's like more pale. Oh, no, she has more color when she's Aldrich. They show it right here. So this is Gwendolyn. and then that's Aldrich. Which, again, if we know Gwyn, this guy, his soul is in there. It's an amalgamation of a bunch of people. All of the lords that, you know, rang the bell. You see your character? That's him in there from Dark Souls 1. Anyway, time loops are confusing. You're also the same guy as you that killed him. It's weird. Anywho, Gwyn's soul wants to perpetuate the Age of Fire, as is evident by the existence of the Soul of Cinders. They want it to just keep going. They don't care if it's at the end of time. Everything's burned to ash. Everything's fucked up. They've lost their minds. They've hollowed. They just want nothing but the flame to burn. That's all they know. That's all they can. Look at this. Beautiful artwork. Yes. Anywho. See that? That's you. That's what becomes of you. That's Gwyn. That's when you try to continue the Age of Fire forever and ever and ever and ever and keep it going. So, again, why does that matter? Well, if Gwyn was lying and we know he's lying, and we know, again, Gwendolyn as the last-born child of Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, why do we know him as he? Right? Who also voiced Prince Lothric in Dark Souls 2 or 3. That I think is a direct tie. It goes back to the spirits thing. Prince and who you're invading. This makes more sense to be Gwendolyn. But it's not. We know where Gwendolyn's soul is. It's in Aldrich. This is a descendant. And we know because they say that they're descendants and that they are cursed because of their lineage. So it's like, I think they had a story, but they kind of changed it. Because appearance-wise, they look more like Gwendolyn than Aldrich does. But the game tells you. It doesn't make you guess, and it doesn't hint at. It literally fucking tells you Aldrich ate Gwendolyn's soul, and that's why they look like that. So it's not like oh maybe. It's like, well, fuck, you know. So it's like that theory is kind of out the window. But then it again pushes this theory that I'm saying right now, where Gwendolyn is a girl because the aspects that Gwendolyn has taken from their soul being consumed by Aldrich are all the feminine traits, which is confusing, right? It looks like a girl still, it still moves like a girl, uses all of her moves. Who voices Aldrich? No. Aldrich in Dark Souls. You can hear Aldrich speaking and Gwendolyn speaking to one another, but it's hard to make out. Whoa, that's fucking cool if true. But also furthers the theory again that like Aldrich is its own entity. I thought it was more so that Gwyn needed to have 2 daughters for the moon or something, but then Gwendolyn happened, so he just lied and gave him the ring. Santa is wilding. I agree. I thought that originally, but that again goes back to that's what the items tell us. And now with Elden Ring clarifying a bunch of things that happened in Dark Souls, even though it's not a direct sequel kind of tie, it's like, oh look, all of these stories are happening again in Elden Ring, right? Marika is Gwyn, she has daughters, they have like the nameless king would be Mesmer, right? A king sent off to a land who was banished away for his heritage, and like it's starting to clarify things, right? Like a lot of things that happened in Dark Souls happened in Elden Ring, but then we know Gwendolyn and Mikola would have to be one entity, like, or be the parallel there, right? Because it is, like you just said, what we thought was the daughter or the son raised as the daughter. But if that's what the story is supposed to be, and the items are lying, and the models imply the reversed, right? Why, if Gwendolyn has snakes for if you can remake Gwendolyn into anything, right? You're trying to make her look like a woman. What the fuck is with the snake legs, right? If you were hiding her appearance, you can just reshape her into a woman to hide her, right? You gave her tits. Why did you give her snake legs? They can't control what she looks like, is what they're implying with the snake legs. So the breasts are natural. It was a daughter. But, again, with Fia, this is what happens with daughters, right? Or not Fia. Not Fia. Who's the DLC, dragon lady boss? Priscilla, crossbreed Priscilla. Why did he lock her away? It's like the same thing, right? Gwyn feared the darkness in humanity. He actually feared the ice, right? He feared anything that was a threat to the age of fire and just lied to perpetuate it, right? Snake because Miyazaki had to restrain himself from the feet. Exactly. It was Miyazaki's intent. It was the opposite. He made the feet important. It's a Miyazaki move. He likes feet too much, so he made the feet snakes to tell you that the feet are important. You fucking weirdo, Miyazaki. But again, what does that tell us about Mikola? Well, back to this item. If this item description, if all of the items are from the view of the Golden Order, right? One day be a lord. It's blasphemous. Fire is blasphemous. The flames of frenzy are evil. Even though when you finally meet their manifestation, they're like really, really happy. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. It's like everything that the Golden Order tells you, what you see with your own eyes is the opposite. Everything that Gwyn told you, everything you see with your own eyes is the opposite. Gwyn tells you he's a god and is immortal, but if you can kill him, he's not a god. You can eat his soul, and then you can snuff out the flame and make the Age of fucking Darkness happen. So it's like in any of the games, that's the truth. It might not be the real ending or the canon ending because of the time loop. You could technically get both, therefore nullifying both endings. It is happening in perpetuity. Any game and story you connect is just happening forever as well. I think, again, it's like you are going through the Corrin thing right now. It's like, that doesn't make sense because the items told me so. It's like, yeah, but trust your eyes. We know that they're lying. Everyone else is saying they're lying. You are Corrin right now. We can't trust the items. Corrin trusted the items too much, and then through the original source of the eyes, right, Goldmask can see the runes, even though his eyes are gone, and he's tracing them. So it's like, through the use of eyes, the truth is revealed. Corrin can't believe it. Even though he's deciphering it, he's like, this can't be true. Even though we're here on the mountain, and it's blasphemous, it has to be the truth. It's literally what's happening. The Golden Order is lying. Everything the Golden Order is saying is through the items. We have to deny the items to know that Marika is the Glomide Queen, right? To know that Marika is lying, we know that the items hint, if we do the opposite, at what we think is the truth, right? Hold on. I'll just tie it directly, again with this. Empyrean... Elden Ring, right? Who are the Empyreans? Empyreans are special demigods. Why are they special? Their potential to reach full godhood. They are potential successors specifically of Queen Marika, chosen by the Two Fingers. We know this is a lie. Right? So the whole premise of Empyreans is bullshit. Now, again, why does that matter? Because the Glomide Queen being an Empyrean chosen here. Or we'll get to the item. We'll do it through the items right here, right? Where is it? Where's the lore? Give me the lore. Where's the sword? It's right here. Let me just go to the item. There it is. It tells you. sacred sword of the Glomide Queen who controlled the Godskin apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the apostles are channeled from this sword. So, again, if it's like a half-truth lie, right? Malekith did not defeat the Glomide Queen if Marika was the Glomide Queen, but she can tell people this. Right? She can tell, if I'm the Glomide Queen and I need to fake my death, and I can also just change my appearance and identity, I give you the rune, my most trusted loyal dog, send you outside of time with Fair Missoula to protect it and the people who would rise against me, the dragons and the beastmen, right? So you were like the perfect guardian. And then you're like, okay, make sure nobody finds this. Right? The rune of destined death. I can also now just say, oh, Malekith defeated the Glomide Queen. Because I'm the Glomide Queen and I'm never gonna... It's like, again, with the Anakin Skywalker... I've said this the last stream, but it's the same thing with Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker. The Glomide Queen is Anakin Skywalker, and Marika is Darth Vader. She is just saying, oh, that person's dead. But there's no trace of defeat. Everything that is left to defeat, or like a mark of death, right? It is literally a rune of death, that everything leaves a mark, is another thing. Consequence of your actions, convergence or whatever. Their whole premise is that like everything leaves its mark on this world. So the one character that has no mark, and their mark is being erased by Marika, conveniently fits Marika, right? Like, Marika is the person that it lines up best with, because it's not the Glomide King. Otherwise, it'd be like, oh, it's Radagon. What the fuck? You know what I mean? If it were, it would be such an easy story if it were the Glomide King, because it would just be Radagon. But it's the fact that it is the Glomide Queen, and Marika is covering it up, that means we can't trust the item descriptions. We used this to reverse, right? But here, this is again how we prove it directly, so we don't have to use the reverse psychology, right? Here, Shaman, Elden Ring. The Shaman, tortured, right? Ooh, that's cool actually. I didn't even realize these people were called the Shaman. It's even better. Real quick though, Shaman DLC Elden Ring. They don't have horns, unfortunately. The ones in the jars that we meet, but these ones do, which is an important distinction. Oh, you know what? They actually did just, the ancestral, these people did just tie it all together, because that means that the horn scent and the shaman do descend from the same thing. Ancestral followers. Why VIP? No, I'm just kidding. Ancestral followers, horn scent. Look at this guy. Horned Shaman. Oh, that's even... The fact that his name is Shaman, just... I don't even need a tie. I can erase this motherfucker. But no, look. We're going to keep him there for the tie-in. The thematic tie. Or no, it's story tie. Narrative tie. Anyway. What's next? The Horn Scent, which is also the guy to our right there. That's the called Shaman. These guys use Death Flame when you're fighting, right? When you summon him for the Mesmer fight, and when you go to Bonnie Village and fight a different version of them, and when you go to the final fight with Lita, Needle Knight Lita, they use Glomide Queen magic, right? Death Flame. Look at Merrick. And again, Melina also supports this theory, but we haven't worked our way down that far. Through the Descendants. So, this looks like shit. I'm gonna find a cleaner way to do it through tabs. Hold on. There we go. We got like a million tabs open to describe the lore, but we need to draw it in a straight line. You got the Glomide Queen. You got the Horned Shaman. You got the other Shaman, the Ancestral Shaman, right? Underground Shaman, above ground Shaman. Underground Shaman with the Night and the natural cycle of death. above ground shaman, living life to its fullest and torturing the people from underground, right? The shaman women like the Jar. Where are they? Jar Shaman Elden Ring. Ew. Jar innards. Ew. Okay, so this is a shaman as well. There's a very obvious distinction between the three shaman that I've shown. We got red, we got yellow, and we got blue in the worst way possibles. So, again, why does this matter? Well, fuck, I needed that guy. Orange scent. Now we're, again, tying direct ties. These guys, and these guys, and maybe these guys, or they were tortured, were torturing America's shaman people. These women. Okay? Why were they torturing them? They used death magic. It was to make the gloam-eyed queen, right? So, again, why does that matter? Because it's America's people. Here, we'll get the golden braid item in Elden Ring. It might be like beating a dead horse, but it ties all together. This is America's item that tells you she's a shaman, right? A braid of golden hair cut loose. This little bit right here, a braid of golden hair, is trying to tell you that America is not Radagon, because Radagon's item tells you he always had red hair, and this is telling you America always had gold hair. So, and you can see it's like turning a little silver there, but the shaman, white hair. Notable. Anywho. Again, now this is a direct tie. America's a shaman, right? It might not be this kind of shaman, but it doesn't matter. America's this kind of shaman. Nope, no. America is this kind of shaman, and these shamans, right? We're trying to make this shaman out of the same shaman that America was. I feel like the shaman is losing its fucking meaning. But hold on, we gotta go further for the direct tie. It's like a visual tie. You have to trust your eyes, like I said. Gloam-eyed queen, look at the weapon. It's a crucible. It's a crucible spinny twirl, right? That's the whole society of the shaman. So it's telling you the shaman used death magic, the horn scent, America's original people. And then remember that the original name for these guys were Empyrean, and America is an Empyrean. So it goes back to America is related to these guys. But even though it's like a roundabout way of the only reason they would remove that connection is if America is an Albinoric and they really want to make it ambiguous. Just saying. Because making the lie isn't enough to rename them Empyreans. So, again, golden braid, jar innards, these are shaman women. They're trying to make the gloam-eyed queen. The crucible sword is the gloam-eyed queen's godslayer sword. Same crucible twirl as the shaman. So, America would be the gloam-eyed queen if you trust your eyes, but not the item descriptions. Actually, again, if you only trust the item descriptions like what's a way to phrase it? You trust the item descriptions to tell you something about the world. They might not be telling you the truth, but again, it's like the unreliable narrator. It's the I'm gonna draw something and it's gonna make the whole story whole. Like, it's gonna be so funny. So where one narrator, right? We're gonna say this is narrator one. Here, better idea. This is narrator one, right? One ring. Right? This is narrator one. And we're gonna change the color. And this is narrator two. Well, they're both gonna hate each other and call each other by names, right? They called him shaman and horn scent because they felt the ones with horns were sent by the gods. They were all shaman. because they were shamanistic. This person knows them as the Omen and themselves as Empyreans, right? But there's a truth that they're the same fucking thing. And that is what I'm telling you, is that you have to overlook the lies of the items and find the truth that the second person is telling you, because it might not be fully true. But where those two things converge in the lore, right, visually, that you cannot deny, is the truth. Again, that is Miyazaki telling you through the visual representation of the eyes, you will see the truth. The truth is in the blood, right? There's a crucible here. The only crucible civilization, these people used gold magic for the lions and the men, and tortured the women through death to make the Glowmide Queen. She was sick of it, probably rose up against the god at the time with her god-slaying powers, killed him, and then we saw it in the DLC. Took the gold out, became the gold herself, and erased the Glowmide Queen's identity. Because if you know she stole it, one, the whole story makes sense, but two, all of the people attacking now make sense. The game tells you, we don't know why any of these people attacked us. We're so gosh darn good. But they will tell you all of the reasons. They're like, well, they punish us. We live in squalor because of them. They torture and imprison us. Specifically, aside from enslaving us, like if we aren't slaves, we're tortured and imprisoned. And our history is being overwritten by theirs. So it's like the Golden Order is trying to be like, well, we don't know what's happening through the items, but you can, again, with the one of the main things that ties it all together is this, just right here. I will say it as I'm walking through the zone, and then it'll make 100% sense. It won't even just like tie it together. The beastmen and the demi-humans and the beasts forced to live in these cages, right? Tortured by these rats, are here because of the Golden Order and Marika. Hasselmorn, you're the bad guy fighting against the Beastmen, rebelling against the Golden Order. See that guy? They've broken out of jail. They're punished for being born that way. Misbegotten Beastmen, right? They're horn-sent. They're demi-humans. The Golden Order doesn't like demi-humans, so they're imprisoned here. This entire place has a thematic and narrative meaning now. It's not just, oh, there are beastmen here. The beastmen are rebelling. Why are they rebelling? Because their golden power and lineage was stolen. And even if they don't know that, they're sick of being treated the way that they are, right? They would be chill, but also they attack you. So yeah, exactly. Because you're of the Golden Order. You are tarnished. When you show up, you are perpetuated by the thing that imprisoned them. So it doesn't matter to them if you are nice or not. It's on site for you. That's like slaves in America overthrowing like a plantation right on the border of the South and North, right? So it's like, okay, now they fought for their freedom. It was part of the Civil War. They're, you know, that's the war. Now it's part of the North. Now they're no longer slaves here, right? It's really just a matter of perspective, right? You say when killing them, yeah, as they're attacking me. But again, these guys, they don't. It's not on site. I always wondered about these guys. It's because they've been tortured their whole fucking life. They're scared. Here, maybe the big guys set them free because, again, the greater will and the whole crucible thing, the strongest survive. The strongest are setting their kin free from being tortured. The demi-humans. But look look. They know what's in store for them, right? These guys might not be the strongest. their wings torn, they were tortured their whole lives. It's scary. It's fucked up. That mass wasn't tortured all of its life, clearly. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. But here, look, this guy. Please help me. I am of noble blood. If those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll forever be marred. Anything but that, please. Think of the disgrace. These guys. The ones that are hiding. Disfigured from the crucible, just being born that way is now what we know. That's how they ended up like this. That's why they look like that. Because they were born like this. And because they were born like this as demi-humans, the Golden Order put them in this castle in the prison, and then they finally rose up and rebelled and fought, right? And we can, again, move... I will sacrifice 700 runes. We can move back a little bit more earlier in the castle to show this, like, they're still fighting each other, right? So it's like Castle Morn furthers this theory. Why are the Beastmen, some of them even peaceful, rebelling against the Golden Order and the Tarnished? Well, they tell you. They were slaves. When you go and meet the commander, he fucking calls them slaves. He doesn't even call them demi-humans, like Kenneth Haight, respecting them. And it's like, oh, my castle is overtaken by demi-humans. That sucks. I tried to negotiate with them. He's like the opposite, right? He's like, they can't be negotiated with. We need to enslave them. He's like, Kenneth is one side of the coin where it's if you're too, you give the mouse a cookie or whatever, right? You're too forgiving to the wilds, they will claim you, right? Because they don't actually care and they're not civilized. That's the whole thing of Kenneth, right? He's so civilized, he expects them to be civilized because he doesn't know any other life. And then you have the castle commander here who has seen these guys do this to the nobles of the castle. Even if the nobles deserved it for enslaving these people, he, right, in your eyes, he's on the side of the Golden Order, on the side of the maiden, Irina, right, his daughter. Look, there's the Golden Order. That's Godric's knight right there. He just got fucking got, dude. Let me pass, please. I'm telling the lore. But, like, that was far enough. We just needed to show that. Imagine any scene with Kenneth. Imagining any scene with Kenneth is hilarious. Just Kenneth showing up. Hello, demi-humans, and they just chase him to his keep, realize everyone's dead, and they just house up in the place. Essentially what happened. So, Castle Morn is one of the first places you go when you haven't, again, with the player experience mimicking. What do most players do? They just play the game through once, beat it, and they're done with it. You go through the quests as advised, you 100% the game. If you do all of the quests, the first quests, meeting Irina, or Irene, going and doing Castle Morn and helping everybody, fighting the demi-humans, and killing the last dude who's the, like, last stand. He's in his last stand fighting against the Golden Order. You show up as, like, the Grim Reaper to end the rebellion. You're the best stormtrooper. You're a stormtrooper with good aim. That's your story here. You're a stormtrooper in the Empire with good aim. All of the items are from the perspective of the Empire. And occasionally you get an item that is just from a Jedi's perspective or a Grey's perspective, right? That's the best way to describe it. I think I did Castle Morn right after Stormvale. Exactly. You didn't do it after Lindell, right? People, you might, someone might, but then that thematic tie will further prove. You finally meet Lindell, you hate these guys, and then you go help them in Castle Morn. You might get to the boss and go, why the fuck am I doing this? I don't want to help these guys. They're both attacking each other, and I don't want to help the knights that the misbegotten are attacking. Like, you literally might have the conscious awareness if you do it out of order, right? Because as a player experiencing it, these knights in Morn, in Castle Morn that you fought all the way in Stormvale, right? Like you just said you did. You have that experience of, fuck these guys, I don't want to help them. I'm gonna wait and let the misbegotten kill these motherfuckers. Then I'm gonna go through, right? Like some people do that shit. So it's like you as a player experiencing the game on your first time might do that, it is compelling you to rebel against the Golden Order if you do it out of order, right? You don't do it in order, which is, again, the thematic thing of, like, the whole thing is order and chaos going against each other. If you go out of order, you are compelled to now thematically and as your own player brain, you act against the Golden Order. You literally allow Golden Order troops to die because they don't like you and they are dicks and fuck them. So it's like, to be fair, you may be a trooper with bad aim, like me. Yeah, you might just be a stormtrooper. That might just be your story. People get all the way to the fire giant and stop playing, like me. No, I do intend. We got it halfway, but again, if you do it in order, how you should by upgrading the amount of difficulty, what do? You get to Margit, the Fell. You can't beat him. You backtrack. You go down. You do Castle Morn. You maybe hit a dead end here, and then you meet a merchant who's selling enough upgrade stones for like 2 upgrades, right? So even if the player missed some, like I did, I missed a whole cave, you can still upgrade your shit and go fight again here, right? And then you get your ass kicked again, and then you're like, let's go the other way. You explore here, you maybe meet Noxtella, you go underground, and then you get your ass kicked trying to get one shot and make your way here, and then you wind up in Caelid either way, right? Which is what I was going to say next. You go east, and you're going to Caelid no matter what. Either you're going through the Seofor River well, or you're going straight there. You get your ass kicked, you go back. You finally have enough upgrades to maybe do Margit the Fell. It is a direct play style if you are walking along the roads, the order set by the Golden Order, literally. And then if you start walking along old roads, you see this path? You meet a dragon, and you might discover the old road. Wait. What else is off the old road? Oh, Dragon Communion. So it's like the first thing you might discover is one of the oldest forms of blasphemy. When Baal went against the Golden Order of Placidusax, you discover the dragons and Dragon Communion. And then you might go against the Golden Order from the very start because you were introduced to blasphemy. Again, thematically and narratively tying what you do as a player into the game. Like, it's not just like, oh, the item descriptions kind of hint at these things that I'm telling you lore-wise. I am literally breaking down where the enemies are, why they would be placed there, who they are next to, why they would be placed there, what journey they would have had to individually take, why the faction would have sent people over there. Was the faction there originally through architecture, right? Like, again, as a game designer, there are so many things you have to take into consideration the players might not ever even give a fuck about. But that's why I'm able to deduce the lore so accurately. It's because I'm like, I give a fuck. Miyazaki, I'll let you know that I care that Marika is the Glowmide Queen, right? You have to deny your eyes, because again, that is what the theme of both what is literally happening in the story and figuratively happening in the story. Marika kills the prophets for what they see, right? So what they see with their eyes, they are killed for. But then again, it is metaphorical because they have to lose their eyes to see the future. So they are literally seeing the future because of magic, but figuratively seeing because they have lost the ability to see altogether. So it's what's literally happening and figuratively happening. You merge the two together. What is the magic behind it? What is the meaning? Marika is turning a blind eye to the future and the natural cycle of things. She is preventing death from allowing to be part of the natural cycle by perpetuating immortality like Gwyn did. She is hiding death. The Glowmide Queen, she's hiding her identity. The Golden Order treats the misbegotten like Gwyn treats his knights. Exactly. Or like Godric treats his knights. Go out and become the strongest knights so that me and the nobles can graft you. Ooh. And I think Godric knows, as well as all the nobles, that Marika is a shaman. And that's why the grafting works for them and not others, because they specify nobles, and the grafted scions, as in nobility, they are literally called noble grafted. Like, the only ones who are grafted hold bloodlines to the Golden Order, which would mean they're descended from the shamans who meld well with other people's flesh. I think they know about their origins because of a line Godric says when you defeat him, or right in the face change where he says they're going to go to their home bathed in rays of gold, which is what's happening to the shaman village. Again, both literally and figuratively, because the Golden Order is suppressing them with magical golden rays, and when you go to the shaman village, there is a Erd tree left there, and it's eternally bathed in golden rays. So, I will be right back. Then we will continue our fire giant combat. I'm glad I got to explain some lore, though. I do you feel like Corrin, though, of like the, oh, now I can't trust the Golden Order, and like I realized the lie, because when I finished Corrin's quest, I had like an hour of acceptance of like, okay, the lie is true. Because I wasn't sure about the Glowmite Queen conspiracy, is what I was kind of calling it this whole time, until Corrin, the in-game lore master, said, oh my god, everything I know is based on a lie. It's like, alright, well, that would be the premise of all of the items, is like writing, right? Like, fire is blasphemous because it burns the Erd tree. It's only blasphemous because Marika doesn't want the Erd tree to burn because she sees the natural cycle of death as blasphemous. Again, it's only her personal opinion, not the greater will. I'm going to be honest, I just attacked everyone on sight when I play the game. To be fair, that is kind of what the Frenzied Flame ending is telling you. Like, no one deserves to live. Like, you're sure you're allowing Marika's kin to become gods. The sins of the father. Marika allowed them to be demigods and convince themselves that they are chosen to fight each other to become gods. When the truth is, anyone can become a god. These people believe the lie, the demigods, because they're not demigods. So them referring to themselves as Empyreans and demigods, they believe the lie, and if they killed anyone for it, they believe it. Right? So, everyone deserves it. Because they all want to just instantiate their own order of immortality, replacing the unnatural cycle of things, right? Like Mikola says that he's going to guide you for a bajillion years with kindness and peace or whatever the fuck, right? So he's saying in his game over screen that he is evil, right? That he is going to allow immortality to continue, and that death shouldn't take hold. The natural cycle will not continue in his order. He tells you, or she tells you that, right? Because we've also deduced that if everything that the Golden Order says is a lie, the Golden Order is saying that Mikola is a guy, that Mikola is a girl, because Mikola identifies as a girl when they rebirth, because it requires a girl's spirit to become a god, and we witness them become a god, which means they had a girl spirit. Okay, cool. Trans allegory. It is beautifully written, but no, it's like story-wise. It makes me think, again, it goes back to Miyazaki didn't like how we analyze the lore of Dark Souls, so now he's just telling us the story in Elden Ring, and if you don't like it, he's like, well, that was the whole point of the story the first time. You guys just misconstrued it. It sucks, though, because I was one of the ones who misconstrued it on Dark Souls, and I thought everything... But now I feel I'm able to stand corrected by this game, Elden Ring. Just reading the items, descriptions, and lore, and where the enemies are placed, and what they are, what magic they have, everything. It tells you, again, with your eyes, the truth. And you don't have to even read item descriptions. What you do is probably the best way to play the game. Just deduce it as you're playing with your own eyes, which is pretty cool. Alright, I'll be right back. And we're back. I forgot to mention the fourth thing that I use to deduce. It's not just where the enemies are placed. It's not just what the enemies are, or what items are around, or where the items are. I should give a warning. When I learned, like... Here, we're probably gonna die, but... One last thing. Just gonna pull it up visually. When I learned this, I'm actually gonna give you a warning. Click if you don't want every story ever told to you, books, movies, games, ever. If you don't want them ruined by yourself, like mute the video for like an hour. But there's this thing called the hero's journey. This is where it all started, dude. When you learn the hero's journey, right? And you actually like break down what each thing means and how you would be able to replicate them in different story settings and with different characters and shit. The circle, the magic Elden ring. This is the true Elden ring. This is every story ever, period. I'm not even over exaggerating. You can break down every story ever into this chart. So, I've been studying it since like I was 6 years old. I have like a book I got from Barnes & Noble that's like one of the first couple pages is about this. So like this right here is, it's just ingrained into my brain to think like this when creating a story. But the problem with that is then you get situations like Elden Ring or all these other things, right? Five Nights at Freddy's, where I learn ordinary world, exactly. Start at the ordinary world, special world, yep. But here, watch. You learn how the thing is created, and you are immediately disillusioned, right? Disillusioned. You no longer disappointed in someone or something that one discovers to be less good than one had believed. When you find out the truth is that it's just a bunch of structures, when you see beyond the smoke and mirrors, and you go to, even if you're creating them, dude, it sucks. Again, everything. I know how you would create a game like Elden Ring story-wise. It has to be a story, right? It has to be a whole journey. So, in terms of theming, again, it's kind of separate from this. So, here's an easy way to do it, right? Setting versus theme. I'll do a quick one where setting is like, where in the theme are you, right? So theme isn't the genre. Actually, that should be a better way to do it. The setting is where in the genre are you, and like location wise or even time wise. And theme is why it is the color it is. I know that's such a stupid simplification of it, like a stupid simplification of it, but that kind of breaks it down. That really is it. Everything is getting color theoried, and why is it that color? If you can pretty much break down where you are in the genre, it's like, now what do these words mean? So genre. Is it cowboys? Now you're gonna ask stupid simple questions. Is it aliens? Is it cowboys and aliens? Is it in the Wild West? Is it post-apocalyptic? All of the like immediate things that come to your mind, that genre, right? Is it a romance novel set in the future? That genre, okay? But setting, where in the genre? Is it on a ship? Right? What's the name of the ship? Again, what's the color? What's the name of the ship and why? That's the theme. It's like, oh, it's about love. It's a romance. Name the ship something about the theme, right? You could just easily tie things back into the theme like this, and then you'll start to create a really holistic story where everything ties together. But it goes beyond that. There are already pre-existing themes, genres, and settings, and most people harken back to the oldest one, which is Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia. My brothers told me about it a million times, but like it's funny to be like asking people like, where did that come from? Where did this come from? It came from this. Where did that come from? It came from that. Where did this come from? Oh, Mesopotamia. It came from Gilgamesh's story in Mesopotamia. Like almost every story. Period. So it is funny that like I was just a younger brother constantly asking questions, but pretty much everything goes back to there. So that goes again back to the hero's journey that you saw. Most things can be broken down into it. And if you really, really get into like the nitty gritty of every single frame and the meta meaning of everything, it still breaks down into the hero's journey. But once you understand these things and you understand why people use this setting in the genre and which themes they would be using for the setting in the genre, right? I already know Elden Ring's theme is death, and it's one of my favorite fucking games. So it's again, I know the theme is death. America, the main character that is named, right? Aside from Radagon, you hear America everywhere. You never really see America. The fight is Radagon. It's called Radagon the Golden. Like the fight data. You're fighting Radagon. Lord John is the most obvious example of this in Souls games. Yeah. Yo, that was pretty clean. But actually Miyazaki, again with the Japanese translations that I get meta. When you get meta, you kind of spoil it for yourself. You spoil the search. You go to the source. Because Gwen has a big ego. Yeah, exactly. But as soon as you start going to the source and stuff, like I said, don't even. It just ruins it. There are so many times where I like call the beginning from the very beginning. I'm like, oh, this is the setting and theme, this is what characters, and this is what it's about. I already know what's gonna happen and the plot twist. People are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, it's my, I joke about it, but it is my flavor of autism, is writing stories. It's like, I can just hear a story and be like, that's the story. This is the story. I've guessed the plot twist to like every Netflix show I've ever watched. I'm no fun to watch shit with because of that. But my brothers will attest that I spoil shit for myself before I even watch it. They're like trying to show me something, and then as they're introducing it, or as we're sitting down to watch it, and my brain gets into viewer mode, I'm like, oh, is this, then this, and this? Oh, dude, is this a thing? Like, I start theorizing, and then, like, halfway through the series, they're just staring at me like, bro, you were right. Like, my younger brother. The last thing we watched was, Hill House or whatever, Haunting of Hill House. That was, I guess, like, everything. It was so funny. But I loved it. I still enjoyed the experience. I love being right, so that is why I break down stories and try to fucking understand them to get some semblance of control in this world, right? but it is funny. Limb tomb, yeah. This confirms that it's limb grave. Yeah, 100%. Grave limbs. It's a double entendre. There are grave limbs because they take the limbs of the dead and they use them to kill people, so there are grave limbs. As in deadly grave. Grave limbs. Limb grave. They're so on the nose with shit in this game, it's fucking hilarious. Getting consistent at making it to phase 2. Not talking now. My all brain power dedicated to attack eye. Hit eye. Attack eye. Hit eye in the eye. Hit eye. 2,000 damage. Missed. I pressed it, dude. God, Rick. I can't. What does Rick mean? Watch, we're gonna look it up. It's gonna be like, it's limb. It's gonna be limb. Name meaning Rick origin. What does Rick mean? Tell me it's limb. Brave ruler, peaceful ruler. So yeah, it's God, peaceful, godly, brave ruler. Are you fucking with me? And he's the most cowardly. He's the most bitch made of them all, cutting off the limbs of his stronger knights because he's scared of fighting his scared of fighting his relatives who keep beating the shit out of him. It's the funniest thing. This implies that Godric is actually the most OP character. It doesn't. Yeah, his name is ironic, I believe. That's so goddamn funny. And I think he's like the oldest, so of like he's like the furthest descended in that lineage, but he's like the older one of him and Godfrey, which is funny as fuck. Unless I misread his rune that he gives you, I think it specifies he's the firstborn of that lineage, aside from Godwyn and Godfrey. Like he's the reason he's special is because he's the firstborn. That's why he has that rune in particular. Listen, I jumped. He's not God, and he's not Rick. Whoever named him is on to nothing. Well, it actually means that his mother, or Marika, right? Actually, not his mother. That's not his mother. Marika would be his like great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, right? And she's a liar. So it fits the theme of liars in the lineage. Beautiful. Beautiful. Actually, it makes me dislike Godwyn a little more because it's like if every noble knew, because Rykard could torture the information out of him, and Rykard was half Ronnie and half Radahn's family, that means Rykard was onto something, but it was the twisted nobility's lies that even if they believed it, made it blasphemous and blasphemy and turned him down the wicked path, which is kind of ironic. Again, creating your own monster with Rykard there. It would fit the theme. I'm not saying that's what happened, but if that is what happened, it would explain Rykard and fit the theme 1000%. Right? Right? God lose is more like it. What happens if I just slash? No! I'm bad. I was focused on the stomp. I have the lore though. I think we're on to something, because every time we find more shit, it keeps lining up. His name furthers the whole thing that Marika's a liar, their lineage is lying. His dialogue as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Who did it? Who done did it? So he's either pure or joy. Win means pure. That said, Godwin is also an Old English word for joy. Well, he would be the joy of America. So when he dies, because he would be the perfect mixture of gold and silver. Isn't that right, Birdie? Isn't that right, Birdie? Here, let me draw it out for the birdie. Isn't that right, Birdie? Who's a good birdie? Opening Photoshop. Best bird ever. So he's gonna let me explain the lore. We'll feed him after. All of the lore of Elden Ring. And I literally made a document for it. So let's go over. There's old and ool, night and day. Night is silver, day is gold. You got the dragons and Lindell Society, Noxtella descending from these runes. Dragons, astrologers, beastmen, and normal people. The Newmen came from beyond the fog. They made the human people. They also discovered the silver behind the stars. Where are we at? What did we learn? What were we talking about? Godwin. All right, let's fast forward a little bit. Beastmen, gods, dragons. Dragons had their shit stolen, the golden lineage, and then this is who it got stolen from. The lion, right? Suresh, who's a beastman, who's of Farum Missoula, right? And is of the dragons, right? Because their society is the whole Farum Missoula shit. Okay, fast forward. This is to him. Down here. Why does he have the lions thing? It's because it was stolen by America, who's silver, Glomite Queen, remember? Right here. This is where it was stolen, remember? I even put it here so I wouldn't have to explain the whole thing a million times. So it's stolen from America right there. So it would belong to him. So Godwin would be, if he was the firstborn of America and Godfrey, the gold was put into Godfrey with the lion here, right? We got it. So we got the gold. We got the positive and the negative charge ions. No, I'm just kidding. You got positive and negative. They mix, and the perfect firstborn child would be Godwin. So that would be both the joy and pure. Because ironically his mother again being lying, the whole theme of their names being lies in the golden lineage, she is neither a god nor Rick, as you put it. He is neither god nor win. He is not joyous, or well actually he is her joy, but then it ends up being, his demise ends up being the reason she goes crazy. So no joy from him. In fact, it is the source of her madness. I spelled that completely wrong. Madness. And instead of being pure, he is a mix. It fits the lie. It fits the theme. I had to pull out the goddamn chart for that one. But it fits. Don't save. Because I know I'm right. We don't even need to adjust it. Here. Let's feed the birdie. 35,000 runes. Here you go. Good birdie. That's for waiting. For my fucking lore explanation. They didn't backpedal. They didn't attack. They didn't idle. They didn't glitch out. They sat the fuck down and listened for the lore explanation. That is a good bird. That is a good bird. He was like, hold on, let him cook. Let him cook? There's literally omens. And also big begotten birds make sense, right? Hold on, let's use the birds. Oh shit. Birds make sense. Here, ready? The pull back up. Pull that shit back up. We're gonna make sense. We're gonna put the birds now. Just because of that bird, I'm gonna explain his big bird Elden room. And the giant, specifically the ones in the mountaintop of giants. No. No. Well, them too, but no mountaintop. Mountain. Why, where, how does this one not exist? It's like the single bird here. They're fighting like a million of these fucking things. Okay, fine. It's the same bird. It doesn't matter. Ready? The bird actually, again, helps unite some things that we missed. Where's bird? Nope. I didn't copy bird. I'm ashamed. Ready? Ready? This is a good, this looks like the good bird. Here, actually, I have a better idea. To get the exact bird up. Bird up! I'm going to pull up my own stream, get a picture of that specific bird. Because I'm crazy. You let me explain? Okay. All of that for a joke, worth it. Okay, look. Why does bird? Why does bird? Bird actually, very important bird. Why bird important bird? I'll explain why bird important bird. You remember when I said this man's got his shit stolen? Wait. Where do we put bird? We'll put bird here. Big bird. Why big bird? We'll draw big bird. This guy, before gold, jingle, jingle, jingle. No, I'm just kidding. Before golden sun powers, tornado. Nefelilu power. Ready? We're gonna draw a big line. Here, we'll give him his own. We'll give him his own. Big bird. Big birds. Why does it matter for big bird? Here in the big fort, and why did I need this big bird specifically in the mountaintop of giants? Because the Erd Tree's first thing, the first war, when they got this rune, was here in the mountaintop of giants versus the giants. So they would use the big bird. Lore. Save. Magog. Who would have thought that the bird was important? I was actually missing that piece. Like I never drew it in. But then like after I did the lore explanation, I was like, oh yeah, duh. He has a fucking tornado and bird powers from Nefelilu. How come I never drew Nefeli with the tornado and the bird? Oh, I should have just done it at, oh, I know where to put the bird. Because then it would have completed it full circle, actually. I gotta redo that, but with the bird at the bottom. Bird. No. I had to do it, though. I said it too many times. Bird was the word. Something else that's crazy is that Margit means pearl. Morgot is basically treated as the opposite of that. If he is the one who is named Margit, that could say something itself. Yes. Or their names began with the whole golden lineage names being lies. Oh! I've fucked up. I was a little distracted. Kinda might make sense of everybody's name being backwards. What's Radon? That shit's not even a name. So that one's gotta be a dead giveaway. Radon. Name origin. Indian origin. Prosperous. Wealth. Yeah. Yeah. Rat. Okay. What about Ronnie? That would go back to the older religions. Hindi. Sanskrit. Mesopotamia. It is ancient. Queen, and that's what she ends up being, is queen. So it goes back to what I was saying where get the get the thing up. Get the lore up. No, I'm just kidding. Ronnie or Renala and Radagon are the true night and moon, so their children are the true heirs. So Ronnie is the true queen, and Radon is prosperous wealth, like he is the true lord vessel. Ironically, he also rots though, and she's a princess for eternity until we get there. So it also kind of goes with their names are lies. it's like a double entendre, like limb grave being about dead people's limbs, and also the limbs of the dead being deadly repurposed limbs that can kill you because now they're alive when they're reattached to somebody. That's fucking gross. I think it's based off of someone else named Radon. Well, name origins are beautiful with word meanings in that they're always the same. That's what I said with like the spoilers going back to the origin. It doesn't matter who he could have been referencing, because that person's name is could have been representative of their character, or another based. Oh, I couldn't jump. I was out of stamina. Or based off of another person who, then again, it's a cyclical thing. Elden Ring. It means king no matter what. Or prosperous. And then it's like, again, with the double entendre. Maybe that does have another meaning. And that second meaning also, that's the beauty with magic, is it can be easy to do. It can be easy to do two meanings, right? You just say it's magic, and she's alive and also rotting for all eternity, right? And millennia makes sense. It's like, how are you rotting forever? It's like, well, the rune of death is gone. Okay, it makes sense. Like she's been rotting since she was born forever, with the worst sickness forever. When Miyazaki came up with the idea of the Radon Festival, the developers did not take him seriously. I want to make a boss that's so hard you need to summon like 10 people. That is actually kind of sick. I'm going to avenge my horse that's not even dead. I do want to make a game one day that's so intense that people are like, you're joking, right? But I don't want to make it hard. I think just like maybe funny or something. I feel like it's easy to make a hard game. I know that's crazy to say, but I think that's the beauty of Dark Souls and if I haven't proven it here today, all of the meaning, that it's not like, oh, you're reading too much into it. I'm like, no, the game is literally saying these things. These are characters they've listed off in places in the game. I'm not making up anything. Oh, I dodged too early. It's like, this is just the game, which is wonderful. Though when I do have a theory like the Rykard thing of how he would torture nobles for the truth, and maybe the nobles knew that the shaman's origin thing, like that's a theory, but I'll say it's a theory. It makes sense with Godwin's line of dialogue, but it could be like accidentally right kind of thing. Like maybe he doesn't even know that he's wrong, which makes everything even sadder. They all killed each other, they all did all of this shit because Marika lied and refused to ever tell the truth and would rather shatter the Elden Ring than, you know, allow anyone to replace her. Oof. My poor horse. Like right on the back of the heel. Oh yeah. Sometimes you have to trigger it on purpose so that you get the timing you want, because you know if it reaches you, by the time he's ready for his next attack, you will be fucked, right? Oh, step away. I'd rather the 600 damage than be... I'm fucking dumb. Then be dead. I'll finish the sentence. Not intentional, but also... What? Oh, I got hit at the start? Maybe that was it? I will show you, again, we will have to demonstrate for the class why I killed myself. Look at my health. Look at my health. So that's what I was aiming for. It didn't happen like that, sadly. Also, I will say that I am understanding his moveset. He does have 40,000, like, go look at this guy's health. But you weren't at full. No, I know. Well, I thought I had, like, one notch left. If I have any visible red, then I assume I have the one hit left. Because you just saw, there's no red visible. So. If I look up and I see red, I just use a blood slash. I guess I got, but if I get chipped by any damage, it throws it off. And then I die. Like you saw. Unfortunately. Oh, it sucks. Cookie time. Radical. Oh, that's the play. Okay. Learning. Radon could mean rad. Radical. I mean, I guess before it was appropriated by white surfers, it did mean something different. It did mean something radically different. It just means super, then, I guess. Yo, what's up, lazy animator? Radagon is radically radical. Radical. You have to follow it with like a guitar riff. And if you don't have one, you have to make a fucking sound. I don't care. Radical, dude. Fuck. There we go. Eh? Wait. Crack. Open. No. Oh. There we go. I see you're on the boss I'm stuck on. Well, hopefully we can give you some tips. Some training tips. Let's see if we can get it without the horse. Step 1. Run up. Step 2. Trigger the explosive before they fire. Or before they attack. So it triggers and then you run away. And then you watch their attack. Then you heal and then you dodge. I got lucky with the rock there. Woo! Give me your foot. Lock on kind of fucks you on bosses like this. Pull the flame this way. Whoa! Oh, I'm bad. Huh? I'll get this. Good to know he could turn around that fast. Back of his heel does the most damage. His Achilles. Go for his fucking Achilles. Right there. The butt of the foot. And then we dodge that shit. Heal up. Flask it up. Also, I stepped away from him so none of his bullshit would hit me. He sets off a fireball. We want to trigger it and then move away from it. He conveniently rolled the opposite way. I'm bad. I wonder how well I would fare only a 60 FPS PS4. I believe in you. I believe in the me that believes in you. I'm level 1 with only base stats of 10, which just surprised me, because I thought I had Radical Sword Seal on this whole fucking time. So I've been getting him to halfway. I don't even, it's like Goku was wearing the training weights. I can put 15 levels on it. I'm not going to, hopefully, but yeah, the fact that I got him halfway without it means good. And I'm level 70. Go to Renala, rebirth, put it all in endurance and vitality, and then just fucking slap your weapon around. Hit him a couple times. Just swing at him. 70 levels in vitality, just hold a fucking shield up. And hold forward. It actually doesn't matter what they do. You could tank anything. No, I don't know what your build is, but this guy's got 40,000 health. You're gonna have to do a lot of damage. It's gonna be a long fight. You're gonna need the health if you keep getting hit. If you don't want to learn the dodges, I'm bad. I should actually just let him kill me because I drank the wrong flask. I brought my blue raspberry. I was supposed to strawberry it up until you kill. Actually, it's more of like a cherry. I like to imagine the crimson flask is cherry flavored. With Bloodhound's Fang and still losing. Do you like the Bloodhound's Fang? Are you good with the Bloodhound's Fang? Those are my 2 questions to follow up. Use something you like, and then maybe get good with that. And then fuck it up. Or use something you don't like that you're good with. Right? If you just want to get by the boss. It's 1 boss out of like 62. Just beat the boss. And then go back to playing the game normally. No rule against rebuilding your character for a boss. In fact, in RPGs, Miyazaki wants you to do that. If you meet Miyazaki and you go, hey, I used a larval tear to rebirth my character for the fire giant, I think he would cry tears of joy. He'd be like, someone used the mechanics of my game? You've got to use the dog with the raw infusion, the raw dog. Yeah, dude. That's the Bloodhound is the dog, dude. You gotta use the raw dog. You gotta raw dog it. Everyone knows. Yeah. Just watch his crotch. Never mind, don't listen to me. I'm fucking bad at this game. So raw dog build is most OP. God, we've become a frat house. I've become what I've tried to destroy. That is funny as fuck though. Some people would say raw. It's fucking raw! As Gordon Ramsay would say. But to avoid being an idiot sandwich, just allow yourself to learn. And do what it takes to win. That, you know, is still considered honorable amongst you. I respect any means of victory that isn't, completely cheating. Even then, if you download mods and it looks cool, I'm like, oh, that's cool. At least you're enjoying yourself. I don't give a fuck. I'm fighting the boss because I'm crazy. I don't think anyone else needs to suffer through this. Do I want to do this for science? Yes. Do I need to do this for science? Fuck no, it's already been done. Do I want to do it? Yes. Do I think other people should do it? No. No, don't put yourself through it. It's still raw. It's fucking raw. Blood slash, fucking damn, I missed by like an inch. Raw infusion gets rid of scaling, but the dog gets especially high base damage from it to the point I can't read for a second. This is the first time I'm just stopping in the middle of the fucking. We trigger it and then we roll away. I didn't roll in time. Where did my brain leave off on that? I know where I left off word-wise, but where did my brain, where did the reading comprehension part of me leave off? Oh yeah, the start. Raw infusions get rid of all scaling, but the dog gets especially. Should I just do raw? It's fucking raw. Is that undo? Is that the raw? Am I raw dogging it? Get especially high base damage from it to the point where the dog has the highest damage raw out of any infusion. I think there's so many messages. I'm so not used to people being in chat. How you guys doing? From there, you just focus on vitality, I think, and endurance. Can I still get Alexander even though I passed the Radon fight? I didn't summon him for the Radon fight. I think he skips to Mount Gelmir. So go to the lava lake lizard boss. Yeah! Oh my god, I'm gonna beat this game without a horse. Oh my god, I'm gonna beat this game without a horse. Get back here, you pussy. Wait, what? I rolled too early. That's what she said. Again, I think he's always at Radon Arena when you go there, and as long as you don't pass Crumbling Fair Missoula, yeah, that's the spot that it skips. You won't ruin his quest. Could you beat Elden Beast with your fists? I can't even beat this motherfucker with a fully upgraded weapon. What are you talking about? What the fuck kind of question is that? Nah, I'm just kidding. Is there no one? Is it standard? Is that the thing? No, I could definitely do this. Actually, I kind of want to try parry against Melania. But I don't know if... What even is Fire Giant's plan if he beats you? That's a good question. I guess it's more of like the complacency thing that I was talking about earlier. Like he just is... He fears Marika more than he fears you. Right? So I think that is what is mostly happening with these fights. Because if they're all supposed to be immortal... If everyone's fucking immortal... Because the rune of death is sealed beyond time. In the opening it tells you everyone's immortal that's revived alongside you. Horaloo. Right? Everybody. They're all immortal. If they're tarnished. They're given immortality again. They can do the same thing you can. So... Death is canon. Oh no. Oh, sweetie. No, I'm just kidding. This does no fucking damage at all. Is there such little damage? I forgot what the fuck I was talking about. Have you played Devil May Cry? I've played like the first two when I was a child. I was actually just talking about a fond memory that if you this would give me my Devil May Cry credentials. I was the younger brother, and my older brother, I watched play Devil May Cry, and I was backseat gaming hardcore, but I didn't really ever play the first one. But then, I think at the end of 2 during the credit sequence, if you press start on the controller, you can join as Virgil. And then, I've played them all now, but like, or not, well, I don't really remember playing 1. So I as a child, again, that's the one we had, but I don't remember ever playing it. I remember playing 2, again, my fond memory. You can sign in. Here, let me just make sure I'm not crazy. Devil May Cry. Have you played 2? I remember 2 exactly. Yeah, that's the one where he's younger and it's like a prequel. But it's numbered 2. DMC 2 end credits player 2. Am I crazy? Hold on. Which devil? It might be 3. No. Fry has a multiplayer credit scene. Devil May Cry 5. No, dude, it's old as shit. Collection 2 has a secret 2-player mode. Every Devil May Cry game goes further back and further back until 4, isn't it? Until maybe actually. I think you might be right. But then they did the remake of DMC, right? That people shit on. Cameo system. No, bro. End credit sequence. Spoilers. Bro. Am I insane? Is it Mandela effect? My brother's in the other room. Yo! Damn. So you've been asking for that for years? Damn. He said he's been asking for that for years. So maybe that's it. I was like, I could just go ask him. I guess it is a Mandela effect. Maybe it's the younger brother control. No, maybe he let me train on the demons. That would be the only explanation. Because I remember that was like my first gameplay experience of like, oh, my inputs are actually registering. And me asking him how to play, because I remember the end credit sequence is an endless onslaught. I think it's a Virgil DLC. There is a DLC. I know that, and we did just see a multiplayer thing when I looked it up, but that wasn't when I was a child. So I will admit I'm wrong, but also question. How did I know? It was like one of those things where I said before you asked on like 2 days ago stream that I remember playing the end credit sequence because it's an endless onslaught of demons, right? And I was like, it was the easiest little brother game mode because you could just play it. So I was like, maybe I just remember playing it like that. But I mean, we did just Google it and this shit came up, but my brother said no. So I'm like, well then it probably didn't because I can't find it, and he said no. Even though we Googled it and it came up. That was for the new Devil May Cry. That's not it. But I know there's also a Virgil thing that you're talking about. And there are mods and stuff that exist, but I don't think that would have been in my childhood. So 2 is a sequel. Damn, 2 is a prequel. Here. So in terms of story, unless I'm crazy, and then DMC 3 is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, DMC 3 is the one that's in the past. DMC 3 is the prequel, and then DMC 2 is the one where he's older with the coat, right? The blue, not the coat. Yeah, they had a different version of him. Yeah, this is like an older one. Okay, so I was mixing up 3 and 2. I'll say that. 3 is the one with the endless demon onslaught mode. That's the credit sequence. I'm pretty sure. I think they all might end with that because it said credit sequence for 4 as well. I also remember playing 4. That actually might just be right here. Where's my PlayStation games? Well, I showed my PlayStation games before, so I remember playing 4 with Nero, but that that was the same brothers. Like, I never owned it. He had it on PlayStation 3, then he didn't own a PlayStation 3, so I got the game. How it goes. The DMC game that makes you play as Virgil is 3. Yes. And isn't that the one where at the final boss that's the one? That's literally this picture, right? This final boss sequence and end credits is when you're playing as both of them. Right? There's Virgil. And then here's the end credit sequence. And then you have the cameo system. No, it's in this boss room. It's right before it. God damn it, it's the boss right before. It's in this boss room, I remember, where they make you play as both of them, right? And then the boss room is split. It's like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic and Shadow, where they make you fight on both halves of the boss. That is literally it. Also, I don't know if Orange Buster is there, but look, it's recommending the video, and I told you, my ADHD let me watch like 39 minutes of it. So I'm gonna click on this and see how deep in we are. 27. Okay, maybe it went back. Yeah, because I watched day 3, so it rewound. That's pretty cool. That is funny. That is really cool. I don't know if you were there, Orange Buster, but this is what I'm misremembering. But I will say I'm misremembering it entirely. Because I thought that was 2. But I did say I was a child, and it is one of the first memories of playing a game and my inputs in a controller actually registering. You gotta forgive me. But I did play 4 more than these ones. I did play this one, but barely. The credits. I watched my brother play it. But God, did he still play? If I go grab him right now and pull him in here to talk about Devil May Cry, the new one, I don't even know what number it is. I'm a fake fan. He can probably tell you every single thing about that game. He's probably unlocked everything, beaten all the bosses. I think he beat it on like the hardest difficulty, but I do not know the difficulty scale. It's the same brother that reached Tekken God of Destruction. Iron Horse. We're just a family of gamers. At least I was like vaguely remembering. I do remember asking for the controller when Virgil came up because I liked blue. So maybe he actually let me play as Virgil. But I don't remember there being checkpoints at the time. I think you're kind of fucked if you die there. I don't remember if he would have let me do that. But I do remember playing as Virgil as a kid. And that's the only time that would have been possible. But I thought it was Devil May Cry 2, but it was that one. I knew there was only one that was a prequel, and that's the one that's a prequel. Devil May Cry 2 is the one that's like afterwards that nobody likes, and it was apparently Devil May Cry 1 was originally a Resident Evil game, but the knife fighting combat system developed into its own thing so hard that they were like, let's just make this its own game. And they made Devil May Cry. So Resident Evil is to thank for Devil May Cry. I know that as a game developer. That is a little bit of game developer lore. If you like Resident Evil, but you don't like Devil May Cry, then you proved them right. You wouldn't have liked the combat system of Devil May Cry, so they needed to make it a separate game. And if you like both, and think that a game that merges the two would be sick as fuck, then you're proving them wrong. Because that's why they split them into 2 separate games. That is funny though. It's like how business decisions influence game settings and stuff. It's like it should technically be called Resident Evil, but it's like that's not even. It kind of makes sense like when you think of Dante's design with like all of the holsters and shit and the leather and like the coats. I'm like, he totally does look like a Resident Evil character. He looks like fucking Revolver Ocelot in a Resident Evil game. Like, and like his facial structure, like how they made Resident Evil characters back then, he totally looks like a Resident Evil character. But then they decided to go their own route with it. It is funny. I love that little fun fact. But at least now I remember correctly. I gotta ask him if he ever let me play as Virgil, because I don't think he would have. If you're like at the last boss, second phase, that's like me handing this controller to my nephew right now. When I get the fire giant to phase 2. Who's like a 7-year-old. Like I've seen him do long jumps in Mario, but I don't know if he's got the understanding of the wind up for this game, you know? Oh, I gotta change my thing back to blood. Also, somehow we did 1,000 damage like that. Yeah, we need to change back to the blood infusion. I'm doing more damage with the blood infusion. Let it ignite. If I outran it, then the horse definitely can. Step through, roll, maybe up front. Don't walk me into it, please. Thank you, shield. Eh. Oh, shit. The one right next to it exploded. So I gambled on the explosion of this one. Fuck, that was such a dumb gamble. I just knew I needed to get away from the... There were just too many explosions happening. I should have pulled back to the right, but it's like hindsight. Now when I had the camera angle to see the correct path after I died, I know I should have done that, but it's like random where those fire pillars show up. I don't want to say random bullshit, but it gives you enough time to react. That's what random shits should do in these games. If it's going to be random, there should be a very clear indicator that says, hey, this is not just what the attack is going to look like, but this is where it's going to land. Just don't be in the path or right where it's going to wind up. Sometimes they're not too clear with it, and sometimes it'll randomly animation cancel and attack really fucking fast, and you're like, what am I supposed to see the goddamn future to block that? How the fuck was I supposed to know? I keep forgetting to change. I only did 900 damage with that. Gross. I think I'm just gonna let him kill me so I can do more damage. I sacrificed myself to the fell flame. Damn, the orb landed right in my heart. But now I'm curious what that thing came up when I'm looking at chat with the Devil May Cry thing. The thing that said there was multiplayer in Devil May Cry. It has to be a mod, right? Or a DLC, maybe? Selling multiplayer as a DLC is diabolical. I'll say it. You have to construct the game with multiplayer in mind. If you are making a multiplayer game, a lot of the coding is like foundational, right? Like it's at the start of making a game that multiplayer stuff has to be introduced. If you have all of the references showing up, or not showing up, if you have all of the references, god damn it, I forgot to change it again. Instantly finding the player a certain way, which is the easiest way, and also most optimal. It's gonna be. Please don't kill me. Oh no, I don't have stamina. Oh my god, he swung over my fucking head. No. Sit. That's a interjection real quick. I was talking before about holding your shield up and it didn't work the last couple times. It worked there and I needed to address it because I was hoping to God it would happen sometime. Fuck though. I kind of need to sacrifice myself. I'm like doing half as much damage. I'm missing like a third of my damage when I do the big hit with the 1800. That's how much my minimum hit should be going for, so. And then the 700 is just depressing. I don't even want to see 700. I don't even want to see 1,000. This guy's got 40,000 health. Oh, your chat just disappeared. That's weird. There we go. I don't think there is a multiplayer. Yeah. There we go. Your guys' chats weren't showing up. If you go to... Here, I'll show you. Live chat. I was in top chat and it wasn't showing you, but then I changed to live chat and then all of these messages just came up. That was weird. It was stuck on here. This is what the last like 2 messages were. DMC2 is ass. Yeah. DMC peak of combat sucks. The biggest cash grab until Diablo Immortal. DMC1 is the game with I should have filled your Dark Souls with light echoing for some reason. Yeah. It's DMC5, that's what it is. Bro, when I saw the I should have filled your Dark Souls with light scene was hilarious. Level 1 ocean. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. The chat wasn't moving for a second. Also, it's so dark in here. Both series are pretty consistent. Wait, what? Level 1 ocean, and then kept watching the next 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Both series are pretty inconsistent in quality. Yeah, but when it's good, it's amazing. Did you know Dante solos Kratos? Okay, can he beat Goku though? Close, it's close. But Goku wins. I will always I'm a big Dragon Ball Z fan. Who is it? Which guy destroys the planets? It is the Omega Shenron. It's not even fandom, the official wiki. This fucking guy. Well, one, they made him like canon again. I don't even think GT's canon. I was one of those guys. They remade Dragon Ball Z with Daima, and they reintroduced Super Saiyan 4, which is fucking crazy to me. I was like, what? So, but they when they get up to that guy, they're just blowing up planets. They're just casually blowing up planets. And I know that sounds like casually blowing up planets. Yes. Casually blowing up planets. Has perplexing name to me. It has a it kind of makes sense. It's just Superman for Japanese people. But I love it. It's just Journey to the West, Son Goku, but with Superman. No, but no, it is. I love Dragon Ball Z. I'm a super diehard Dragon Ball Z fan. I've watched the original Dragon Ball. I've watched the original Dragon Ball Z, the one that's like super crazy bloody for no reason. But they're like cutting each other's they like rip each other's arms off and cut each other's tails off and shit. Then, of course, all of the remakes and all of the games, Budokai Tenkaichi, all the way up through 3. Like me and my brothers have played them all. We grew up watching the Brawly movies and shit on road trips. I love Dragon Ball Z, but it does have a problem with power scaling where it's like, cool, whenever anyone asks can they beat Goku, I'm like, can the person you're fighting survive in space after the planet that they're on is destroyed? That's the actual question. Because Goku can just roll up to your planet and fucking blow it up. If you're talking about like full strength lunatic Saiyan, that's what the Saiyans were enslaved to do. When Vegeta and Raditz gets there, for Frieza, they've been blowing up planets their whole lives since they were children. Since they were fucking like actually they could barely form words. And they were blowing up planets and ending civilizations. That's like the actual canon remake story. That's not like the original, oh, that's not canon anymore. That's like Daima. So it's like, as children, they blow up planets. And that's what they're enslaved to do by Frieza. And that's horrifying enough. They grow up to not only train and contain their powers, but to fight people to the death who try to come and blow up their fucking planet. That's what the point of Namek is. They have to take everything off of Earth because it gets so strong. It is bad. So that's why a lot of the fight, like Planet Namek, it's a different planet that whole arc takes place on. And then everyone gets wiped out, and then that whole last fight, they blow up the fucking planet in like the first arc when he first goes Super Saiyan. Frieza and Goku blow up the fucking planet of Namek. That's what happens in that fight. That's the destroyed wasteland that they're standing in. They fucking blew it up. So it's like at the very start of Dragon Ball Z, they're blowing up planets due to their fights. So that's why when everyone's like, oh, can they beat Goku? I'm like, cool, do their transformations destroy the planet that they're standing on and kill everybody? No? Then shut the fuck up. There's no point in talking about those characters fighting. Like, I love it, but that's the whole point of One Punch Man, right? Like, it's like, he's supposed to be a satirical character. It's like, it's the opposite with Dragon Ball Z. If you watch the show, it's like, what are you even talking about? He just gets angry in an area and the fucking planet blows up. The planet, what? So that's what I love those things. But yeah, I want to say Zed, but it also doesn't sound right. I sound like such a nerd saying Dragon Ball Z. I've said that before, kind of jokingly, but it does sound cool, especially with the opening. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, they say it in the opening, so. Which, if I wasn't a nerd, for just from that description. But I mean, like, it's a description for everyone. It's like, can Naruto beat him? I love Naruto, but I never watched the show, really. I played the Shippuden games, and I think, oh my god, it's so cool, and the stuff they do is, like, almost world-ending. But then it gets back to, like, yeah, but Goku blew up a planet because Krillin died. Because Frieza killed his friend, Goku killed everyone on Namek. What the fuck? Like, you can't even... What are we even talking about here? It's like, yeah, after he does a very convoluted series of hand gestures, he can shoot a big orb of air. I love the concept. It's so cool. Like, cause it's like, look how important air is, like the very fabric of reality and atoms and like, oh, it's so, I love that shit. But then it gets back to like, do you know how many atoms are a planet? Do you know how many atoms it takes to destroy a fucking whole world by screaming? He does nothing but scream in that section. He doesn't cast any Kamehamehas. He just goes, ah! and the fucking planet is destroyed, and then they fight in the rubble of the donut planet. Yeah, I love it. I love all anime, but as someone who grew up going to Anime Expo with friends, I never partook in those arguments because in my perspective, I was like, well, I'm just gonna sound like a fanboy when I describe my character's true power level. That in the first arc of Namek, it establishes, hey, you keep trying to destroy everything, and then he goes on to fight angels and gods and fight for his dimension and shit. It's like he only gets stronger from there and unlocks a mode called God and Ultra Instinct. It's like, what? They're just exaggerating. That's it. I'm a fanboy, but also like even I could say it's getting out of hand. You know, One Punch Man is funny because it's a spoof on power. Exactly. It's a. I love that kind of shit, and I say One Punch Man beats Goku to upset it, and it goes in the theme of like, well, he's a parody. That's like asking who wins, Bugs Bunny or Superman. Yeah, sure, Superman's from Krypton and he can lift a bajillion tons, and he lifted infinity with Shazam. Oh, dude, he's so strong. Yeah, but Bugs Bunny beat his ass in the cartoon, bro. What the fuck are we even talking about? It's like you're comparing a cartoon character comedy that's also cool and good, and also awesome if they cross over, but versus something that's not satirical, dead serious. You know? That's the best thing that I can compare it to. Have you ever seen the episode of Bugs Bunny versus Superman? That's comparing Saitama versus Goku. You're comparing a Looney Tune joke character in exaggeration of, the developer says he's a parody of the genre. It's not me just insulting or anything. I love that about it. That's a fucking cool way to write a character. It's like, well, I already win all arguments. I wrote it. I will win playground arguments, right? Like you do that as your writing style. It doesn't matter how strong any character gets. Everyone's gonna say One Punch Man, and I agree with them. It's funny because that's the nature of the show. But then, oh, that's it. I'm dead. But then it's like, but then when you try to argue like a human dude that does 100 push-ups, when that guy's like genuinely arguing One Punch Man and doesn't get it's a satire. I'm like, yeah, okay, a guy does 100 push-ups, you know what I mean? Versus dude that gets mad and blows up a world, and then he got stronger for fucking 10 goddamn arcs. What are we even talking about here? They're not even in the same arc. It's like Krillin. I understand the people who are like Krillin and Yamcha do everyone in those stories. It's like, yeah, kinda. Oh, he barely missed me. He got me with his arm. It's like Krillin and Yamcha are humans that are trained to like fight these demigod beings, right? And in these tournaments and shit. Them even lasting a fraction in the middle of the fight. I know, right? Wouldn't it be funny if in Dark Souls 2 had a boss that starts you on a platform in a gank boss? In a gank boss against 3 bosses that all have almost in the same moveset. And they're required to take a fall that may kill you in the middle of the fight, like the demon princes or whatever. Like when you jump, you know what I mean? Or what's it called? The dark dragon, the pit that you just have to jump into. I wonder how many of those we've just lost development and lore, right? Like how many hours of development in these secret areas of Dark Souls just never went discovered. It's like, I think of the Easter egg for Futurama, where it took 20 years to discover the Easter egg. I'm like, dude, Dark Souls, they intentionally hid cryptic shit. They weren't just trying to hide an Easter egg, they're like intentionally hiding everything. So it's like, I wonder how much shit is just not found in Dark Souls, and may never go found. It'll just go unfound forever. I mean, you take fall damage. Do you take fall damage from the dragon one? Or the demon princess? You might as well just mail me the attacks. Dude, it's so gross how well they animated the fire giant. The lips, like moving around that he's reaching into. Like it's a dead face. You know, I didn't even consider that it's again the literal thing. These are a literal connection to the Fellfire god. So it's a their lineage would be connected to the Fellfire god, right? Literally. So anyone who's born with red hair is more likely to be god related or descended. So Radagon, again, being his own identity, but having children with red hair shows that they are the true lineage. Like Ronnie has red hair. We've proven it. We've shown the character model. Also, Radagon, or no, well, yeah, Radagon. But Radon has red hair. Rykard has red hair. All of the children that end up connecting to gods in some way or another. Uh-oh. I saw him winding up. I accepted my fate when I said uh-oh. No, just Ruins, Sentinels, and Nito. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're like... No, I swear, the Oh, actually, real quick, though. For any doubters, we might have to mute it, but... Dragon Ball Z... Goku first time Super Saiyan. Okay, this is his first time in the lowest, weakest form. Actually, no, I consider Kaioken the weakest form. But... Yeah, shut the fuck up. Look at the planet, right? It's normal, they have the water there still, there's wind blowing. They just killed Krillin. And he makes fun of him, like Pop Goes the Weasel, I blew up your friend. So this is what happens when he just gets angry. He's just mad right now. Frieza's like, wait, what the fuck? Oh man, it's not that deep. It's just a dude. We killed like so many dudes. What the fuck are you talking about? We're fast forwarding for obvious reasons. He's not even transformed yet, and the world is breaking apart around him. There's like rocks flying up in the air, there's ground cracking. He finally transforms. And then what happens during their fight? You see that? Beautiful. See this? Now what? Now Frieza versus Super Saiyan Goku. We're just gonna cut to the end of the fight. They're in the same place. Look at the background. They're in the same place. They never moved. They just did that. They pure aura farmed until the fucking world shattered beneath them. And now the only thing that's left is lava and broken planets. Right? They fought until nighttime. And then it goes on until they literally destroy the planet. Like, why? How do you even? Why? Again, I wanted to go to the original because that undersells it. When you go to the remakes where they're trying to like show and compare and contrast to the modern animes, right? Their animation styles develop. I kind of said this to my brother the other day. Your style develops as an artist, right? So like the reason Dragon Ball Z is like the original is so good is because it was Akira Toriyama's art style, and it was that version of the art style at that time, right? Like it's like a pocket. Dragon Ball Z, the original that I liked, the reason I liked it was for the art style and stuff, but Akira Toriyama's, not like the artist he hired to replicate his art style in the remakes. Even though he could like signed off and it looks almost one-to-one, the shading's off, the line thickness is off. It's like the subtle differences that now as an adult I'm like, oh, it's like the little things that it's crazy. But they make it even crazier as it goes on, to the point where when you play through the video games and you do that mission, They just used the destroyed Namek map. If I die, I'm gonna pull up the destroyed Namek map, cause that's just. Oh, okay. I feel like I didn't hit it that time, but that's fine. Destroyed. This is what it ends up being. Look at look at this. When they over exaggerate it, this is what destroyed Namek looks like. So that lush, beautiful green landscape that you see with all the trees and stuff, just from Frieza fighting Goku, that happens. The world is fucking destroyed. See how it says destroyed? Again, they over exaggerated further and further when they have more people to compete against, but this is like the power scaling again. It kind of shows the problem when you see this compared to like Namek is kind of destroyed around them. Oh my god, the fact that they're breaking the world around them is really cool. And then it keeps ramping up to modern times where they're like, now we have to literally destroy the whole planet that they're on to show how powerful they are. It's like, god damn. But that red map right there is supposed to be the same thing, the same effect. Which you know it's not. He goes Super Saiyan and then that happens after a couple of attacks, bro. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Again, huh? The fuck is blowing up whole planets with this aura farming because his friend died? I mean, same. But he's just standing there. Eye is starting to turn white, but he wasn't even screaming for a while. And everyone jokes about how like, oh, they scream for so long in Dragon Ball Z. He was just kind of breathing, heavy breathing, and then he was flickering the transformation. And then again, in later generations, he just kind of like blinks and turns it on and stuff. So I'm going with Generation 1 Goku. Still kind of crazy. Still destroying planets. Still very powerful compared to original people. But then if they try to argue like the modern version, I'm like, bro. He's like a god. Like, I don't even like that it's called that, but it's fucking, they called him Super Saiyan God. And that's what the whole thing was based off of originally anyway. The people training him are called Kais. And that was, oh, I stepped into the fire. That's gods. They're supposed to be like greater grand spirits, the Grand Kai and all of them. Those are gods. If he destroyed planets, it's that. If he just doesn't destroy planets, that's crazy. Yeah, like Goku sneezing and accidentally destroying the planet. Yeah, it goes back to like he's like the Japanese version of Superman. Superman's whole thing is that he's an alien and he has to hold back his inhuman powers to like even pretend to be human. And then there's a scene in Dragon Ball where they are trying to apply for the Tournament of Power, and they don't want people to know that they are the strongest, right? The secret in the world of Dragon Ball is that Hercule beat Cell. It wasn't Goku. Hercule is the human that beat Cell, and he's the grandest fighter, and no one should ever attack Earth because humans are all as strong as Hercule. That's how Goku plans on defending Earth. A lie. I know that's insane, but that's literally the plot. So their strongest enemy is quote-unquote defeated by their weakest ally. And the lie is what defends Earth, right? If Hercule, the weakest motherfucker, is someone who can beat Cell, then he must be good. So, the NT and isn't turned into that again. If he doesn't destroy planets, isn't that crazy? Yeah, exactly. And then again, like, I love those kinds of like when it makes sense. Like, I've never watched One Piece, so maybe this isn't a good comparison. But like Tanjiro, right, from Demon Slayer, he's a sword wielder. What about the Zoro dude from One Piece, right? Like, I would ask the dude, like someone who really watches One Piece and watches Demon Slayer, like, can you gauge the one person's skill off of the others? Like those kinds of things are really good to sell a series to me. I like those kinds of, not arguments, but like comparisons or like contrasts, contradictions, where it's like actually they're nothing alike. They look alike, but the only thing similar is that they use swords. Their character types and like you could break down so much by it. But it's not gonna be like a childish argument of like, oh no, he's stronger because he just blows up planets. But then that's the problem again. Like, can he survive off-world? No. Can he instantly teleport to any planet? No. Across the universe, because that when Goku learns instant transmission, the reason he learns it is he can't travel back fast enough to save his friends, so he has to instantly teleport across the universe. Or that's how Shenron like hooked him up. He got wished away so that he can't travel back to Earth like in the time it would take, right? And it was such an oddly specific wish that Shenron monkeypawed him and sent him across the universe to a planet of people who can instantly transmission. And then Goku learns the instant transmission and teleports back to Earth from the other side of the universe. So again, it's like, so can he survive in space and just teleport to another planet on the other side of the universe? So it's like, it doesn't matter if he blew up your planet. He can just go to a habitable planet in that universe. And again, he can survive it for like, what is it, 12 minutes or some stupid shit? They like fight for 12 minutes out in orbit. And then they say like, oh, we only have so much time. I keep killing myself like that. Yeah, they both leveled Dex, exactly. It's like, you can't argue with that. But then the people who would survive against him are cool people. Like the Superman versus Goku. Then it becomes like a philosophical debate with your friends, right? You're like, well, I think Goku would befriend him. They would align, right? Like they wouldn't even fight each other. And then you would have, of course, the addendum of what if they had to fight to the death, right? Like they were lied to, Sonic versus Mega Man style. They had to fight to the death. Then what happens, right? Like it's like then you get into the philosophical shit of like what makes the characters unique, because they're pretty much the same story. An alien race that was wiped out by an evil entity that never really visits Earth. It never troubles Earth. Yeah, the savior that they are, they show up in a pod in the middle of the countryside, and then they get taught by the cultural values, right, of Japan, America, right, where Goku represents Japanese culture, right? In that he is Sun Wukong, another story based on Sun Wukong, a Journey to the West story, which is a Japanese story. Their fiction. He also, I mean, aside from having the name Son Goku, his story mirrors the Journey to the West, right? Trying to find the Dragon Balls and make the wish, though, not so much specifically, but the Seven and the Sephiroth and like all of the whole teachings and stuff, and the extending pole and like the people he meets being like priests and stuff, Krillin, all of the stuff aligns with it being a Japanese story. And then again, Goku, that's him. What do you have? Then Superman is the exact same story, except he is taught American values from the country West, right? Like just Kansas or wherever the fuck they decide to drop him. If it's the Red Sun and it's Russia, Red Sun Superman, right? It's like the real thing that makes those characters special. The fans could argue, right? Like it's like, well, what makes them unique? Which version of it is that? Like, is it the current version with all of their fucking crazy powers, or is it the original version that like comes to mind when you say it to any fan, right? Old and new, like the basic version of that character. whether it be Goku or Superman. And that's what I like as a creator talking about. And I remember arguing with my friends about these kinds of things, which is funny. But then it gets like, I don't enjoy it when someone isn't trying to actually like talk about the creation of them and is just like, no, Saitama is stronger because he's my favorite, right? That's why okay, we barely made it. I like to go the opposite, where I'm like, Goku's my favorite, but I think Saitama, being a satirical character, naturally wins. Because again, like the thing I said, it's like fucking, like Superman versus Bugs Bunny. It's not even the same kind of competition. And the one time we've ever seen that Looney Tunes shit play out, the Looney Tune was winning. So it's you know, I have to swallow my pride and admit my favorite thing might not win there. No, I try to be stylistic. As much as I love Goku, and then it also went on a tirade about how strong he is and how he could just blow up planets. That is the canonical story power level, right? It's interesting to pit him strength-wise against certain characters, because then you can imagine the crazy fights. And then also, again, like you can imagine Goku's upbringing as like whatever. This applies to any specific character and character story, like Batman versus Superman. No, I'm trying to think of a weird one. Batman versus what the fuck is the guy's name? Inspector Gadget, right? You want to just say, what are you, fucking stupid? Batman wins. He's Batman. Did you see him become the god of knowledge? Blah, 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 Batman. He's Batman. And then I say, go Gadget, discover Batcave. What do you do then? Go Gadget, identity discoverer. They just say some stupid shit like that. And he fucking has solved the strongest thing that Batman's got going for him. Like, no one can solve Batman's identity. It's like, well, now he's outdone him in his own territory. But see, it's like one character's a Looney Tunes logic, and one character's going off pure. It's like, yeah, if you go against logic, Batman wins. You're going against the fucking character where rules of logic do not apply specifically. That's the whole point of the cartoon, like the unrealistic cartoon nature. So you can't really argue like that. So again, it doesn't really. Saitama's strength isn't what makes him like, oh, it's like, oh, he's so strong because he's strong, and that's why he beats him. It's like it's how they're written. He's going to beat him no matter what, because that's why it's written like that. I'm sure if what is it? Toriyama Akira Toriyama did a crossover with One Piece or One Punch, he would let, if it didn't end in a draw to confuse fans, he would let Saitama win for the joke to keep going. Because it's like you're guest starring in a comedy thing and you're saying, let me kill the joke. It doesn't really hold well. But when you guest star in the comedy thing and you're like, let me participate in the joke, right? Then it's funny. It's, you uphold the joke. You do good. So you keep the joke alive. You yes and improv. I suck at improv, but I think that is what it is. It's like actual improv. You're trying to improvise like a dialogue versus about these characters. Try to talk about it. When someone cuts the dialogue off to be like, oh, it's just because this character's stronger, and they're like, it's like we're not willing to have a conversation. It's like you don't realize what the point of the conversation actually is here, my friend. I don't give a fuck about either of these characters' strength. I'm just trying to talk to you. But no, I think it could be done to serve certain stories well by drawing parallels, like when you do Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I could say, like, it doesn't matter if I think they're canon or not, like, to each other. You can tell that Gwendolyn's story mirrors Miquella's, right? So it's like these kinds of stories all fish into each other. Oh god. You go fishing into one, and then as you discover truth, it's like, oh, that one, you know what? That makes sense for this other thing. That's why I think Elden Ring is clarifying things. We have this cutscene. Elden Ring is clarifying things that he didn't like people misconstrued in Dark Souls. That's why it's more literal. It doesn't happen like this in Dark Souls. But if you analyze it like we did Dark Souls, which he knows we're going to do, hindsight's 2020, you see the truth. No, I'm just kidding. He knows how we're going to look at this through items, right? He knows we're going to look at the lore through items. So telling the story through Corrin, a character that doesn't really exist, like a parallel doesn't really exist in Dark Souls, at least the first one, or Demon Souls. The story that it tells is, again, parallel to the player's journey. You have the invaders of Volcano Manor that are the player invaders in the story. If you invade people, in the game world story, what you are literally doing is the same thing as Volcano Manor, invading. You are invading other tarnished that you think deserve it. No, I almost got out of it. Down to the last third, dude. Fuck. I'm cooking. Let me cook. But no, so yeah, Corrin tells us, it literally, again, he, with his words, not his actions and not implied words, he tells us, holy shit, I've been deciphering Gold Mask's powers and his finger movements. Remember, the fingers is what they decipher to find the truth in the gold. And he's like, and I'm deciphering a lie. I'm finding a lie in the Golden Order. There's a deception, a grand deception that when he discovers it, he's like, I don't even want to believe it. Because again, it's like you make a bunch of lore videos on all of these characters just based on reading the items. And then once you've read them all and you'll be able to piece together that it's not true based on what's happening in the game and your fucking eyes. So then you have to go back to the drawing board and rewrite the story from scratch, like we did with the Photoshop thing, with a new lore perspective that the DLC gives you. It happens in every fucking Dark Souls game too. I knew Miyazaki was gonna do this. I told my brother verbatim that, oh, you know, we probably don't have all of the answers because Miyazaki likes introducing characters in the DLC that their context in the story, right? Their story in our story, like what they're doing, what they've done and what they're trying to do, what it means for us, what it means for them, what it means for the theme overarching. It's like, it always goes in the DLC. We find the one missing piece of the puzzle, like the shamans, that goes, oh, duh, like Manus and that whole thing with Ulasil. Why was Ulasil underwater and all that shit? Well, you go back there and find old Ulasil for your answers, right? Fuck, I just got healed, brother, in the negative sense. And then in Dark Souls 2, you're wondering what's happening, and then you get all of the Ring City bullshit, and then you find, like, this is an alternate world that you've invaded at the beginning. And this isn't Lordran. This is Drangleic, a different world, but it's based off of the ashes of the old one. Right, it's built over, like America's, it's built over the ashes of the old one, in this world, which, beautiful theme ties. It upsets people because it spatially doesn't make sense, but the whole thing in 3 is clarified with time travel, right? They make time travel, again, with what I'm saying with Elden Ring, from 2 to 3, they make it more clear. They're like, okay, you are time traveling. Here's a dog that hunts time travelers, and it's hunting you. It shows up multiple times trying to kill you because you show up in places that don't exist anymore. So you are time traveling. It's like, all right, I get it, Miyazaki. So, again, with the, and then in 3, what happens? But the ashes and the DLC kind of explain the whole darkness in humanity and the soul. So now we understand why, not only how Bloodborne might connect with the blood painting, Ashes of Arendelle, right? Because the dark soul and the blood of humanity is mixed into the paint that they make the fucking painting with. So it explains why humanity is ingrained in the painting and lives in the painting, right? As well as other things that are misbegotten creatures. Like Elden Ring, misbegotten. But hold on, that's not even the thread there. The misbegotten creatures, what happens to them? They become beasts, and you study their blood because blood is the whole thing of the painting in the Dark Souls 3 DLC, and it clarifies again the connection to Bloodborne because there's a painting that humans are naturally connected to through their blood. And if they discover through their blood connection, right, the truth, they would be gaining sanity, and it would disillusion them to being inside the Eldritch horror painting, right? The outside of the painting would be a world consumed in darkness with alien-like beings, right? Based on Elden Ring and Ronnie's ending and Estelle, right? It's not me guessing. It's like, no, that's what Elden Ring clarifies is in the darkness. Weird alien life, crystal creatures. I'm dead. Right? Again, it's like I'm not guessing. They tell you in the future games, right? And then they also hint at it in that game. So, it is beautiful, but it is like, it's like beautifully sad. It's like melancholy. Not many things I would describe as that, but it's beautiful in a way that makes you appreciate through its gruesomeness the good in life. Like, you appreciate life because it's telling you about death. It's like, oh, what if we removed death from everything, right? Look at how everyone would suffer. It's like, you should appreciate your life. It isn't death that you should fear. It should be not living, right? Which is, again, a lot of the stories, and I'm not just coming up with that. That is some of the stories in Elden Ring. Some of the people, like, die, and they're like, oh god, my greatest regret in life is that I didn't do everything I sought out to, even though it was right there with my fingertips. And all I had to do was say the words. It's like, because magic is real. And I have the incantations. I just needed to do the thing. It's like, oh my god. Like, America didn't have to do any of this shit. But it's all her fault. For trying to perpetuate immortality. Which again, it goes back to that theme of death and how I know it all fits together. Which is funny because I analyze their stuff, and even though I can understand it, I still don't think I can piece together a game as wonderful as like the many writers have that work at From Software. I'm bad. Like, sure, I can piece it together, but it takes so much, and I know I'm missing pieces, and I know that it's gonna take even more people to help me piece it together when they're gonna, like the Mogwin thing that you pointed out before, Malel. I don't know if you're there, but he hit me with the like, oh, by the way, this supports your theory. You're looking at map 1 and map 2. There's also map 3, which further proves what you're talking about. I'm like, holy shit, you're right. Like, it's not even subtle. It's overlaid in space. It is right the fuck there. So it was cool to have that, but it's like I didn't even realize that while I was overlapping map 1 and 2. It's like all I had to do was open the game, go to that spot, and open the underground map, and it'd be like, oh, but I didn't even piece that shit together. He's just like, isn't Mogwin's palace right there? And then it was like, yeah, Mogwin's palace is supposed to be where Noxtella should be, right? It's it all goes together. It's connected spatially. It's in the same area, even though there's 3 other cities. I know I pressed that shit. So it connects them. It's good. They do so good with these stories connecting them. Again, that's why, like, when someone's like, you should just make a Dark Souls game that's only up, I'm like, I would love to, but not only can I not program that, not only do I not have the assets right now, so I would have to make the assets and create the game from scratch, because I don't just have access to Elden Ring soft or dev. I don't even know what it would be. I would need the engine and all of the assets. I would need to like decompile the game, which is illegal as fuck. Don't do that. To make a game like Elden Ring from scratch, that's like a 1-to-1. That's just like Elden Ring, but I use the assets to make an only up game. It's like there isn't really, like, if you go to Unity and you look up like the templates and stuff, action adventure games exist, but it's not like exactly Elden Ring and Dark Souls and stuff. You still have to like make all of the items, use different assets, make dungeons, making games is really fucking hard, and I'm still learning. So it's like, God, I would love to make a Dark Souls game, but I don't have a big ass team. That's why I'm just making a first person. Kind of like, okay, I know I pressed it, but it's all right. I pressed it a little late. Didn't think he was gonna snap to me. Oh fuck, dude, I just got slammed. Gonna do a BRB. We've ranted and raved. If you had a big ass team, you would be the next Miyazaki. That is the most flattering thing I think I've ever heard in my life. Here's my game pitch. Ready? I have an endless budget. I go buy a supercomputer to station at our headquarters. I use that to run the servers in real time, so there's no latency server side, right? Because I can't account for your player devices. I then code it to optimize on minimum hardware so that you can run that game on a tablet or your iPhone, right? But then we make it so it's running it kind of like you're kind of controlling your own game, right? Like an arcade controller or stick. And then it's just like Miyazaki wants. Elden Ring, but an MMO. Like World of Warcraft in terms of how players walk around the world, but Elden Ring in every other sense of the word, right? And then I would do like a cartoonish anime, because I'm a fucking weeb who grew up on Dragon Ball Z, if you didn't tell. And like, so my setting would be a little bit more stylized cartoonish instead of realism, just to have that, like, I feel thematic things are cool, but stylized, if it's stylish, a unique style, it holds way more, like, it holds for longer. I don't know how else to say it. It holds, like Tetris is simple, Minecraft is simple, but it's stylized, and that's why it matters. Minecraft was made when they were like really high fidelity games, like fucking Crisis, right? But that's not what it's about. It's not always about realistic graphics. I would also spend a little bit of my time making sure that the style is perfect, so it's like not just realism. You can use a lot of assets. The thing is, all that I'm describing, it is super hard, and you would need millions of dollars budget. Like, you would need millions of dollars of budget to make it, and game companies aren't going to do it, mainly because loot box industry, right? Everyone's trying to pump out the fastest game for easiest money. Like, to make the game I described goes against every industry standard. You will have someone on the board of directors or executive bullshit getting in your way, a bunch of yellow tape, if you weren't an indie developer, and indie developers don't have the hardware or software, like all of the assets available to make a game that big. Again, I would need limitless accessible, like, funding, and then I would go against this industry standard and make a game that's actually good, because that is how you keep players coming back, right? Like with World of Warcraft, when it stopped being good and started focusing on monetization models, people stopped playing it, started playing old school RuneScape, and then when old school RuneScape now starts focusing on monetization models and all this shit, nobody's happy with RuneScape and everyone's looking for a new outlet. So again, I would go with an MMO live service model, because the live service model is imploding, not because it's a bad model, but because greedy idiots don't know how to make games but want to make money off of the model, right? So if you aren't making a good game to keep people coming back, then you never will succeed on a monetization model of, hey, my game is good every month, pay me money monthly, and I promise to make a good game, right? Like, you failed your end of the promise. That's why people left, right? World of Warcraft could have gone forever, and then that's why going back to Classic WoW kind of proves what I'm talking about, because it's not World of Warcraft people are sick of. They went back to the original, most classic World of Warcraft that everyone's experienced with private servers and shit, and they started making money again and started being successful. Going with the industry standard of listening to executives who aren't creative and don't know what the fuck they're talking about, I've said this a long time. If you are going with analytics, you will never be creative, period. Because you have to go off of things that already exist with analytics, and being creative means making something that doesn't exist. They do not go together. They conflict. You cannot be creative and innovative and make something new that players want while going off analytics. The entire industry goes off analytics, and they will only make a safe bet with their money if the analytics show that the game will make money. The game has to exist already. Then you showed people it will make money, then they invest in you. So it's backwards. You can't make something new and get investors to invest in you. If they will immediately ask, what are your business reference bullshit? Like, what are your sales looking like, right? All of these things that if the game has never been made before, you will have no answers to. They will never put their money in if you never have answers to those things. It is an industry that has fucked itself, right? The game industry has backed itself into a corner of the AAA titles will always be bad, and the indie titles might not have the resources to make the best, most high fidelity games, but will always have the speed at which, because they don't have to consult with 50 other people, to make those innovative changes and create something new and shake up the market. And like Hollow Knight, right? Or Risk of Rain, right? Risk of Rain 2 comes out, and everyone, World of Warcraft, everyone and their mother has a Risk of Rain 2 game mode. World of Warcraft has the fucking, what's it called? The Shadowlands. Everyone wants to forget about it, but the stupid tower in the Shadowlands. That's just Risk of Rain 2. It came out like a year, like 3 years after Risk of Rain 2, though. It is the exact gameplay loop of Risk of Rain. That's what I'm talking about. But they actually took out the things that made Risk of Rain fun, because it was a business executive decision to make it, and it wasn't a fun creative decision like, hey, let the creative team make something new with this Risk of Rain game mode. It's, oh, players are getting too broken too fast, and even though they're enjoying themselves, we have to patch out the fun because we want it to time gate and take a certain amount of time so we have time to make the next thing, right? Even to make it mediocre is the sad thing. I hate saying that, but they aren't trying to make the best thing. They're just trying to make the next thing, right? But it's also, they're trying to make the next thing based off of shit that already exists. They aren't being innovative anymore. When World of Warcraft first came out, it was an innovative way of looking at EverQuest 2, or EverQuest. So it was originally the out-of-the-box thinker, and then it now is the business model, corporate, like, business loop of unable to innovate because of analytics. That it originally sprouted from. So like if I like you're saying, if I had enough money, I would be more, maybe not Miyazaki, because I respect him so much that I'm like, this is legendary. I would be maybe the next, like, what's his name? The dude who everybody loves is back, Chris Metzen, right? Because he's just a story writer, and he's not, like, the greatest artist. I love him. But, like, if you look at the Blizzard artists they've hired since he did the Blizzard art, and you look at his concept art, you're like, oh my god, I'm so happy Blizzard hired artists. But it's like his art style set the pavement that they built buildings on. But again, Chris Metzen, he was smart that he left Blizzard when it started to become kind of shit. Hopefully him returning isn't another one of those business moves and they actually allow him to be creative, but who knows. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee. But that's my analysis of the entire game industry. And also, just because you flatter me, if I had a budget like that, I wish I could be Miyazaki. I don't know if I could be as good as Miyazaki. I still have much to learn from playing Elden Ring. This motherfucker beat the game. I haven't even beaten the game. Miyazaki definitely knows more than me. But no, it would be cool to one day eventually make my own game dev studio. I am a programmer, I am a 3D modeler, I do want to make stuff, but I've been doing it like my whole life, creating stuff, so. I want people to be inspired and start up. It's never too late, and you shouldn't be discouraged, and that's kind of my point. Like, as good as I seem, as much as my understanding, and as long as I've started, there's people like Miyazaki who I still look up to and know infinitely more because of, like, I've never made anything like Elden Ring, as much as I can analyze it. What the fuck? Like, this is a beautiful game, right? Like, think of all the lore with the items we've talked about over these streams, the characters, the character designs, how they fit into the story, right? Which is just beat 1, beat 2, beat 3 of their quest. And then what those beats mean for the theme of death, right? Finding out there's a lie in your eternal order. Finding out you're eternally rotten, but it's because of your mom lying to you. Like, all of these things. It's so well placed and meticulously crafted by a whole team of people at From Software, not just Miyazaki. Even though it's his dream, it's pretty much his company, and he's been working on him since Demon's Souls. Again, you can kind of see his handprint, the fingers, throughout. Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 2, and then he left the project of Dark Souls 2. Everyone hates Dark Souls 2, but for the things that he didn't work on. He was working on Bloodborne at the time. Everyone loves Bloodborne. Then he made Sekiro. Everyone loves Sekiro. Then he made the Elden Ring, which now every single subsequent game broke more and more records that he worked on. So again, as much as I wish I was as good as Miyazaki, I have no records. This motherfucker breaks records with every game he releases. So, I'm flattered, but god damn, I wish. All right, I'll be right back. Miyazaki is like a level 3 slime. Yep. Or level 999, whatever the max level is. I don't think you can get more successful than winning Game of the Year multiple times for your dream project, and you're just getting closer. Or it's not his dream project. You win multiple Game of the Year awards for shit that you know, if technical limitations didn't prevent you from making a better game, you would make a better game. That's like wild to say, but again, he wants like an MMO. He wants like 100,000 people running around, all living out Elden Ring all at once. I can tell, because it's all about like player experiences. And again, then the opening cutscene of Demon Souls, you summon like 5 or 4 like a bunch of spirits at once. More than 2 is all that really matters, because that means from the start. I can hear your voice from inside my pocket. That's funny. I'm back. I am a pocket slime. People wish to be pocket-sized. You know what? I'm going to just allow myself to die. I need to change the blood type. O positive. As in, oh, I'm positive I'm about to fucking beat this guy. God damn, we've been here for fucking hours. Wait, we just need a mental reset. Sometimes you just need to sit for a second. Not go with the boss. You're holding W. You're mindlessly attacking. You just gotta hold on a second. Oh, my fucking forehead genuinely hurt there. I'm holding myself back. We're gonna lock in. God, it's gonna take several hours. I already know. I'm like, I only have to hit him 20 times minimum. 20 to 40 times. Maybe even more if I fuck up. See, that's what I'm talking about. Need to reset. I'm gonna be honest, part of it is feeling pressured. And how the fuck can I not? You shouldn't feel pressured. Not to me, with an audience. And a personally set 8-hour time limit. Well, pressure's on regardless, if I want it or not. But, you just... I gotta focus. Gotta lock in. But there's nothing more painful than locking in and dying to some stupid bullshit. God. Miyazaki. Please. What is it? I'm not gonna pretend to speak Japanese. I wonder if Miyazaki speaks English. That would be fun. That would be the most power play shit ever if he just speaks English and he knows what everyone's talking about. But then he wouldn't need it. Oh, maybe. You still need a translation team. I mean, I don't speak Japanese. Very presumptuous. I have blocked tear ducts. I'm currently massaging my face. I think there's an earthquake happening, but I can't tell. I think there was just an earthquake. If there was an earthquake, it was the bitchiest earthquake out of this week. There's a bunch of earthquakes. Actually, this like month maybe. No, what are we at? Yeah, it's only been like a week. I think he speaks English but isn't fluent. That's actually really cool. I wonder if he just watches people play and just laughs. We're almost done. Like a pressure. I don't know how else to describe it. Like right above and behind my eye. But when I grab the sides of my head, I put like both index fingers, these two, right? My thumb, right? I put my fingers beside my eyes like I'm doing a really offensive Japanese face. I know that's fucked up, but that's the best way to describe it. And then I kind of like massage the top, like right above my top eyelid. And then just like it's like a bunch of air bubbles just come flooding from inside of my skull. I am empty inside. I'm a hollow. No brains either though. It's all full of just programming knowledge. Oh my god. And then the real trick is then afterwards you go like under, you look up, and then you like put your fingers kind of like at the bottom of your nostrils, and then you push up, and then like down right under your eyes, and then you just like push all of the air. Don't do this, by the way. He names his characters Welsh and English names in Elden Ring mostly, so he knows something. Evil Knievel. I know, right? That is funny. I didn't know that he named them based off of the Welsh names himself. Actually no, I knew he based Dark Souls and Demon Souls and Elden Ring off of translating European lore, right? Himself as a kid. Kind of how like we by proxy know Japanese lore through other media if you live in like anywhere else but Japan and it wasn't taught to you in school. Like we don't really have, at least here in America, Japanese classes that teach you like in elementary school and stuff about Japan specifically. I guess George R. R. Martin named most of them, but still NPCs. Yeah, well he named like the lore. Well, that's still kind of, again, that kind of fills me in intellectually. I understand. No, what is it? The fucking George R. R. Martin uses the same writing style as George R. R. Tolkien, except he writes grimdark, where Tolkien didn't write so grimdark. It was like sad at some certain points, but it wasn't like fucking Lannisters and the Red Wedding kind of shit, right? So like he obviously has his twist to it that then Miyazaki puts his twist on, because it has to get, it's like a game of telephone, right? George R. R. Martin made the backstory, which then had to be translated to Japanese and read by Miyazaki, who then had to write his own version of the lore that currently exists. That was then translated by the team on From Software into an American version that we are playing. So we aren't even playing the lore that George R. R. Martin wrote. We are playing From Software's story based on that lore and then translated to English. It's like it's a bull. I'm from Canada, and I knew someone who took a Japanese language class. With that comes the culture. Yeah, my younger brother took Japanese in college and then went to Japan on his own volition. But like most people I know haven't been to Japan, don't know how to speak Japanese, didn't take it in college. So it's like that, you know? I do surprisingly know a lot of people. More than, you know what? More than two. I won't dox him, obviously, but my younger brother, and then he has a mutual friend that he hangs out with from Japanese class. I guess I could kind of dox it. It's the person that I got the music of, who I said was a really good musician. I've always been a fan of their music since like when they were just making tapes for like their friends. They didn't really post it anywhere, and I was dating one of their friends. I got the music through that friend, and goddamn, I like the music. I at least let them know. I always think like people should, if they're creative, they should follow being creative. That is it. But no, if it wasn't obvious from all of that creative writing class shit that I just went over with the hero, the hero's journey and stuff, it's kind of creative writing. They would cover that in creative writing. That is a place where I did get that reinforced, but again, I learned that from like a really old book. Oh dude, I could probably find the book. I was just like looking over to my other, I don't own much in my room. I could, it's a choice. I think knowledge is power. No, I'm just kidding. Try to spend money on gaining information, shit that you can't physically take, right? But book, I have book. Book is physical thing. Happens to be like where knowledge and physical media merge. Book. I have book. I've read book actual many times. Single book many times. Actually though, I don't even know how many times I've opened this thing while writing and referencing shit for my story and been like, dude, I learned about this when I was a kid from that fucking book. It really is good. I should show it because it taught me so much. But book, we went from bird to book. But where he was interested in Japan, I'm interested in writing stories, and Japanese people are really good at writing stories. Sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. It's like anyone else. It's like if you sift through most of Crunchyroll's catalog, you get a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Or Dragon Ball Z. I think Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, yeah, they're up there. They're really good. Full Metal Alchemist is also fantastic. I'm just gonna yap until I get to the boss room. I feel like I'm getting their moves down. I should lock in. Oh, I didn't get my coffee. Oh, fuck. Well, we at least set the blood weapon up, so I don't have to do that. We're doing more damage. And we're good. Just been yapping, though. Yapping as we practice, but now we're dying to moves that we know. I gotta lock the fuck in. Nah. Exactly like that. My hand was off the controller. I may have been scratching my face at the worst possible time. Alright, alright. It could be because they were from a town with a high Japanese population. We were weebs growing up, me and my family, watching a lot of anime. We went to like the D&D, DVD. Holy shit, an ancient word. My brain forgot how to cast that spell. But yeah, we would go to the DVD store and then to the anime section. As all were drawn by the anime girls that were playing on the preview televisions. I was like 12. If you hate me for being highly influenced at the time, pick it up with God. Whatever I don't know. God is a key to playing Elden Ring. I mean, true, but also we're doing all right. We get a couple hits. We get a lick. Get to lick the bottom of his shoe. I'm gonna get some coffee. But no, we watch anime just based on that. So we grew up watching anime, and then I would go to Anime Expo. My other brothers didn't. Ironically, the ones who introduced me to anime and read manga didn't really, but I was friends with cosplayers. I don't want to dox them. I almost pulled up my Facebook and was like, look, here's a picture. But you know, you make friends with a lot of cosplayers when you go there, especially because like I was also friends with people who made the cosplays. I didn't at the time. Now I have a 3D printer and I don't make cosplays, which is funny. Like you would think that I would get the 3D printer to make cosplays, but it didn't work out like that. I got it for other shit. That's not true. I made my own. It's like a Dark Souls 2 key item. yeah, exactly. It's my Estus flask. But my actually around Dark Souls 2 is when I got my 3D printer. I would print I should print a full set of this armor. Like the rune armor that my character is currently wearing in Elden Ring. Like 3D model. I already printed a set of Mandalorian armor. Yo, I'll go grab the helmet. I would grab the whole set, but it's apart right now, so I would just throw a bunch of plastic on the floor. It would look fucking stupid. But here, I'll grab the helmet. And the pieces. And then the ear plates and the yeah. I did a thing. I own a 3D printer and it's not fully a skill. But now that I'm looking at my armor in game, I'm like, bruh. Imagine if I rolled up to a convention wearing the Elden Ring knight armor, blue cloth and all. Buckler shield, Lord Sworn straight sword. I'd be him. Photo opportunities galore. I honestly I don't take much pictures, but I took pictures with cosplayers of all types. I had friends that would go there mostly for the girl cosplayers, obviously, creeps. But I actually would genuinely go there for some of the coolest fucking cosplays. Someone mentioned a Monster Hunter cosplay. Like, I saw some of the coolest Monster Hunter, not even just a single one, but like on the main floor of Anime Expo, right outside of the main exhibit hall, like the escalators leading up to the main booth room where all the items are sold, and like they have a little stage set up sometimes. And sometimes like artist, it's like on the same floor as Artist Alley or like one floor above, kind of, depending on where you enter. But like if you've ever been, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. The main like right when you walk in the glass doors to the convention center, after getting checked, it's like boom right there, all the cosplayers. It's so sick. So many people and so many different kinds of cosplay. It's actually fucking cool. It's like if I ever like what I know when if I have a child, I am going to bring them there while they still have like the wonder of like, oh, I want to meet these fantasy characters and stuff, because that's the perfect place. People have like crazy cosplay skill and it's like, oh, you're just the character. I'm just standing in front of the character right now. It's fucking insane. It's the dedication to some of the cosplays too. Like the one cosplay I'll never forget for obvious reasons, but it was someone doing the nudist beach Kill la Kill cosplay. Okay, yeah, but I was more surprised at like this girl wearing that bikini around a convention center. I was like, she's the bravest person I think I've ever seen, because she was taking an escalator up 2 stories, and I'm like, she knows everyone is staring at her ass right now, but she was like, she did, you know, like I wasn't really like paying attention to like, oh, I'm just staring at her ass, but like I literally looked at my friend, and this is why it crossed my mind. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe this chick is wearing this. And then I look at my friend and he just locked the fuck in staring. I'm like, okay, bro, like you're right. But then as I'm looking down the escalator, like everyone down the escalator is looking up at her going up the escalator, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys. Like it was like a cartoon. I could draw it from memory, like how like everyone's head was poking out, but like again, it's not like, oh, she wore that. I was like, damn, like there are so many cosplays to choose from, and this is the more important detail of the story. She wore that like 2 years back to back. I remember bumping into that same chick. So it wasn't like, oh, she wore that and then felt uncomfortable and learned from her mistakes and stopped wearing that cosplay. It was probably a really easy cosplay to wear out of like all of these heavy armors and stuff, because it's in the middle of summer. So she would just wear sticky tape and straps and pockets and a hat around this convention center. It's ridiculous. But again, the dedication. She clearly wasn't uncomfortable. She did it multiple times and didn't give a fuck. That's confidence right there. Like, yeah, just be you. That right there is owning your sexuality. Because you go to a convention called Anime Expo, you know there's gonna be a bunch of perverts, and then you wear a fucking cosplay like that. I, as a dude, don't have the balls to do anything even remotely like that. So goddamn, kudos to her. That's ridiculous. That's bravery. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee. I just had to use the last of my energy to recall that story. That chick, that's bravery. That's why I have the greater will to fight these demons in Elden Ring, is because that woman, no, those women can wear cosplay like that around the convention center. Now, maybe they were paid. Some people are paid. I will actually say that. As someone who makes cosplays, there are people who they would go to photo shoots with who are like, I'm actually being paid right now by the booth to be here. So I'm just here to hang out, you know, with you guys because you're my friends, but then I have to go back to the booth. So I could say she also may have been paid, but to do it multiple years in a row, actually, I think most booths only do like 1 year circuits of I think Kill la Kill was only had one booth ever, like for Nudist Beach. I don't think they ever had sponsored cosplayers for that either. I will say that. That's a wild thing to sponsor people. Hey, can you show up to a convention naked? Like completely naked? It's like, there's gotta be some... They're not completely naked. You're wearing like pasties, which again, wild cosplay. To do multiple years back to back. I think That's another good thing about it, is like you kind of form a community with the other cosplayers. There's a girl who walks around with like a big old sign, who's there like every year. Not like the religious signs. She's part of the convention. She just walks around with the sign. Everyone knows her. There's like the buff Diglett, right? I'm sure people have seen like pictures of him online and stuff, but he's there like every year. The buff Diglets. And then I remember one year there was like a squad of buff Diglets, and it was like, what the fuck? It wasn't even like a dub trio. It was like 6 people. I was like, damn, it was double dub trio. That's crazy. But it's like, I'm sure that those guys are like tight as hell. Like, to show up all dressed up in the same thing that's funny as fuck. So cosplay communities are super tight. So she probably felt safe going to the convention wearing that, which is good. You should foster that. Don't be a creep. But, you know. Though I will say, some of the most beautiful people I've ever seen are at conventions, and it's there again. Like I said, some of them do get paid to get dolled up to go and have thousands of dollars put in their convention like appearance. It's not just the cosplay, but like they'll have people walking around with lights and signs and fans and shit to take pictures. So of course they're gonna look good. Like they spent like $2,000. So I'll be right back. Not everyone, but a lot of people. A lot more than you'd think. I'm good. I'm back with eggs. Some really good cosplays I've seen. Someone being Reinhardt from Overwatch, the full suit of armor. A Space Marine, the full suit of armor. Again, you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Full suits of fucking power armor are sick as fuck, but how do you even make that? I don't even know how you would start. I have a 3D printer, and you could just 3D print things, but it's like most of them come in pieces. You tell me I have to build scaffolding to stand and walk within? What the fuck? What? For a costume? Jesus Christ. So yeah, those people's costumes I always respect. I'm like, that kind of shit is crazy. And again, yeah, I'll be honest. Maybe it's just makeup is like witchcraft, but it's like all women are beautiful. But no, seriously, like some of the not even some of 90% of the cosplays, if it isn't intentionally bad, is actually pretty good. And then you always have the 501st because we're in LA. Like, even though it's Anime Expo and like the corner, you got the Star Wars Stormtroopers, which I love. I have a fucking Star Wars tattoo. But it is funny just to think of like Anime Expo. Oh. Ah! He was like rolling in place. Can I trigger this? Oh, now I get to take a sip of my coffee. I'll be honest, I have a thing for girls in full armor. So like, Mandalorian. I have Mandalorian armor. I'm battle ready. No, I'm just kidding, I don't know. I'm just joking. I feel if you're playing Dark Souls, you're obligated to. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What are you supposed to represent? The Holy Sephiroth? Sephiroth. Banner, 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 banner. Oh, well. Good to know that he could do 2 of those now. See, learning. We're learning. You know, it's maybe a good thing we died there because I didn't even have my camera on. But we got pretty low. Are conventions the best? Again, I mentioned before why conventions are super good. Artist's Alley. You go to Artist's Alley. All of the stuff that you see online that you're like, damn, that looks pretty cool, like as you're just scrolling by it. When you see it as a poster, you're like, fuck, I can envision that on my wall. Like, it's a different feeling entirely. You're like, oh god, you see like the pins and stuff. I have some Game Grumps pins. Appropriately, I have the fucking tiny slime from the RPGs, ARPEGEE or whatever, RPGs. I also have the summoner, and I have one that says summon. I put them both by the bell. I have like a little bell in my room. That probably made no sense to you guys. I have a little bell in my room, like a bellhop bell, right by my door. So if you come in and I'm like asleep or something, you just ring it. I'll go grab it in a sec. I'll go grab the pins. It's just right there. But I have it kind of as a sign that says summon slime. Like that's what the pins in front of the bell make it look like the bell says summon slime. Weird, just I don't know how else to say it, but it's really nice because they're like really good quality pins, and the bell is like a really shiny, nice stainless steel, like I said, bellhop bell. It looks like way better quality than it needs to for just like 2 pins and a plastic and metal bell. But it's like the pins cover the plastic part, so it looks really good. I'm laughing because of how good, like it's like one of my favorite gags. I'll like walk into my room and ring the bell. It's silly. It's cartoonish actually. I'm a goofball if you couldn't tell. I'm making myself laugh with the sound, with playing the sound of the bell in my own head. I have a problem. Oh, way too early. This is why you don't lock on and you look at the weapon. Oh, fuck me. Alright, I'm gonna grab the bell. All of that was an excuse. I died as an excuse to grab my favorite joke. Where are the pins? Yeah, they're just flipped over. Hopefully the mic picks this up. Hold on. Okay, if I talk during it, it should pick it up. And then the RPGs that I have. I have this little slime guy. Appropriate. Isn't he fucking adorable? Tell me you wouldn't kill for that face. And then this. So it says summon slime. It's all kinds of backwards. Hold on. Summon slime. Boom. That's kind of how I have it. Just sitting there. Alright. I fucking broke it. No, okay. Order up. Alright. All of that just to explain a visual gag that I love. It's more so just to explain that that one's my favorite. It wasn't really to do the gag here because I can't, there's no way of replicating it, but I did want to at least show the RPGs. I'm not a fake Game Grumps fan. I have merch, so. Now, I feel like I have a lot of merch of YouTubers that I wanted to support when I was younger. I don't really buy merch for anyone anymore, but I don't really ever plan on making merch. Plan on making games, but good merch like those pins that last you, like I think those pins will last me till the heat death of the universe. And the only way those get ruined is if I intentionally throw them as hard as I can at something like a fire. like it's not enough just to throw them. I have to throw them into something that will also destroy them because they're like metal and enamel. So it's like when you invest in something like that, that's like it'll last you. It feels good. I mean, I know there are cheap pins that you can get, but again, you get that feeling of a good pin. I'm not much of a collector. Those are the those actually no, I have like 2 more. They all came in a pack. I got a pack of 3 to support, right? And I didn't get the slime. So I sent out a distress signal and someone had a spare slime. So the Game Grumps community, I am forever loyal because you gave me a pin of a fucking slime when I asked. My name happened to be level 1. It's like, how can you fake that? Oh, your name has been level 1 slime for years. Well, yeah, okay, you're gonna have my level 1 slime pin. Alright, I earned it. Because again, they only come in packs of 3, but I have 4. I have like a health bar that's half full, the cleric. That's pretty good. And then the summon and slime. Slime is the bonus. So it still came. I try to roll it. It did still come from a pack, just not mine. It's not like a counterfeit. It's different in Gachapon when you pull the thing you want, as opposed to you get the thing you want afterwards. So I feel like that's a very important clarification to the story. I wanted it so bad that when I didn't get the thing, I said, okay, fuck it. I still want the thing. And I think that was like the first generation or second generation. So they don't have them anymore. And the new one was like green or something. So like if I got the other version of the slime, it wouldn't be a blue slime like me. So it's like, oh, the stars aligned so perfectly. It feels good. Thank you, Game Grumps. Not just for the laughs, but for my identity crisis. No, it actually is nice. Just roll up and attack. How do you beat the fire giant? Do you run up? Do you attack? Do you wait for them to attack? Do you run up? Do you attack? Look at this spacing. Look at this spacing. Ah. Yeah. You know it's good when I call myself out for it preemptively. I'm like, look at this shit. Phase 2, baby. It's Fire Giant Day. Let's fucking go. I think he's upset. You may have to rip your fucking leg off. Ever been so mad you ripped your leg off? I don't give a fuck how mad you've ever been. If you've never ripped a limb off in anger and desperation, don't even come at me. Oh, fuck. Attack me, fireman. Oh, fucking damn it, dude. I got psyched out by the initial pop. You just hadn't used that in a bit. Actually, he didn't even use that in phase 1 this whole time, but it's the same thing that got me before. I do miss going to conventions, but then like COVID hit and I'm like, I'm good with never going to conventions again. Because I kind of, not just me, like everyone I know, we would go to conventions and everyone would get home and it's like you can't help but get sick if you go into the main hall. The big room full of hundreds of people and it's closed off. So it's like if one person is sick in there for long enough, you can get everyone sick. It's not even a joke. You're just fucking passing it around at that point. So everyone has always gotten sick at Anime Expo before COVID. So imagine that then COVID happened, and then they didn't even attempt it. They were just like, yeah, Anime Expo is closed this year, and I respect it and understand. But now that COVID exists and is even in my fucking lexicon of shit that can happen, I don't know if I'll ever go back to a convention, which is sad because I loved conventions. They're super fun. Thank you. Just thank you. This is the one boss I don't want downhill from me. Please. No. My God. Oh, I guess we cut the limb off. He just can't really stand on it anymore. Alright, that one's my bad. That one's my bad. Shouldn't have healed there. Horse. What is it? His fucking arms now? Horse is the best. Never mind. I was gonna say way to avoid the projectiles, but the thing that killed me wasn't a projectile. Though, look how low we got him. Look at that health bar. That's progress. That's the lowest we've got him so far. That's what 5.5 hours of fucking progress looks like, baby. I should also state for the record that I am level 1 with no stat increases. Again, you're listening to the ramblings of a madman, if it wasn't apparent. But in terms of game design and lore, I think I'm on to something. It does tie in all the other stuff, but like, not even. See how he's backing up? The other bird didn't do that. It genuinely waited. It allowed me to cook the lore. I mean, we've kind of circled. I've answered every question, and I've convinced myself no one can change my mind. I know America's true identity. It is not Radagon. It is the Glomite Queen. Come on, I'm sacrificing so much blood to hit you. I've been working. Woo! Do the thing. Almost. Ah, it was worth a shot. Actually, it wasn't. No, it kind of was. We wasted our cerulean tears because we missed so much that I would have had to fight him out normal, which means that's like a whole boss. That little bit of health, right? Because they have 40,000. Half of it, 20,000. Half of that, about 10,000. Little more than half of that, it's safe to say 12,000. That's how much fucking health Moog had, dude. That's a whole other boss. So I can't miss like any attacks. Or I could do this. Just fucking press every wrong button. There we go. My brain didn't register that we got more than 10. Please allow me to just beat the fuck out of you. What would be the weak point? Your wrists, maybe? It looks a little fleshy. It's just too high up. Listen, speaking of too high up, can we call bullshit on that one? I was like way in the fucking air. that one was a little bit of bullshit. Please don't kill me, bird. We have to fight the giant that's super fucking annoying. Nah, it's actually not that bad. I know that's crazy because I've spent hours fighting this boss, but this isn't even that bad. That sounds wild. But imagine spending like 2 days on a boss. There are 2 bosses in the boss room. They have like this much health that this guy has. God damn it, dude. That was just on me. I was like trying to guess when to jump. And then they attack offset from each other, and both of them can one-shot you with any of their attacks. And they're like one of the basic units with like 20 attacks. They have like a bunch of different slash attacks for their weapon, and they can cast spells, and they can buff each other. That was Dark Souls 2. The second to last bosses, because there's 2 of them in one room. Dude. That is the worst for me. Maybe not for others. That was the worst boss gauntlet I've ever had to go through. Maybe in my life. No leveling Tower Shield Knight and Sword Stress or whatever the fuck they are. They don't even have proper names. They're just 2 bosses that they threw at the end of 2 because they wanted more double bosses, and it hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it, dude. I missed like one more slash and then his wrist or his ankle breaks. How did we do it that one time? We like rolled in, hit him non-stop, and then his shit broke. And then immediately, I guess we just got lucky. He just didn't move. I hate saying, oh, we got lucky. But like, that's the definition. The random sequence of attacks that he can choose between. He chose one where he kept his ankle in place and missed us with every swing. We got to just beat the fuck out of his ankle. And we got him halfway down super easy. We didn't move. And we did not miss. But now he's just dancing around. I mean, this is how you're supposed to fight him. But I want to know the sequence of events that I needed to... Like, what am I praying for? Because if it happens, I don't want to squander it. Squandered. That's the vocabulary word of the day. That clues me in that people have been watching my streams. Go use it out in the world. Then when I hear someone else use it, I'll be like, ah... That's... No one's said that in a long time. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need some fucking explanation. How did I... How? That's not even the button. That's not even what I wanted to press, but you're lucky. I brought extra. So I know he's casting that. We get one free hit here. Should have went for the ankle because we knew it was there. We trigger this, run away. We go around the fire. Bam. He fucking hit us with a bop it. Twist it. Kite the fire around. Roll in, roll out. Wait for it. Boom. Get a second one. Because it was a big wind up. Heal up while he's doing his dance here. Fireball. Hopefully I don't fuck up the timing in a minute. Let's trigger this. I'm dead. The horse killed me. No, summoning the horse, you can't jump. Jumping there would have been perfect. I also can't roll. Rolling there would have been perfect. Anything but summoning my horse was the answer. Actually, dodging and then summoning my horse would have been perfect. Because then I would have dodged the initial pulse, and then the summoning of my horse would have carried me out of the explosion. It's like sprinting. I would have got out fast enough. Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I fucked that sequence up so bad. We're learning, though. Again, with the random sequence, though. We haven't experienced that. That's a new sequence of attacks. The same attacks, new sequence. As long as everything... I'm understanding Dark Souls games now to a point where maybe I could make them if I had a team. It's like every attack needs to be dodgeable. But then there needs to be a pause in between the combos to let you restore your stamina. Right? It's getting dangerous that I'm breaking down the game as a game developer while playing it. I'm eventually going to be able to just make the game. No, you need to... Spacing is also very important, obviously. They do not mind if the enemy way overshoots you. They feel like it's part of the reward. You're spacing, knowing the attacks, right? They're attacking at you. So if you know where to move your character out of the path, the line of fire. I missed one. I think I'm gonna get maybe one attack there. I was gripped up on that controller. I'm so lucky I didn't get crushed. I looked up to be like, what move is he doing? He's already attacking. It just missed. No, no, what is it? No, 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 no. The fucking Batman meme. God damn it, dude. I was like in the middle of that roll. He stepped on my back. And actually, he kind of stepped next to my back. I feel like I should have had iframes on top of it, missed me, but whatever. Go back, or if you don't believe me, rewind it. Just tap backwards real quick and watch that thing stomp next to me as I'm rolling, and it still kill me. Unfortunate. Please let me kill this fucking giant. We spent all day fighting him. We did make progress though. I went from at the beginning of the day, I have no idea what moves he's using, to bring that ass over here and let me get to halfway. So even if I die immediately, because I'm like, obvious, I'm a fucking level 1. Get back here. Look at that health. So this is perfect. Just run at him when he's rolling away. You might get a bonus attack. Fire. Fire. I just didn't want to go towards the fire over there. Don't want to risk it. Yeah. Arg. I'm a pirate. Let's get like 1 slash. Or here. We'll sip while he's doing that, even though it wastes one of our attacks. Whoa! And then I think that would have been an attack. Oh, fuck. Duh. I have a fucking invincibility potion. Fuck am I thinking? Quite literally a potion that when I use it gives me 1 free fucking hit. Oh, dude. Oh. No! Oh my god, I got psyched the fuck out. It was actually kind of the distance too. He didn't aim his hand at me, he was kind of moving it to the side, which increases the time it takes. If he just shot it like normal, right up on me where his other hand was, I think maybe I die like a little late to the explosion, but it would have been better timing. It's just the fact that he was further away. Copium. But fuck, dude, we're getting so much better at this. I forgot that I had a potion that gives me 1 free attack. We're doing so much better. But it's the same thing I said before, where like an enemy gets really low. They have 2 modes. Dragon, where they start to get weaker and slower, right? They drag on. Or, that kind of thing, where they start thrashing in like a last desperate attempt of survival. Kind of sad, but also very hard to avoid. Especially as a level 1. Pretty much like, hey, we're gonna throw everything at you, play this last part perfectly, and then we'll reward you with a normal opening, and then the fight can continue. Like, ah, shit. I like that he's just walking towards me. He's being polite after that kill. He was like, ah, you should have got it. Yeah, it's like the back part is definitely the weak part. Run at him, run at him, run at him. And then they're gonna cast, maybe? And then maybe I can get a slash? And then maybe we can... Oh, shit! Spacing. Oh fuck. I already knew I was dead when I hit the flash and the fire came up right after. It was like a millisecond off. I should have waited and watched for the flames. Fuck me, dude. Doing so good. Also, if you hit, it's so close, but if you hit the back of the heel, you do like double damage. He pretty much only has 20,000 health. Cause I think normally I do 1,000. I'm sorry, Bird. You're for science. I'll let you kill me. Okay, 2,000. Never mind. Yep. Alright, I guess I do way more damage now. The blood slash is the only way. Seeketh truth in the blood. Not even the other blood variant is that good. This must be Miyazaki's like favorite attack. In terms of scaling, like everything we've used is half of or less than the blood slash. Half, what is it? Half of the blood slashes damage or less than half of the blood slashes damage? That's kind of what I was trying to say. I don't know if I said it entirely correct the first time. I was kind of focused on the bird. Woo! I like pick my leg up in fear out of that move. Oh, they give you like a little piece of flesh to attack. What the fuck? That little green bit right there. On the back of his ankle. That's what we're going for. Now that it's registered, I understand. It looks like it has its own animation bone. Like, my glove is tied to my lower arm, my forearm. My shoulder plate obviously tied to like my shoulder, upper arm. My chest piece tied to my chest and spine, right? Upper leg on upper leg, knee on knee, lower leg on lower leg, right? He's kind of got like a bone. They're like invisible bones, is a good way to imagine them. It looks like he's got an invisible bone animating that little part of his heel. Like I mean, you do have a heel bone in the industry standard of animating in-game engines. There's actually a part to control this part of your heel, and then the front of your foot. They're like connected, kind of. No. No. Oh, I'm bad. I was in the flames. God damn it. I wonder who the people to the left and right of Godfrey here are. His frail children? Maybe that also shows more of the demigod lineage and how after Horaloo they became weak. because their line wasn't granted power through divine right, but it was actually granted through taking in ritualistic combat, which is an urge they're trying to suppress, which again fits into Horulu's story because that's the whole point of Suresh being there. Oh god, again, it all flows so perfect. The game tells you that that's why Marika gave Suresh to Godfrey, to quell his anger. So it all even that makes sense. Even that makes sense. I need to hit your heel. Oh, you can like animation cancel the heal? That's kind of sick. I'm just not fast enough for what I want to do. It really depends on if he gets like caught in his roll. He's so big. Big ass giant right there. He rolls on his back and then stands up, and he is 1.5 miles away from you. Rough. It's rough, buddy. I am learning. I know that this is a boss that people have trouble on, so hopefully me getting continuously shit on by a fire giant helps somebody somewhere, somehow. I've understood the flowchart. It's one of these things that like you can look at the flowchart all you want. It's not until you are fighting the boss that you will be like, ah, I see the flowchart. You approach, sometimes he does that, sometimes he does the like big wind up move. He likes to do that. If you get close enough, you don't even need to. Hit him here, get the pickup, slash in. Right here is where they get the double damage. I don't know how it does it, but we take it. Alright, so I'm gonna try to mount up while he's doing that, and then trigger that, trigger that. Oh, I almost rolled at the wrong time. Thank God it gives you a good leeway to sprint. That was the dumbest thing I could have done. I was actually thinking about phase 2 and how I should probably do that in phase 2. I wasn't even thinking about the boss just there. And then he did a different, not a different move that we've never seen before, but like different angle. We're normally not that far when he does that one. Oh, it feels like Radon, but again, that's another giant. It's another threshold guardian. Thematically tying the two together, or narratively, sorry, tying the two together, right? One guardian for the bonus mission is Radon, right? If you're doing the side quests, and then one guardian for the main story is this giant, who I would theorize to be like their ancient ancestor, right? But the thing is that no one has really died since Marika took over, so they just never aged. They've just been hanging out. Because she did say you were forced to tend the flame eternally to the giant. Like that's what I think it's remembrance or something that says that, but this guy was specifically cursed eternally to be here. Oh, I'm bad. Damn, you really need to hit the back of the ankle. I was gauging it off of his health, not mine, because I was like, well, I didn't do that much damage. If you don't hit the back, it's not even worth it. You might as well just die and restart. What the fuck? I guess, yeah, doing half damage. Damn, that's crazy. Doing double damage is really nice when the enemy has normal health. Doing double damage is almost required if the enemy has double health, because that's the only way you can hit them normally now, is the critical spot. That is fucking wild. No wonder it feels like it's random. It's not random, it's really skilled. Which does seem to be a running theme. It feels random until you find the skill, but then it's like, you expect me to fucking do that? Especially non-game developers or game designers. I'm like, how do you expect them to even piece this together? No wonder people give up here. I'm not going to. But I understand if you do. Like that shit? No. Oh, his beard is his crotch. It's a face and it's a crotch, so it's a beard. See that right there? That's not good. See that right there? It's a little better. I'm okay with that because we did 700 damage for one of those attacks that should have done 2,400. Like, I was just thinking about how good that attack was going to be, and then it did nothing, so we're kinda still feeling around for that ankle spot. I think there's, if I were to put money on it, there's a sphere collider around the ankle bone that is just a critical hit, but it's inside the collider that already exists. So if you miss, you hit normally, but if you hit chunky, like right on the weak spot, it's double damage when the sphere collider is visible or available to be hit. It's got to be like moved out of the, a little weird, but if you know animation and 3D modeling, you know which bone I'm talking about. You gotta jump early as fuck for that. Okay, he took his leg and just moved it away from me. Dude, this is so bad. We haven't even gotten near the weak spot now. Kind of a positioning thing though. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. One more. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not 700. I don't think I make the super blood slash hit, but I can at least do this. Just fucking cripple his ankle. We're running, we're running, we're running. We need like one more of those. Half health? Half health? Please? Oh my god. Damn. This one's rough. Okay, this phase change is very important. We get 1 attack, 2 attack, back, get your magic. No, my god. Blood? That is not what I pressed, but it's okay. That's a good view. Whatever the fuck is happening. Horrifying, but good view. Okay. Use this as cover. Oh, you can hit his hands now. Forgot that that's a weak point. I've just been aiming for his eye. Please don't do the thing. Not what I was expecting. Give me an opening. Thank you. Fuck, that's barely an opening. I need to hit the wound on his arm. The wound champion. As what's his name? As Magni would have said. Dude, no. Oh my god. Nope. Alright, so I guess I lost the physic at some point, but I don't remember being hit. But it also lasts for a long ass time, so I don't remember it fading off either. Kind of like in a shatter that it happens. I guess I rolled and I got chipped in my roll, which is fucking so sad if that's what broke my armor. Oh, it might have been one of the fireballs. Because those, it'll leave a trail of fire on the ground, and if I just like walk through it for half a second and it ticks down damage, it counts as dealing damage, and then it should break any little bit of damage breaks the thing. It's like the next hit you take, it's like a monkey paw. The next hit I take, I am invincible. And then you get hit by like a bug in the face, and then it's like, okay, that worked, that's it. It's like, oh my god. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that 700 is not the play, but I have enough health that hopefully it helps. Thank you. Oh my god. How many times are we going to see phase 2 of this boss today? Ah, I see. Oh! That's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. Look at that health. Oh my god, dude, come on. We're gonna fucking kill this guy. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Fuck, dude, god damn it. Oh, we're so close. I can't even explain. We're fucking level 1, god. What the pain? Uh. Just resorted to grunts. Dude, we got the fucking fire giant. So low. I can't even give you a percentage. To the words fire giant. In the health bar. At the very end. Fuck! It's never felt more attainable and yet beyond reach. Oh, man. Like the inside of his foot-ish, the ankle. Fire. We jump out, we maybe get one. One more. There we go. Give me the foot, give me the foot, give me that. Yeah. Huh? There we go. Maybe we found to trigger something. I was not looking at my health. I was about to risk one more attack, and then I realized I had to roll, and then I looked up at my health. I was like, oh shit. He has so much health that I'm just getting distracted at his health. I'm not even realizing how much it's taking out of me. The toll it's taking on my body. Ah, the power. The answers. Genuinely. I'm using too much blood magic. I don't have my headphone on. I'm gonna count that as a hit for the giant, even though it didn't make contact with me. Because honestly, it should count as a hit, let's be real. Oh my god. No! No! I thought it was the other fire move that looks exactly the same as that. Fuck, dude. It's actually exactly the same, is the problem. I thought it was the one that he does that, but then it's a shotgun blast really close to him. Or when it started up originally, I thought it was going to be the explosion like the volcano. Ironic. Giant mountaintop. I thought it was going to just shoot a bunch of shit around, and then he changed it up to be the breathing fire down. And then it wasn't the one that I thought it was. Again, it was a double switcheroo. Instead of the shotgun one that is used multiple times, or the volcano that he introduced. He was like, oh yeah, it's this one I've only used one other time, by the way. Double plot twist. Go fuck yourself. Double gulp fuck me, I guess. Like, oh my god, actually. Magic, fire. Through, jump, slash. Only 700. Blood. And dodge. Oh, I jumped. I held it down a little too long for a sec. I got worried. Trigger that. It's definitely the fucking wound that I'm hitting that's making that. It's just which angle gives me the blood slash that goes up into the wound. There you go. It is the ankle. Trigger that. Get away from it. Damn it, dude. I shouldn't have rolled uphill. Shouldn't have rolled uphill. That's spacing. Why don't I roll uphill there? I will show you. I will draw a diagram. For those in the back who don't play these games quickly, I will show you. When you jump this way, you get more distance than when you roll this way. So when an explosion targets you here, say your character is an orb, an amorphous blob like me. Rolling uphill is gonna keep you in the collider. It's gonna end your roll just a little bit earlier. It's waiting until you make contact with the ground, right? Because if I go over here and I roll off of this thing, see? There's like a little bit of an animation before it like settles into a falling animation. Like you can fall off of stuff, which means you can fall up onto things. And that's what just happened. I fell up onto the upper part of the hill too early. It ended my roll, my iframes ended, and then it fucked the timing, and the explosion got my ass. That's spacing right there. If I went the opposite way, I would have not only made the other end of the explosion way easier, but would have been going downhill. It rolled for longer, probably had longer iframes. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but I would have been rolling. Would have been moving. I fucked myself there in my direction of roll choice. You see, it's small things like that that people will think like, how the fuck am I even supposed to dodge that? It's like you were supposed to position yourself better before you even got there. From where you were and the way you rolled, you weren't supposed to dodge it. It was supposed to kill you there, which sucks. Because I keep fucking dying to it. But I feel that, like, when you've only conditioned yourself to roll a certain way, or play a certain way, then it does suck. Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I'm just bad. Oh, I'm just bad. Oh, I'm just bad. That's like the 9th time I've done that to this fucking boss. To be fair, I kept hovering over heals, and I thought I pressed it, but I guess not. Hovering over is not pressing it. God. I explained before what's psyching me out is that I'm looking at the boss's health to gauge how much damage I've done to myself, because all of the bosses have the same range of health. This guy has double the most health we've seen so far, and then some. It's like, I have to sacrifice so much of my blood to do anything to this guy's health pool. So it's like, it seems like it's overpowered, the attack I'm using, but I've killed myself like 2 times over to kill this boss. Like, just the damage I have to deal, my character would be dead 3 times if I didn't heal. But it kept killing me. So if it just like every time I died it reset my health, but we kept fighting. Like right where we were. The blood slashes to kill the boss would add up to murder me, especially with the chipping. Like if I guard 1 attack, I'm fucking dead. See, like this is what I thought, like that was the spot right in there, but no, it's like you really do have to be behind him, but also so that it slashes upwards. Such a weird fight. Fuck your hand. Yeah, right there, dude. Did you just drop that shit in the floor? God damn it, I was too focused on the glitch fucking orb. Couldn't really see where it was, seeing as it wasn't anywhere for a second, and then as soon as it appeared, he was already wound up. I was a little preoccupied with the magic of non-colliding orbs. That's an interesting thing. Then that means it's casting a sphere from a point outward, so there's no collider on the back end of the terrain, right? Like when you go inside and you look out, you don't see the terrain because there's no mesh there. There's no 3D model. There's no polygons, as some of you would know it. So there are no polygons, there are no layers or meshes to put a texture on, so you see through it clear. But it also means that there's nothing to detect from that side looking forward for it, so it doesn't collide with the ground from underneath, because it is looking from a point outward in the middle of the orb, which is good to know. It means I gotta be careful behind cover. That's what that means. That means if the cover doesn't have collision, I need to watch myself. Or if it doesn't have collision on like the top end, if it's a tarp, right? It could go through a tarp. Like those tents and stuff. Actually, no, they have colliders, right? How did I know he was going to attack there? Well, they kind of do set the timing for their own projectiles, like I said. Oh, that was the best. Was it opening? So if it's their own AI casting a spell along with their animation, they know when to interrupt themselves, right, and attack with something they've set off. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? You're so close to the halfway mark. I was distracted. But yeah, that's why I explain, like, when they do, like, Estelle does multiple enemies in a single boss room the right way, where you spawn them all in base like a child of the mesh. They all are just multiplications centered around a single point, all playing the animation from one animator. So it's like it is controlled from a singular point, and they can reference each other with like minimal time in between. When you have 2 people that just want to attack you at the same time, it makes it a little random. I'm actually not even complaining about this boss, which is funny. I think it goes to show you how much the multiple bosses in a boss room suck, that I'm losing to this guy. I'm getting him really far down. I got him so close, like almost beat, and instead of criticizing him, I'm still analyzing how shitty it is to have 2 bosses in a boss room. That goes to tell you that shit fucking sucks. So it's weird, he's kicking my ass, but it's like he's still doing it the right way, where like he attacked in accordance to his projectile so that I could dodge without even looking at him, because I know it's going to be in sync. It's his projectile. He knows when it's going to go off. I'm not scared. But when it's two people, one shoots a projectile because fuck you, and the other one's been waiting long enough so it decides you can go fuck yourself and it's attacking as well, they off-synced it because of their position, right? Like, he wasn't close enough. He had to take 2 steps. It made it off-sync, so now your roll isn't safe. You die, right? You couldn't have done anything. It is not your fault. The random framing and alignment of the enemies that wouldn't have been possible if they shared a true animator and were just made to be one thing together, you know? Like, it'd just be, I don't know why. Again, I wouldn't be complaining about it if they didn't have multiple like occasions like Estelle and this guy and people who use projectiles that where it's like they're doing it the right way. I'm like, well, you already have a bunch of ways that you're doing it the right way. Why did you fuck it up on all the hardest bosses that suck? Like the bosses I hate the most are the ones that have randomly, not just randomly 2 bosses in the arena, but 2 bosses in the arena that can off-sync due to random factors like positioning or anything of each other. Like, they walk in random directions. You don't move them around. You move yourself around. But if he decides to move right when you roll left to avoid one of their attacks, that's random, you know? It's like, well, you couldn't help that. And then it's a bunch of those things of, well, you couldn't help that. Like, line up, and then you're just fucked for the multiple bosses. It's way easier to align with multiple bosses in a single arena. Give me eye. See this one. I thought it was gonna be that, because I've never seen him cast it from the other perspective, and then I thought that, at first I thought it was this one. And then I was like, oh, maybe it's the other one. But those look exactly the same. And then he incinerated me. Force is the solution to a lot of your problems. My sword wasn't out. I wonder if I can just... You can just... If you just jump through to trigger them in the sky right when he casts them with Torrent, it doesn't really do anything. It just, I mean, it's not that it doesn't do anything. It's like that spell doesn't do anything now. It just kind of shoots it, and then you trigger it in the air. Oh, fuck. That one isn't okay. I mean, that's fine. Alright, wait. No, I'm bad. Oh, I'm bad. I think one jump would have been enough there, because then I would have landed in time to just dash out of that. Oh, fuck, I risked it. And I risked it. I didn't know for sure. I'm gonna just say it. I didn't know. I fucked up. We keep getting the fucking giant so goddamn what. We spent the whole day fighting the giant, but now at the end of stream, we went from at the beginning of like, I don't really know his moves at all, to like, give me that ass, giant. Get the fuck over here. I'm coming for you. We have the giant running from us. They constantly roll because they need to create distance, otherwise the fight is trivialized, which is flattering. Again, like, god damn it, I'm starting to understand all of these bosses. Oh, it's weird. Some of these bosses remind me of like Sonic the Hedgehog bosses, like the big, like this. I could be, if you reskin this as like an Eggman boss, I would not have been the wiser. At that time I thought I pressed it, but it was like a little late. I dashed and then I pressed it down, but it was already too late. At least we spent, I mean, the stream lived up to its name. Fire Giant Friday. God damn. Did we just spend all Friday? Do I just stream non-stop until we beat the Fire Giant? Is it gonna be one of those two? This stream doesn't end until I beat the Fire Giant. No. Take breaks. Take care of yourself. Make sure you get hydrated if you can, and maybe eat food and nourishment if possible. And also rest as much as possible. Don't feel bad for resting, because you need your rest for your brain to function, right? Use me as an excuse. If anyone's like, why are you asleep right now at work? Just be like, slime told me. Even if the alarms of the nuclear silo are blaring, it's all my fault. I did it. Is this a spot? Damn it, I barely overshot. Actually, kind of pulled back. I'll give you this because, oh, I might not make it there in time. So I'll heal. And then you pull out your fire, I jump out, I hit the angle. Oh, I barely delayed the angle. Slash. That's the spot, dude. That's the spot. It's definitely behind that they want you to go. Look at that, dude. It's like any other giant. I feel bad saying that. I've psyched myself out this whole time. You just kind of... What are the rules of giants? They... Like any true monster hunter. Stay under its feet. Oh, what the fuck? Not that close under its feet. It did look like it missed, but... I was trying to roll that. Man... I knew it was gonna get me with the AoE, so I still tried to roll, but I hit that shit late. It seems like there's a preset fight. Like you roll in. You get the first explosion when he runs away and he pulls the fire out of his belly. Mouth, belly. Eye? Belly, mouth, eye, face? You know what I'm talking about. When he rolls away and does that, that's one opening for like an attack or to get my distance back. Hopefully. Then the second one is when his ankle breaks. And then there's phase 2. Then he gets like a chip of health when he sacrifices his leg, I'm guessing. And then... Oh, that explains why he has so much health. You go watch, it's like he gives 5,000 health to his leg. And then he's got like about the same amount of health as the rest of the bosses. But also not, because it looked like his defenses were like 2,000 per build up. Which is a lot. Further analysis is required. I don't know. I don't want to say he's easy now after we're getting closer to the end of analyzing his skills. But because he has been kicking our ass, but we did get him really low now a couple of times. I know that's like an excuse, but like as a level 1, it's like I've seen the future. Now I have the clairvoyancy to right, we run, jump, horse is gone, that's fine. That's fine. We run up. We slash. Yes, Steed. That's still not even as much. It's definitely more the heal. Like right here. Damn, 2,400. What the fuck? 2,400. I guess not. We hit something. I'm believing you're hitting something. Okay, so this is one opening. We close distance. He's just kind of dancing. He doesn't really do anything. It's not a hitbox. We get the attack. What's he doing? Casting a spell? That's the best case scenario. We heal. We trigger this. We run away. Walk on to see what he's doing. No. I thought it was the other one. That's the first time he's used the roll while we've been in front of him, though. Normally, it's when we're at his ankles and behind him that he does that one. So I thought it looked kind of like the rest of the moves from that angle. That is actually not an excuse. That's the first time we've ever seen it from that angle, which is cool. We're learning that spacing is terrible that I just did. So we just got to stay behind him, right at his ankles. I found the weak point. We found the timing. We know the moves. Now we just got to string it together. I mean, we got it to the T and Fire Giant out of this entire red health bar. We got it down to like the last 5%, if it even is that much. So we it's within the realm of reason that we beat this boss. Any of these attempts. Oh fuck. Maybe not that one. Maybe not that one. It is best to just put the horse away until fire phase. I'm learning that you can't dodge much on torrent. I think that also might be people's troubles while fighting this. You hear that torrent is good for dodging certain attacks that you might be having trouble with, but then you hop on torrent and then you 90% of the other attacks you can't fucking dodge with torrent. So it's like maybe it might serve you to fight it like a dragon where you go in and out and hit the ankles and run away, but it's easier to just hug the ankles and kick the shit out of it. Like if I could level up, I mean I could, but now I'm seeing the difficulty. This is so interesting. It's more of like not like wishing I could level up, but like I understand where they want you to put the levels. At first maybe it's endurance, and then or vitality. Like either one serves you, but you are dying so fast you probably want to level health. Then you get to a checkpoint like this where you're gonna be doing damage, right? And you need to do damage. He has a lot of health, so it's actually not about, oh, I'm a good player and could just fight a normal boss. It's like, do you have the damage? So that right there is an opening. It's better to just trigger that. Right here. There we go. So just wait a second until it explodes and then just roll the fuck out of it, because then he gives you the timing and spacing, right? You can hit this shit. Rolling into an attack, dumb and dangerous. What I just did. Don't do that. I'm actually keeping an eye on my health now. Half health yet? Half health yet? Oof. Holy shit, was that commitment. Knew I had the spacing, saw he was in the middle of an animation. I was like, I see it's at half. Do I attack? I don't have the magic for blood. I need to attack normally though. And that's dangerous for me. As a level 1, I do no damage as a normal attack. Alright, so we need to unpause out of this, heal ourselves, restore mana, roll forward to get the proper spacing, wait for him to come down, watch for the fire. It's a lot to say. Easier said than done. Let's just do it. Heal up. Magic. We won't save. We'll save flask. We roll forward. That's not the right space. It's easier to run at him. Okay, so maybe from the side this is a good angle. You see why you want to trigger them though? No way! Did he kick me? I had my shield up too. You don't want them chasing you, because then you can't get into position as easy. I have to find that attack is the real one that's tripping me up. The other ones that are killing me are fucking me over because I don't know how to deal with that. As soon as I find out how to trigger those safely, early, he's done. It's the last attack that I don't really understand. The fireballs, I could just ride on the horse. Like everything. The volcano, ride on the horse. Everything else I can dodge manually. I don't even need torrent for this fight, which sounds cocky. But can I hold on? And then you're in. And then you're in. Opener? It's easier without torrent. You don't have to get off your horse to attack. And then anyway, you hop on your horse, dash over to him because he's gonna do a thing. Hop off. I know I just said, I'm sorry, Torn, I take it back. Something explode? No, he Oh, I thought I was dead. And then I rolled too early. Actually, that one I rolled after the fake explosion. Like I didn't roll on the fake explosion. I accounted for it. I knew. I waited until right afterwards, but I still rolled early. So you gotta roll like right when it's about to hit you. Some of them are pretty fast projectiles, and you roll like when they get shot out. I think because I've been closer to them, like right underneath them, that's why that has been missing. All right. No more yapping. Let's shut up for the next couple of attempts and genuinely fucking try to beat this guy, huh? It's just that there's still one attack that I don't know. I mean, I know it exists. Just don't know how the fuck to dodge it. Am I trying to hit this splint? No. It would act as armor, right? The splint? The bone. It's like bone armor. Let's cut the armor off. So that came off. about. Ankle. Pretty good. Lucky shot. Lucky shot. Ankle. Oh, underneath. That's the spot, dude. Maybe that's why it's so hard to hit. Is it's the bottom part of the foot? Because I just hit the bottom twice and made max damage. Okay. Yeah. That's the normal timing that I would roll for that. That was bravery right there. Oh, come on. I just rolled late. That was crazy. I did the same thing that got me killed last time, but tried a new spacing and it saved me. So it's just if you're too close to that, the timing is different. But that's the same with every projectile. He happens to be fucking huge. So when he shoots a projectile and he's turned a bit to the left, that's like 3 body spaces for me, and it changes the timing a lot. It just doesn't look like it because he's so big. Ugh. Please, Mr. Giant. I just want to defeat you and burn the world. Progress. I think that's my favorite move because the windup is so big, but he also misses. Like if you just walk forward, please. Oh fuck, I almost got the double up on that 2k. Okay, so getting 2,000 damage isn't as easy as I thought it was. I hit it so many times in a row on accident. And yes, on accident, because I was not aiming. I was just like, oh, I guess it's the back of his foot. Like, goddamn, I got lucky. And then I hit it a couple, like 3 times in a row without trying on one of those attempts. It must have just been my spacing. And then I was like, oh, you do 2,000 damage to each hit. Like, boy, was I wrong. I fucking wish. Okay. Lock the fuck in, dude. What do I need? Drink magic. Basic after the intro attacks because you get freebies. No, I need heals. No, I fucked up anyway. Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm dumb and bad. Now we flask and we pray to Regalia, Bear Communion. That's fine. Gonna kick me? Ooh, I dodged through the missing leg. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Okay, so the right hand, like I thought, was the opening. my god. The jibate. I've been dodging that move so well. And then I was like, maybe it's designed just like that. Just with that snap, just to kill you. Like, dude. God damn it. I fucking tried to avoid that death and then I still fell for it. It's the animations, they lie. They lie. Miyazaki, you fucking lie. No, it definitely looked like an opening for a second and then he snapped away. I got fucked. But that's that animation. And I knew it. And I've dodged it every time. And I was thinking, you won't get me with that. And he still fucking got me with it, dude. You cheeky mate. Whoever the animator is at From Software, Jarvis, send him a gift basket. Nah, running theme from the fucking Marvel Rivals. God damn it, dude. No, I need double that. I need at least twice as much damage. There you go. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but there you go. It sets up what I'm looking for. Right there. It's like the angle? Question mark? Huh? Right? Oh, I fucked up. That's a new option for that. It's not a new move, but normally, yeah, they do that. Or the fireball. They decided to stomp. I got greedy. I shouldn't have done a second slash because I missed. I missed and should have just accepted the fact that I'm terrible with spacing in that opener. Fuck. I believe. We keep getting so close, yet so far. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? You dead. Oh my god, the bleed proc. I hit it with that and was like, fuck, do I have enough damage in 3 hits to take him down halfway, or am I gonna get one notch below? And then the proc happened. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Alright. We're going in. Do we need health or magic? We need magic. We're going for magic. We're healing afterwards. We're locking on. We're shielding up. We're waiting in. We go for an attack. 1, 2. Back it up. Go for a second. No. It's always nice when he gives us the option. He's gonna probably volcano. I think it's one animation or a combo. If you're out of spacing, it might not happen. Nope. Come on. Yeah, I got one hit on. Oh! No, God, I was spamming, bro. Ugh. That one's depressing. I was trying my hardest. And I mean, like, it was like a very obvious spam. I felt like 4 buttons deep before I died. Like, well, shit. And the first hit should have been an invincibility tank that knocked me over, giving me even more iframes. Fuck, dude. I don't know. The invincibility was nice. I got shot. I got double shot though. It's for 1 hit, and he had 2 hits for me. Oh my god. I am learning though. I keep saying that, but it is true. We got the spacing down, not timing so much, or I would be done with this. There's that. Get into position. Let the blood slash take you into position. Yes. Heal as you run over. Jump off. Hit him with the big slash. He's conjuring something up, so we get a bonus one. They go in. We're gonna trigger that and then roll over here. Maybe hit him with that. Nope. Heal up. Thank God I rolled out of that. If he did the other really like far range attack that he always misses with, I think he would have got me. The one time he should have used that move. Oh. Oh my God, he missed. I really, really want the attack. No! I got greedy. Fuck, dude. I jumped in because I saw an empty space and I thought everything had appeared. Oh, God. I'm so greedy. I was like, this should be a perfect opening. Damn. Oh, I hit the camera. It was not, in fact, a perfect opening. We got him, but we don't. I need to not be greedy. Play it slow. Play it right. The problem is, it's a battle of health, which is always a timed battle. Unless I'm playing perfect, they're gonna chip away at me. So I have to keep going. And if they're not chipping away at me, they're killing me in one shot. So I have to just keep damaging them as fast as possible. Every opening. Right? Fuck, doing 700 damage is such a heartbreak. Like that right there. That's an attack. Like right here, you kind of get it. Where the fuck does it want me to hit? Is it that second braid? No, because we were doing damage underneath the foot, so it can't be that high up. That'd be like the back, right? 12. No! I feel like I pressed it. Now, I hate saying that, but that one especially. I saw him reel up. I pressed it. My character just still died. We're getting it, dude. Getting our ass handed to us is what we're getting. Oh my god, dude. We keep getting so close and fucking dying. Ugh. Ugh. I don't even want to think of how close I got anymore. Something's chasing me. When the screen shakes like that, it means something's behind you. Swinging at you. Alright. Fire giant. Where the fuck is your weak point, dude? I know if I stand here and do this angle, I get it. No, it still didn't even hit it. Underneath the foot? Yeah, even behind, like underneath. I want to see the hitboxes after this. I don't want to pull them up in the middle of the fight because I feel it might reveal too much studying up on my opponent like that. There we go. Nope. Prepare for the phase change. Holy shit. Okay. Last attempt for right now. Then I'm prepping for the last hour. No, we'll just keep going. Fuck it. We got so close, it hurts. Okay. Heal. Right about here. Just keep yourself healed up. Run away. Remember when I joked about 90% of your problems in Dark Souls can be solved by you running away from them? It was only partially a joke. I said it as like a haha, but really it was more of like a haha. Okay. God damn it, I just put my shield down. I'm so fucking bad. Okay, I'll be right back. BRB bio, gamers. Oh my god. We're so close. It's upsetting. It actually is upsetting. we cracked open a new strain called Blue Flame. That's what the dispensary has it labeled as. And I always laugh at the names. Again, there's only really 4 kinds genetically: sativa, indica, and then the 2 hybrids based on dominance, right? There's a indica dominant, sativa dominant hybrids. So those are the 4 kinds. There are different things between genetics, but it's more like wine connoisseur. For people who... That sounds pretentious as fuck, but not really. I'm gonna say the opposite. People who smoke a lot of weed, they might be able to tell the difference, but for people who normally just walk around, there is no difference. Like, it's such a subtle difference that if you don't smoke it all the time, it is too subtle. There's no difference. It all smells pretty much the same to people. And I've heard that too, and I've literally like handed people jars and been like, you don't smell, like, these 2 things smell the same to you? And they're like, yeah, it just smells the same, which is crazy. But I've actually had that exact thing happen multiple times, which is why I'm like, holy fuck, some people who don't smoke, they really just don't smell anything different each strain, which is cool. It's definitely unique. But again, it's like it's the same thing as normal genetics, right? Oh fuck. We'll mix it with no, they'll mix it with different like genetics from plants and stuff to make it taste a certain way. The terpenes, you may have heard. That's how they get like Fruity Pebbles to taste the way they do. So that's why they can easily make like Fruity Pebble based like weed flavors, because it's the same shit that they're using to flavor. It's the terpenes. So terps, dude, these terps are gnarly, dude. Science. But yeah, Blue Flame. It's got to be a mix between Blue Dream and some shit. But Blue Dream is Purple Haze and something else. Blueberry Kush, I think. I want to guess if I had to put money on it. And these are all like licensed brand names, like how the farmers on TikTok have been talking about like certain genetics of corn or trademarked, so you can't just like grow your like the seeds if you get them from someone, right? So like the genetics, even if it's like crossbred with someone, they could like sue you, which is fucked up, but in my opinion. They if you didn't know that, yeah, they trademarked genetics for like corn. Please don't kill me, Mr. Giant. I was in the middle of a story. Actually, this requires my undivided attention. Heal back up. Wait for it. Thank God. Hold on. Thank God I got to do this for the last part. I almost forgot to put the camera on. But yeah, weed names, their silly names are actually the same thing. They're plant genetics. Oh, there goes one attack. Run in to set these off, run away, and then just keep running. And then just keep on going, Forrest Gump. No shot, dude. Now I'm upset. All that to just make the joke that blue flame against red flame. But no, but actually. I feel it's good always to learn about that new industry that's up on the rise, right? People can make a lot of money. Inform yourself. It's actually a drought right now. People have smoked so much weed that there is like almost no weed in California. We smoked it. Everyone's growing it, but now it's like more expensive again. It went from it's like it goes in waves, obviously, like with the gross what is it, the like seasons. But if it's outdoor, that's why there's so much. Outdoor can produce a lot. Why am I just yapping now? You gotta go brain dead. Outdoor can produce a lot of weed, but indoor produces higher quality because it's controlled and you don't have the contaminants from the air, and you can control the light source and replicate certain seasons for longer to make buds and flowering happen. Did I mention I was a geneticist for fun for a while? Oops. Anyway. What kind? I'll never tell. I'll keep you guessing. But isn't that some shit? I don't work in the weed industry anymore. I don't give a fuck about any of this information getting out. Whatever. All my work was legal. I'm trying not to get blown up. Now is everyone I know is working? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's the reason I stopped it. If I'm being full transparency, I knew there's a lot of shady business in that, and I was like, why not just make video games? That was my question to myself. Why don't I just make games? Why am I worried about all this shit? But yeah, if I'm gonna fucking learn anything, genetics? Nah. Cutting clones from plants. That's where it really started. Very interesting. Science. Gardener. No, not gardener. But I always joked it upset people. I mean, people get really upset when you joke about it being a gardening profession. Damn it, dude. That was the distance again. I even timed it again extra long, but it just it's better to stay close to him. I'm learning that throughout these fights. If you stay close to him, even the volcano shit is gonna shoot over you. You just gotta hug him and then let him swing his fucked up limbs at you. You should be fine. Oh. But yeah, because of the seasons of no, because of the outdoor seasons yields being determined by the real sun and you can't fake it, we are subject to the world's whims of growing outdoor weeds, so the bulk of it is still based on the seasons outdoor. So whenever they like are running out of weed, it's because we smoked it all up and the season of hasn't yielded any for outdoor. So like the mass production hasn't finished. Again, it's not as good. The place I go labels if it's outdoor and indoor, which is really nice, and I recommend that. But also don't smoke. Use tinctures and edibles, because you'll get all the medicinal benefits and the enjoyable high. Don't fucking don't overdo it and eat too many. Okay, I fucked up there. I was looking at the other foot. I thought he just cast a spell. But no, he did the stomp again. That's on me. Actually, don't do drugs, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? For legal reasons. Drugs are bad, okay? What if you're legally prescribed by a doctor? That's the way I recommend, because smoking causes cancer. No matter how you cut it, it's not good for you. Cheaper? That's all I'm gonna say. With that inflection, out of context, with no regard to anything else that we've discussed, just that word. Anyway, and then another word coming up that is also completely abstract concept: alternative. Okay. So also, I think I've mentioned this before about 100 million times, but the medicinal benefits that you get from tinctures and all that, all of the good things, you know, like when they show the kids who like have seizures due to like a birth condition that they cannot control, and then like they hit him with the craziest THC syringe that I've ever seen in my life that would put me in a 9-day nap. It like stops their, you know, their condition's super strenuous effects for a while, right? It doesn't cure them, but it helps. Ain't that some shit? Oh, I got orbed. Oh, I just got orbed. So again, based on the here, I'll pull it up. So the sciences. You don't have to fucking trust me. Trust the sciences. Endocannabinoid. Now, what do you think this is? This is your central nervous system. Oh, plot twist. You thought cannabinoid. It's weed, clearly. Oh, double plot twist. It is also weed. It's the same chemical composition. So it's your body, your central nervous system that regulates your subconscious. Like I said, your breathing, eating, sleeping. Here, it shows you right here. Body's endocannabinoid system. Your brain, your lungs, your vascular, your liver, colon, immune system, bone health, muscles, right? Your reproductive organs. All of these processes done by your endocannabinoid system, that is regulated by weed. If you have a problem with any of these, that's all I'm going to say out loud. I think that's all I can legally say up to. Anyway. Cannabis. Ain't that a word that exists? Anywho. Cannabinol? Tetrahydrocannabinol? What does that word mean? Huh. What is it? What even is genetics? Right? What is that word? What does that word even mean? Rambling nonsense. Brain health? That would explain some things. Or motherfuckers need to smoke, dog. I won't say you need to do it, or I recommend anyone do it. But there are some dipshits of the world who might benefit from it. Contact your medical provider. You mean we're smarter? Damn, bro. Your brain regulation? Is there even a is there a more scientific way to say brain health? Your central nervous system's subconscious influence, right? Oh, I'm gonna get crushed. That's all I'll say. Do I recommend people smoke weed? No. Not if you're not supposed to. Again, smoking is bad, okay? Drugs bad, okay? Some people need medication. Maybe get it prescribed by a doctor. Please, go. Okay, to have phase 2. Science? Who the fuck knows science? Not me. Not me. I know Elden Ring lore. You wanna talk about Elden Ring lore? I know that. Also, time dilation. Could you imagine? That's a side effect. Is becoming a speedster. No, I'm just kidding. What the fuck are you even? What? No, I'm just kidding. That's not. It wasn't listed there. I'm just joking around. Is time dilation associated with it though? Yes. Is it what I just said it is? No. Damn it! I know I know I'm pressing it, but please rewind and watch me press the roll button. Please, please. I hate dying to a missed roll opportunity right at the end there. I wish I had my thoughts like displaying out loud in real time with a like a subtitle text. So it could be like, look, I thought about dodging that, but it says it there in the combat logs of real life. Too much hardcore. Wow, combat logs are so useful. Like, I wish it could show a button input. That would be so cool. But it would take so much computing power that no, thank you. I mean, some tutorials do it. Fighting game tutorials show you your inputs so you can like replicate your combos. Listen here, pal. I've had it up to here with you. No, I'm it's like partially frustrating, but we've been desensitized to dying over and over, and I actually feel like I've made progress. We keep getting him down to, we went from I can't do any damage to this guy to like we've almost killed him 5 or 6 times now. Every hour gives us an attempt. Cleaner than the last. Remember yesterday or the previous stream's lesson about isotopes and how certain elements have variance, right? And that's how we carbon date things. It may be somewhat related to that knowledge. Now that random knowledge seems a little bit more relevant. Roll over here. Fuck me, dude. I just got too greedy. I saw it was close to halfway and I was like, maybe if I hit like 2 times I dodge out of that shit. Fuck. It just keeps going down to me getting too greedy with the attacks. I was just closing the window. Just open a smidge. Just give me a sec. I need to emotionally recover now. Fuck. I can't beat this goddamn boss! No, I can. I can beat this fucking boss because I got it down to like 1 blood slash worth of damage and I fucking messed up. Shit. I did it once, I can do it again. Oh. Locking in might not be enough though. I might need to get a little lucky. 40,000 health ain't something to scoff at here. Well, we'll do the thing. I'll finally pull it up. Fire giant. What was that? Reddit? Fire giant. Look at his health. Wait. There it is. 43,000. Now, who is another boss that they expect you to get to around this time? Commander Nile. This motherfucker has less than half of his health. Remember how hard it was to fight Commander Nile? The lightning foot, whirlwind frost guy? Remember how hard it was to fight that fucking dude? These guys got so much more health. That's insane. That's funny as fuck. Okay. And we still almost killed him. But like, don't be disheartened, weary adventurer, by the many trials you'll face in your Elden Ring journey. It's gonna fucking suck. But when you finally kill the guy, you know how good it's gonna feel? God. Oh. Should've let my hand rest a little longer. Nope. Oh. No, I rolled like a hat. I'm getting it all fucked up now. There's just so many attacks to keep track of. So many phases. Ah, it's actually my fault entirely for... I mean, obviously I'm fighting the boss, but... Some of these I blame on random. That one, I spaced out wrong at the opener. I should have dashed towards him when he began casting, got behind the foot. It doesn't really allow him to do much, but then he can't do the other stomp with the other foot. Or if he starts with that foot, I'm nowhere near it. It gives me a lot more time to react. Positioning. So my problem is positioning. I jumped too early. I feel like I've timed it. It's like I don't understand my dodge timing now. I've timed it based on the between the set when the thing hits the ground and then when he pulls up the disc. That's how I've always timed it, but now I'm bad. I'll just say it. I don't know how I'm getting hit by everything. It's just been, we've been going for 8 hours. And I want to kill this boss. Please. You can, it's not even like a reaction time thing. If you know what it looks like, you have so much time on this boss too. It's just like I'm like ready, boom, right? Like it gives you such a big wind up. You run in, he hits near you. There we go. Heal on your way over. Because you know he's not going to attack. Get behind the foot. Hit this. Yeah, he gives you time if he starts up with the other one. This gives you a lot of time. Watch for your spacing. Watch for your spacing. See, this is the problem. It's like sticking behind him and close to him is the good positioning for phase 1. Phase 2, you can't even do that. His weak points are gone in the back. You do like a quarter, like not even a quarter of your damage. Huh. And you have to keep him close. I think just hugging the front and praying to God that I don't get fucking crushed is the play here. Walking onto the eye, and if a fist drops. Oh my God. You don't do any fucking damage to that. Holy shit. That was not the thing I wanted to press there. Even remotely, kinda, sorta. Fuck me. Oh. Hit him in the dick. Hit him in the dick. Build his bleed up. Oh shit! Tree. Maybe the tree is our refuge. Never mind, he said fuck you, tree. Thank you. Roll around in the fire. Wait, what the fuck? The fuck was that? Was that him falling downhill? Sometimes it... What the fuck was that animation? New animations 500 hours into the fucking game. What the fuck was that? There we go. You just have to commit to the attack roll. Oh, fuck. Okay, so it is if he like goes off. I like that the game immediately answered my question. I was like, what the fuck animation is that? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. It just, I've never seen that shit before. He's never glitched off of a tree like that, or face planted, double face plant. I'm actually really happy it's volcano. This actually kind of makes me think, no, no. Oh my God, double roll. Rykert, I'm getting lore distracted. Rykard, Volcano Manor, Volcano, Giants, Red Hair, Giant, Radagon, Giant. Hopefully that made any kind of fucking sense. Fuck. No fucking way, I was nowhere near that, dude. Oh my god, no way. Oh, progress. Fuck, dude. It's the most bitter defeat because I know I can fucking kill him now. It's so stupid. I'm like smiling. I've lost my fucking mind. I just died. And I'm like, fine. Let's do it again, god damn it. I am what we call deranged. Fuck! Woo! I like jumped in my chair. Spot. One more, please. One more, please. Yes. Okay. Right towards him and heal. Have stamina. Get in there. Bonus. Maybe one more. Ooh. Please, please. Yeah, so holy shit, the last hit of stamina. Dude, the last. Oh my god. Holy shit. No! Look at his health, bro. We fucking got him, dude. We fucking got him. I'm locking in. He can hold the victory from me no longer. This motherfucker's going down, I swear. Fuck, dude. This is so fucking upsetting. You have 7 hours getting your ass kicked from the same boss. No, actually though, again, we've made progress. We went from like, I don't know if I can even kill this boss. He's got 42,000 health too. You bitch boy, you better bring that booty over here so I can beat you. And fucking reunite flame and death to this land. You suck. God damn. You can run. You can't run from me, you little shit. You can't run. You can run, but you can't hide. You're fucking, you're going down. Let's fucking go. It's phase 2 when I say it's phase 2, okay? Let's get this shit. Horsey? Isn't it pretty? Fuck me. I thought I would get the distance. I should have sprinted before I healed. I messed up on the orb. I kind of was disheartened by exploding there. Even though I had the invincibility shield, I kind of wanted to save it for later in the fight because it lasts forever. Honestly, it doesn't actually last forever, but it lasts like 3 minutes, and in a fight that's pretty goddamn long. I think the fights are only like 5 to 10 minutes, even though this one has taken me 8 hours. So I mean, someone came in and said that this is the boss that they gave up on. So, you know, I don't feel that bad getting my ass kicked this many times. It's like, I said people give up on this boss, and in the same stream someone comes in and goes, oh, this fucking guy, yeah, I gave up on him. It's like, alright, well. Like, I understand. He is difficult. I'm not going to give up on him, but like, at least I'm not just having a difficult time with a normal boss. This guy's like, you want to beat the game, you have to go through me, the boss. No, I kind of messed up the positioning there. There we go. We got one free. Now I know if you go too fast, you trigger. Oh my god, I thought he was casting something. That's on me. He just straight up phased, like how his shield was kind of phased. He kind of disappeared even though he was right above me. Rendering. Fuck, that's again the only change I would make to Dark Souls is the larger the boss, the more zoomed out you should be. I will say it. Because one, the beautiful animations. Two, top-down Diablo and Path of Exile, right? Like, top-down games are also fantastic. So adopting a kind of transition between top-down and still action RPG, right? Third person. It's like some bosses are just too big for third-person cameras. Unless you really, really design the game around it, but they don't, because when you lock on, you see, you get clipped. It's not just this boss, so I'm not like, oh, this boss is too big. It's like there are so many goddamn bosses in Dark Souls where people are like, the fucking camera. I'm like, yeah. They want to make a big epic fight, but they don't want to zoom the camera out so you can see the big epic fight. That is, I've complained about that in every single Dark Souls level 1 run because it's a running theme. And then in Dark Souls 2, the camera actually does zoom out a bit, but it's a glitch. Like if the camera gets caught on the boss's hitbox and you move away, it looks like it's zooming out, but the camera's just staying in place as you run away. So it's like it does it because of a glitch and it works so good, but it's a glitch. They didn't want that to happen. So it kind of breaks my heart. That's the one change I would do, and they don't want that. Okay. Horse is the solution to my problems. Fuck. I kind of got screwed by this rock here. I couldn't go straight under and then dive and roll for the attack. I kind of had to like... The dial-up noise played in my brain because I didn't know where the fuck to go pathing-wise. I was like, am I gonna have to run around the entire rock or will he step forward? Like, so many questions popped up that it hit the position and killed me. He took cover behind that rock. That's why I like fighting him up the hill. Because most of the cover is mine. And also, it gives you like a large pocket. An obtuse angle. It gives him a really big angle to go underneath and beat him up. God damn it, dude! Fuck this boss! It's actually pretty well designed and thematically it connects things, so it's like, it's hard to be mad at it. But also, fuck this boss! For killing me in so many stupid ways. But also, like, it's kind of like a really obvious weak point and chain of events. So it's really like, I should be better. But also, fuck this boss! Fuck this boss! Oh my god. I couldn't hit the weak point. I'm just gonna hit through the floor. Not max damage, but we'll take it. Max damage! Max ammo. Vocal stim to get through the fight, because God knows I need it. Trigger this, run out, get out of there, wait for him, and roll into the upbeat. That's where I jump, but for some reason it doesn't work the way it looks like it should work. Even though it works there, every fucking time. How come I can't dodge it in the opening on a horse? Huh? If it works there, that means I know the timing. I'm upset. From all my past lives that I've died there, I'm like, how does that make sense that I died there? Because I've dodged it perfectly each time. Fuck me, I guess. I'm losing it. Actually, it's lost. Yes. Heavy attack. Alright. So we got a window. I just gasped genuinely at my health. I thought I needed magic, but I need everything. Diagonal, backwards, lock on, dodge, maybe hit that. Nope. I'm just gonna keep healing. Just go up to trigger them. I narrated my own death pretty much right there. Life. Why do we put ourselves through these things? Now, I have answers as a game designer that I can never know unless I do them myself, because I can never trust a third party fully. If I can't beat these, I got so goddamn close. If I can't beat these bosses as a level 1, then it's like, damn, they must be really difficult. If I could beat them as a level 1, that means anyone can. You just have to have the patience. There we go. God damn it, he didn't raise his foot like at all because of the fucking rocks. We need to fight him like out in the flat field for this exact reason. God damn it. The uneven terrain is so hard to fight the bosses, and not even just like a ramp. Like a ramp is fine, especially when the boss needs you to be at a lower angle like this. Then it's like, oh, thank God they gave me a ramp. But the cover, it's no good when the boss uses cover. And he just decides to be anywhere on the map with one roll. Narrating kind of helps me, and maybe it'll help someone in the future with their playthroughs, so let's go. Also, it could kind of, it's hard to tell someone they're faking when they're narrating what they're doing, is they, you know, like, well, I said what I was inputting, even if I didn't input it at the right timing. That's my strategy, right? So you go in, you get in, you wait for him to attack, fuck yourself at the ankle. One attack should be good in the opener. Watch the right side of the screen. You dash, you should be clean. Horse. Okay, when they do this, just commit to the pocket. Don't even worry about, there you go, getting the double attack. Commit to the double damage, because if you miss the spacing and you don't position yourself, you're only gonna get about 700 or like a fucking quarter of your damage. It's not really good. Sometimes spacing can kind of screw you on those attacks as well. And it makes it look like an impossibly hard attack to dodge. Whoa, buddy. He just scooted me. Why doesn't he do that every time? Not like as a glitch, but like, why doesn't he? Wouldn't that be the smartest thing to do? Just scoot me away from the ankles as soon as I get over there? I mean, that seemed pretty fucking effective. You just gotta... I didn't want to step into the flames. Oh, spam roll for iframes. Because I wasn't sure if he was going anywhere. He, in fact, did not go anywhere. No! Sometimes the timing allows for stupid mistakes like that. If you mistime it by like 1 frame. My hand hurts too. An immediate break. Ugh, like right here. Oh, but thank God though, as soon as I like relax my hands, it goes away. I was taught proper keyboard mouse etiquette in high school typing class. Here, this is how you can type for your whole life. Ready? I should impart this wisdom. Wrists. Okay. Ew, bone 3D model, yes. Okay. Here, we'll do a cartoon one so it doesn't... we kind of need this diagram. See this shit? When you have your wrist bent, like how this picture has it, right? Or this picture, wrist fracture, ignore the fracture. When you have your wrist bent in this position, or the opposite, like super far downward, you're pulling the tendons along a bone ring inside. The sheath, I think it might be. No, wrist. No, I have no idea. This is like bad stuff. Arthritis and shit. I could see that. That's not all supposed to be there. But carpal tunnel. Yeah, that's essentially what the problem is. You wear it off by pulling it through. You're not supposed to do that. But if you keep your wrist, let's see, proper typing posture. Now it makes sense when I show the picture. It'll explain the diagram. You're supposed to have like a straight wrist, hand to wrist, right? And then your arm and elbow. Sitting up straight, eyes forward, back posture check, gamers. But actually, whenever I realize that I'm sitting in the wrong position for a long time, or I have my wrist bent, right? I try to correct it. But yeah, hopefully now you catch yourself and you don't fuck your wrists up for the rest of your life with arthritis. That's how you prevent... I got this from a typing teacher who had it. They said that's how their doctor told them to prevent arthritis and prevent theirs from getting worse, is type like properly as well. I was like, damn, that's so crazy. So they're like, not only in typing class, but they're like, as a typing teacher, they're like, I have arthritis. Don't do what I did, and you should sit with proper posture, because it sucks having to type. You can do it, you just have to wear a wrist brace and stuff, and you know, there's medication, but just don't fuck your wrists up. Sit right. It's a posture check, gamers. How about you don't make it so that your wrists are fucked forever? Why are you sitting like a croissant? You're gonna have back problems. No. Imparting my knowledge in the winding down of Elden Ring, because I might just be a game developer from this point on, and who knows when we'll stream like this. Now, I do want to stream casually, but I want to focus. I said it before, I spent a week making a game. I spent like a day making a game with my nephew for fun. And actually, we finished it, surprisingly. He was like hanging out all day, so I was like, he wants to make video games? I'll show him exactly how it's done. We'll mess around, like, in Unity. Easy. Super, super, super easy. But it's because I have like 100 fucking tutorials preset, listed, and memorized. So I got to just explain how games are made while making one in front of him and asking him what he wants me to put in the game. That was cool. But again, I spent a month on Lock Tech, which is like a whole game. It's got multiple endings, a bunch of interactions. That one I'm super... Fuck, how did I die? Did I get chipped? I know I had low health, but I'm supposed to... Again, I've explained this a million times here. While I talk about game development, I'll do the thing. So I want to spend a year making a game. I've spent a month, I've spent a week, I've spent a day. Now the only time frame left is a year, except if I'm spending a decade and a century. Well, no. Maybe a decade on a game would be kind of sick. That wouldn't even... That's just you're gonna make a good game. Live service model, probably form a good community. I just would rather know how to framework a game. I'm getting better at it, but again, I found a really nice tutorial that I already added the first part to the game design list, I think. So if not, I have it sent to myself so it's permanently bookmarked, and so I'll never forget it because it was so good, and then I'll add it to the list. But yeah, I'm not gonna pretend like I already know how to make the games that I want to make. I feel like if you want to be a game developer, the best thing to realize, if you want to, like, because I can program, I can 3D model pretty good anime characters, like things that I think are adequate. But I know there are people who are better than me, but it's like the imposter syndrome. You got to fight it, right? You got to do your best to just accept your art and be like, yeah, it's as shitty as it is, but I like it and I'm working on it, and I'll accept constructive criticism. Even, you know what though, I feel like one thing is, even if it's harsh, even if people are really harsh, I try to be like, all right, maybe they're not a critic, right? They don't know how to fucking word it, but they're right about what they're saying when it comes to the game or the medium, because they're trying to say they enjoy it aside from this one part or something. Or something. Because sometimes it might not be. Sometimes they might just be repeating a talking point they heard from their favorite podcaster. Which please God, don't just repeat everything you hear me say and be like, he's bringing up good points, I'm gonna bring that up. Just think about what I'm saying. And you can bring it up, but just also form your own opinions. I don't want to even contribute to the complacency thing that I talked about earlier in the same fucking stream. That would be kind of funny though. Damn it, I thought I made it out with the step. Would have been too cool. Hadn't tried that before. Also, a phase changed would have saved me because we moved positions. So many things gambled and lost there. Not even upset. I just fucked up. Or favorite VTuber. Or favorite streamer. Or favorite newscaster. Or favorite sports personality. Or favorite comedian. Or favorite... No, I'm just kidding. Don't let anyone tell you your worldview. Except me, motherfucker. No. Because I'm right. No, I feel like that is like almost a redundancy, right? Because then I say even question me, which fills into itself, right? Like it kind of plays again. I'm not saying don't question me so that you don't have to question me. I genuinely want you to form your own opinions, and it sometimes comes in the form of questioning authority, right? And I don't think you look at me as some sort of authority. Hopefully God not. But any streamer that you do look up to, that's the whole point. Newscaster, sports, anyone. What the fuck do sports people know about science, right? And then what do science people know about sports is another thing. Who knows? It's all based on the individual, right? You might find someone who, instead of playing Elden Ring, they do genetics, and in their free time they fucking play basketball. I like basketball, but I don't play it. I used to. Respect to people who do. Oh, I'm dead. It barely missed me visually, but I knew I was fucked. I accepted my fate. After I turned my attack around, I was like, oh, that's where he's stepping? Again, the rocks kind of fucked me there. It's my fault for positioning, but it's hard to tell that exact thing is going to happen with his foot. When he likes to stand on top of trees and fall 5 feet. And make it seem like he fell a story. You're right, bird. I can't mindlessly fight this guy. I have to shut the fuck up and actually fight. Actually, we got really close while talking, but still. I know I'm right, Bird. Even when I'm wrong. Nah, I can't even say it as a joke. Oh, it hurts. I hate people like that. I just admit I fucked up, I'm wrong, and also this is the new information, and I hope that we can stop the spread of the incorrect that I once fell victim to as well. Hopefully he tries to cast a range, because I'll be kind of in front of him. It seems to be the play. I like think it's a fuck up and then it ends up. No! Oh, damn it, dude. We barely stepped outside of the explosion and then his heel pushed us back in. That was almost cool. Again, it's like the clear and then not clear. You should really only do one attack there, but I get greedy. I gotta say it so that I stop. Please, Fire Giant. Please, Mr. Fire Giant. Let me burn Melina. I don't even think she's alive. I think she's a fucking ghost. She's gonna catch them all because she's Danny Phantom. But actually, I think she's a ghost. She describes herself as burned and bodiless, and the ritual for those who died during the reign of the Glowmite Queen was burning the corpses here at the pyre. Right? And if Marika is her mother, who I suspect to be the Glowmite Queen, she would know how to conduct that ritual and probably conduct it on Melina. If Melina has the power, it kind of does make sense now. If Melina gets the power of the Glowmite Queen, and Marika might view it as, if I kill her, then I will kill death. Which is fucked up because it's her own daughter. But we already know she did that to her own daughter. Because Melina knows. She like delves the secrets of the capital and finds out the truth or whatever. She sets off to glean her purpose, and then the next time we find her, she's like, oh, I'm supposed to be a finger maiden and I'm supposed to be burned. And then also that you find her dagger she gives you the medallion, and then you find her dagger beyond the medallion point, like the use point. In a secret room where one would discover said secrets about themselves if they were a noble. Can you not? So well-timed ankle shot is way better than just spam attacking. You do double damage. It's not even like, oh, kinda. Alright, what do we need? Sure, we'll top off. Might want to set those off. God damn it, dude. I'm just bad right now. I say I'm bad, but people can't even get this far in the game normally, or get the fire giant to halfway, and I'm not even leveled in doing it, but I keep dying at the exact same point. I am bad when it comes to fighting the fire giant. I need to get good at fighting the fire giant, and then I will beat them because I'm good at fighting them. You need to acknowledge your missteps, right? Ah, dude. Oh, it hurts. Getting the boss down beyond a third of their health and getting kicked in the goddamn face. What if we just make him walk over here? Will he use... Now we're just trying shit out for fun. Will he use the snow scoop? And can I just jump over it without torrent? I doubt it. Fuck no, you can't. Alright. Zoe the Witch lied to me. She said that the jump iframes are better. People said rolling isn't as good as jumping. To those people I say, beat the game without leveling up. That's it. Don't use any stat increasing gear and use your jump strategy. How far will you get without rolling? Please inform me. Think you're gonna have to roll a couple times. Jump is pretty good, but there are a lot of attacks that jumping isn't feasible, like an overhead. Right? Every single overhead attack. Any overhead that you can think of. That's jumping will not work. Simply because you will be in the air and it will hit you out of the fucking air. Now, normally I wouldn't critique people's gameplay styles, but that stems from critiquing gameplay styles of rolling. And it's like, if people want to roll, just let them roll. That's a whole function of the game. In fact, that's what most people think makes Dark Souls, is that you can roll, right? And fireball. Speaking of roll, I mistimed that entirely. You definitely just have to hug his ankle, because you get the perfect timing. I see the scripted fight, but then it goes back to random. Like, I hope that the boss rolls in the exact spot he needs to after I break his ankle. Otherwise, we're kind of boned, positioning wise. Bird? I guess the bird was chill that time. Yeah, I didn't know you can run with one hand on torrent. If you dash and then you just keep going, they don't stop running. That's awesome. I don't think that's the case when you hold sprint. Yeah. That's cool. That's why I spam run, because I don't know if they do that. That was a weird one, but it's fine. Why is it targeting me with spells like I'm fucking 9 miles away from it? Damn it. Where would I be without you? Horsey. Elden Ring has single-handedly made me both respect and understand horse girls. Never had an actual video game horse that I was like, damn, this thing's so fucking useful. You give a horse double jump? Oh my god. That's my shit. That's my shit right there. Just normal slam? Huh? Damn it. I needed to go backwards. Noted. It looks like the volcano, but I know it's not the one. No shot. No shot. Nope. Fuck me. I think rolling into that is this not the safest play, but it's the opener. I will get you yet. I think that was the opening that I thought the other one was. Never good to be learning in real time. The boss during the boss fight. No, 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 no! The rock right there, you see this tree? I couldn't go right, so I didn't get the timing because I couldn't get the spacing because the fucking tree was in the way. I should have gone left, but actually it's not, you can't really. There is certain, it's like a dragon breath attack. They'll swipe from like left to right or right to left, even if they go up. Right, so they'll have leeway on one of the rolls, right? So if I rolled to the left there, I'd roll into the fire, and I would have died anyway. Which is, again, a painful thing to say, because the only option there would have been to completely run away from where I was. I thought my position, my heart is broken. I thought my positioning was good, guys. I thought I was in an open field and I thought I was doing good in positioning, and then I hit a fucking tree and I was like, where did this rock come from? I thought it was like one of these rocks over here. Bad. This is so fucking bummed. I'm upset. And it feels like I'm hitting the fucking weak point. I will say it again. And it's not doing the goddamn damage I need it to. 2,000. Please. 2,000. 1,200. No, no. Heal. Yeah. I almost drank the wrong potion. Jump off. Jesus. Alright, we're sipping. Health. We can do magic afterwards. Taxi. Trigger these. Yeah, definitely want to get up close. I'm learning now. Because that is how you get the opener. I could have done 2 attacks there just because of my spacing. Yeah. We learned spacing for one of the moves in phase 2. That's the best fucking thing that could have happened. Oh my god, we got out of the spacing. Again with spacing. We missed the timing on that, but... Where are we at? Where are we at? Melee. Fuck me, I attacked the wrong hand. Well, his fingers look like the fingers of chaos underneath the... I'm sure there's a lore implication there. No! I know I pressed it. I know I pressed it. Get out of my fucking face, dude. I keep doing it. I swear, thank God it's on camera. It's driving me crazy. But the only reason I am not complaining so much after it happens is because it's on fucking camera. You guys, I'm cursed to forever get the fire giant down to 99%, and then I die. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. I am understanding phase 2 way better though. You got to get super close the whole time because you don't want them to use their projectiles. Those are way, like, they're bad in phase 1. Those are some of the strongest projectiles players get, and they get to double up in phase 2. So don't even go in like an area where they will shoot you, and if they go to a range where they're going to hit you with that, then you push close to them to prevent it, right? Or you do what I did where you just circle on your horse until it's safe to come back. The timing shit that keeps getting me. I knew, dude, listen, please. Not only was it not rendered, I still feel like I hit that shit. God damn it, dude. I think it was actually, if he was on flat ground, the timing would have been good, but it was because his foot was raised with inverse kinematic animations. He stomped on the rock right there. This is driving me fucking insane, dude. We got so close to defeating him. Multiple times. And I feel I understand the strategy. We might be at a bit of a disadvantage. Ugh. No. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Please. Phase 2. Please. Phase. No. No. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at their health. I don't have magic, so I couldn't hit a blood slash. I needed a blood proc and it didn't proc. That was a gamble and a loss. Also, because of the angle, the one safe area I could have rolled top right would have been blocked by the fucking cover again with the rocks there. So just because he rolled there and decided to stop for his move instead of continue rolling, which we've seen him roll twice in a row, we just got unlucky. I couldn't do the thing I needed to. I panicked a little bit. but we were kind of fucked. There was no spacing to roll in that little pocket, and he started to wind up, so I would have rolled into one of the explosions. Kind of like how I walked. So I was doomed. I could have stayed still and then gambled the roll and then prayed that wherever I was landing at the time didn't have a fire going off or about to go off, so that I had the timing to, you know, land and continue moving. Oh, but that's a lot to hope for. I think I see it's the weakest point. No, because I hit him like underneath his foot behind and it still did it. It's just got to be the back part of his foot. The only thing that makes sense. Right? Yeah. And I get it on the back swing there. No! I thought I rolled his shit, but I guess I didn't. This is why you have to do it perfectly. I keep saying perfectly, but it is true. There's like almost a preset scripted fight. And that's why I think the blood attack is the way to do it. Because after a couple of the blood attacks, the slashes, or like in the timing, I don't know how the fuck do I even describe this? Not just the attack opening, but if you do a certain amount of damage, there's scripted events. And it's like, it lines up perfectly. Like, I can narrate the fight right now. If we land all of our shit, let's see. We're gonna jump over the thing, get in there, hit him a couple times. If I do max damage, the thing breaks. If we do 18k for the couple hits, right? We get in there. We roll it. He's going for another attack, but we go for the back, right? That's one. That's two. Perfect. Hit this. He's gonna roll. We go towards him. I drink. He pulls the fire out of his stomach. We hit his foot. He does some sort of get away from me attack before he rolls again. Get away from me attack. So he does the big explosion. Just watch the ground during that. So now we're just trying to do as much damage as we can. Fuck! God damn it! It keeps looking like it's about to miss. It lands next to me and I die. I know you can't even stand in between his 2 feet for that hitbox. Like, I've been in every position for that exact attack and it will always hit you, even if it doesn't visually hit you, right? If it lands next to you, you're gonna die, and that is a bit painful. It's also because it's one of the random attacks that he does of the 3, like, get away from me moves. It's the shield slam, the turnaround attack as he steps away from you so that he gets spacing, or the roll move. Those are like the 3 get away. I know he has the other double stomp, but I feel like that one's... If you're hitting his weak foot and he stomps with his other foot, like his strong, dominant foot, it gives you, like, the world of distance. And then so much fucking time to dodge. Like, that, I consider that a big opening. I don't really consider that a get away from me attack. But it is still technically like a, you are behind my foot and I need to stomp to get you out from behind me attack. But that one has a less of a chance to hit you. The one he just killed me with, it comes out so fucking fast, and it's one of the random, like, 4 he does. So, if you count the fire move where he hits the ground and it all explodes. But that one is such a big... Again, I kind of count that as an overview too. Alright, I'll be right back. We've been streaming for hours, but I don't want to give up because we're so fucking close. I'm just gonna grab a snack and some more coffee. And I'm gonna try and claim the life of this fucking giant, dude. Fixing the window. And we're back. I'm not looking forward to Malekith. I'll say it. I'm not looking forward to the harder bosses that are after this. I mean, they don't have as much health, so maybe it's gonna be easier than this because this guy's just a tank. It does have a weak point, right? Excuse me? Maybe I hit the wrong button? Oh, fuck, I don't have the camera on. Whatever, it's fine. I got it down to one shot with the camera on. At the halfway point, I'll turn it back on. Roll with him. Go with him. Drink Estus. Jump off. Slash at ankle. I didn't get a chance to activate it, but that was such a good opener. I was locked in. I'm sorry, guys. Fuck, I missed. Fuck, that doesn't do any damage for... Oh. Over here. My God. At least I get to put the camera on. Overlighting. It would have been fishy if I beat him with the one time I put the camera off. You know what I mean? I'm kind of glad I didn't actually beat him that time, but I am a little depressed that we got that low and I fucking died. It's like a mixed feelings, mixed bag. Do I want the boss dead? Yes. Do I also want the camera on for one of the hardest bosses in the game that no one could really argue? It's like, yeah. Look at my character. I'm gonna press the dash. That's the sink. Ready? Also, oh my God, I'm a fucking moron. I'm level 1. Just wanted it documented. I sipped my goddamn sip. Now I'm gonna have to really do the first. I'm gonna have to do the opener perfect. Okay. Damn, I was in the air too. I don't really think I could have done much else. I think I had to just jump earlier so I can get the double jump. Cause even at peak jump, sometimes Torrent gets caught. And sometimes Torrent gets hit without me getting hit, but I also get hit. A lot of the time. So. Hard to say. There's so many unique names. I want to just call it horse, but it's Torrent. Put some respect on Torrent's name. It is a good horse. Ish? I actually don't even know what kind of creature it is. Spirit horse, crucible creature. Reachable. Like, what the fuck was the difference that time? I was kind of like out of it on the side, maybe. That shit looked like it hit me, to be honest. Nah. So that little green plate right there, that's the weak point, I think. It's got like a sphere hitbox, a sphere collider. They really like their sphere colliders. But no, because sometimes I hit it like from the front. Sometimes I hit the front. And still somehow manage to do max damage. See? I'm upset that I just use I need to be better at getting my horse out. I'm getting sloppy. Maybe we just move it over here. We don't need to trigger that thing if it's just we're out of range of it, right? It's gonna just he's gonna definitely do the wave. So we just gotta be careful. There we go. Actually, maybe not. Boom. I think the only way to avoid that was get off my horse really early and then roll like right as I landed, if it permits that. Can I do that? Hold on. Ah, you can. So if I landed there and if I jumped off my horse right when they started their animation because it was uphill, maybe I lived there. Coffee time. Okay. Oh, okay. It was too big of an opening. I understand. He did that before. There's one. How? All my past deaths don't make any fucking sense now. How the fuck did I not just get stepped on? Wait, what? Oh my god! I thought he was doing the other animation because the orb didn't appear. It looked exactly like it because it clipped into the ground. I couldn't see his hand position, and the only difference is if his hand is up, he's conjuring the thing. If his hand is down, touching the ground, he's gonna blow everything up. And I couldn't tell because his hand was up to his forearm under the ground, and then the glow of the orb. I don't need to explain myself to you. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck, dude. Smart gamers know. You guys know. I'm just explaining so that I feel better. I know you know. It just fucking happened on your screen. I just God damn it. Please just let me fucking kill you. Okay. How the hell did I get it to proc with the normal attack before? I hit it twice and then I just slapped it. Take a detour for a second so that he doesn't re-roll. Drop through and just get it. 700 on top of 2 4 maybe. Oh no, you don't. I don't even know what happened. Sometimes he does a double up on this move, and I am a happy camper. Nope. That time I know I pressed the right button, and my character hopped off the horse anyway. I like felt for it, hit the button, and my character jumped. Maybe I felt the corner here? I don't know. God damn it. Thank you. I really needed to change position. I think the game knew I was in a shitty position and it cut me some slack there. Please. At 12 hours, we have to end it because YouTube cuts the VOD. Okay. Now I know it's not working. I don't know what the fuck is happening with the D-pad, but... I had to double up on the horse dismount. 2 hits. Not 3. I went for 3. I need to go for 2. Thought I did it early enough for 3. There really is no 3. I'll be honest, I didn't even know I could dodge that. Run, run torrent, run torrent, run torrent. My God, I'm bad. Dude, I swear I have no method. You're supposed to run sideways and I can't do it. I can't do it. Sometimes it works and then sometimes I just fuck it up somehow. I've dodged it that exact way before. I feel crazy. Like the game is gaslighting me. I've dodged it that exact way before with and without my horse. Just bad. Fuck. Oh man, I'm bad. I keep getting the boss so fucking low. Are you fucking kidding me? This game is gaslighting me and telling me I don't know the timing. I swear to God, I'm in the air. There's no more. I can't be any more airborne except a second jump. What is happening? What is happening? I'm actually going fucking crazy, but it's like, why? I'm not changing anything, and yet sometimes the rolls work and sometimes they don't. Most of the time they work, and then randomly one time it'll do that. Fuck me, dude. I started the second jump, so Torrent died, but not me. That is a noble sacrifice. We must pay it in kind with a crimson flask. One problem at a time. Explain. How did I die in the last life? Explain. How the fuck did I die in the last life? No, I'm just kidding. I got orbed. How did I dodge that blast and not the one that killed me in the last life? I fucked that timing up entirely and it somehow exploded and still didn't. I can't. Dude, this game is gaslighting me into thinking that the timing is different, and then I try the new timing that it's trying to teach me, and it's like, look at this new combo that we're trying to actually show you, and then it kills me. And then it's like, now that we've killed you like that, we can go back to the other opening. That's actually an opening. It's like, why do you do this? Why? I keep getting you to giant and fire giant. Wait. Huh? Perfect. Oh my god, perfect. I think that was spacing, because I feel like I messed that timing up too. We'll just let him chase. I don't like the rock. That was a gamble and I lost situation. Okay, now we really have to gamble. I don't have magic. Oh my god. Now I can save it for this. Pretty clutch. This is where all of our damage needs to come from, in this big opening. I might get him. That would have been nice. Okay, we're healing. Riding. We're running. That shit landed right on me. Oh my god, I was distracted. I was distracted. Shoot it again, I dare you. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't. Okay, I think we horse. Yeah. Now we're in melee. Fuck. Melee, please. No fucking shot, dude. You see how far that first one was, though? Oh, it was the angle. I needed to get on Torrent as soon as I saw him casting stuff. I think that's the only solution for me to 100% dodge that is Torrent, other than charge into him. It seems like that's a safe bet, but he does like to do that. Not every time. Every other time, except the one he just killed me with, he likes to do the double fireballs. And I can't really push in for that. The timing on that is really hard. It's better to just set him off and run away. Or run around. Fuck. There's so much to remember. I don't even think I need the... Oh, well. What would even fucking help me? I'm just getting one shot, right? But except with my shield up. I don't even fucking need any of these talismans. They all suck. No. Dead? Fuck. Oh yeah, I did guard. I didn't dodge it, and then I didn't heal. Probably what killed me all those other times. Any chip damage throws off the status quo. I pretty much have to play perfect as a Blood Knight. I hate it. I hate it, but it's actually the best. It somehow feels the most rewarding. It's like the hardest, like skill cap, right? The skill ceiling is really high because it's a slow attack. It's not a projectile. It does increase your range though. A little bit. It's like you get a two-handed attack with a one-handed. Pretty good. I like it. Whoever called it OP earlier, you're right. It's overpowered in the best ways. Because it's like not really it's not really good compared to like other stuff in terms of meta. There are way better things that people would use in terms of their own playthrough and builds for fun and just strength, raw number damage. What is a level 1? I love it. Rock. Jesus. I did dodge too early, but it wasn't like too catastrophically early. Please. Oh, fuck. Face change. Please. How the fuck are you gonna do that attack? Yeah, I did the thing. It felt like part of him stayed long enough. Okay. That was the wrong thing and very detrimental to the progress of this battle. Fuck. Damn you, inverse kinematics. It pulled his arm out. It's the animation style that makes you move to the actual terrain. So it's what pulled his arm back out of range. It grabbed the terrain instead of going to where the animation would have defaulted. So that's a game developer joke. Oh, fuck. Please? No? Can't really afford to miss any. Please, please, please. I'm so bad. Yeah, just getting close to him might be the point. I mean, obviously getting close to him, oh, is easier said than done. when he can roll that far, but I guess just charging. Someone else on their horse, a spirit that is also guiding. Fuck it. I was gonna try to use a moonlight shard or whatever the fuck. Maybe. Damn it. Oh no. No, it's the wrong one. I might die right now. I've accepted fate, yeah. Oh, fuck me, dude. Just because I healed, I didn't have the time to pull out Torrent and be fast enough with the dash, so my only bet was to sprint. But he just has a bunch of lead on that, so he could just aim it right at you if you're not going fast enough. Oh, man. It's the same move that keeps killing me, but I know how to dodge it. I'm just always caught out of position, so it's gonna get me. It's driving me crazy, you guys. Fuck. Hmm. Mother fucker. The rocks. I had to jump off of there, get away from it. It's the terrain. If I catch him in that little dip, we're fine, but it's not my positioning. He just rolls away and then he's wherever the fuck he wants to be in the boss room. He can roll left, right, and he can roll twice if you get too close to him. So it's fucking so frustrating, dude. I mentioned that like 3 hours ago, but it's still the same problem of random directions because it's like a fucking 2-minute walk to wherever he rolls to. So goddamn upsetting. Okay. Again, I don't understand the timing. Sometimes I hit it perfectly where nothing even gets close. Sometimes I die, sometimes the horse dies. I jump at the same fucking time. Every time. It's in between the crash and the second lift. How is it? How? I'm losing my mind now. Gonna need this. Probably helps if it does that, actually. I know I pressed that shit. You can't lie to me now, game. I heard the clickety clacks. And then I heard the explosion like a whole fucking second later. I know I pressed it. Again, I will delete my character if you rewind it and see that I did not press the dodge button. That's how confident I am. That you can rewind it and watch me dodge. That if you rewind it and I'm not pressing the dodge button on the timing, I will fucking delete my character right now. It's so goddamn stupid. That's why the camera's up. Like, my eyes, I can only close them and I just see the fire giant. His stupid beard. And you can clip that shit and send it to me and I will play it and then I will delete my character if I didn't dodge. And that's, again, I know I pressed it, so it's upsetting. Watch. And then you double jump, we barely make it out. Again, same timing, right between the plate crashing and the lift, or the second, like, true lift. Now he's just backing up. He's in full defense mode. Nope. God damn it, dude. Even though it misses, it still gets me. I knew it. When I said nope, I knew I was gonna die. Even if it sucks out, it misses you. I tried to move my hitbox by attacking the other way, so it, like, visually, it's like, damn it, it would have worked if the hitboxes were accurate, but the fact that there's like a giant extension, it only works visually, which is, again, what I was basing it off of, because I can't see the invisible colliders, unfortunately. That's just a shitty way to die. At least I had a good angle of the foot completely missing me. Normally I complain about it and it's like, I don't really have an angle, I just know from spacing. But that one, I had like an aerial shot of the foot landing next to me and my character like, ugh. It's like, well, fuck. Again, when you die to a glitch, you gotta just shrug it off. It's not even a glitch, that is how the game is designed. Does it suck? Watch me. Like, the dodge. It does. Prescripted fight. Finally, over the cover, didn't glitch. We're in it. We're on it. Hit it. We heal it. That's fine. I thought my spacing was good, I'm gonna be real. I'm upset again. That one kinda... Again, it didn't visually hit me, but I kinda know. Just from what I explained a second ago. Ugh, that's just on me. I should have double rolled. I was just talking about like earlier how I should always double roll. Especially with the explosions out. Because it's like it always adds a secondary attack with how they add timing. That's kind of why I'm not complaining too much about the fireball that keeps fucking killing me. Because the way that they time the giant's attack, it knows when it's gonna get to you, and it will like hesitate for a second to make sure that you can dodge both at the same time. I said it hours ago, but it is why I think they can program, they do it with Estelle, same logic of like, don't attack until I'm done attacking, or if you are going to attack at the exact same time. They try to program the people like that, but again, there's like one little variation in the way that they're forced to move around and stuff in code that can change the timing so that it becomes impossible to dodge when they're two separate AI, because they're gonna have their own movement, they're gonna have their own stuff. So like one takes a step just because of the animation, yeah, and then it's fucked. Like the animation needed to complete because of the way it's coded. I'm not saying that this is the case for any specific one, but if this were the... I know that the other one... I know how it functions is... They can offset attack and attack you randomly. That one sucked. I'm bad. They can, again, because of like a random offset, being separate AI from movement, or like one of them flinching. Like say they're going to attack you perfectly at the same time, but then you threw a weapon before their AI triggered that, right? It sent the message, it's going to line it up, it's getting ready to do it, there's no interjection. You threw a projectile, you stagger one of them but not the other, the AI message is sent, that one little flinch is what fucked the timing, and then it continues with its attack. Now, you can't dodge, because if you dodge, you will be hit by the second attack. That got staggered. That happens sometimes, especially when they do like a backstep stagger, like a really big stagger. Their AI continues with what they were doing, and that is always the worst. You want to reward players for staggering an enemy, but it's almost like punishing to stagger an enemy. It's like reverse, it's like counterintuitive, right? You stagger, again, it doesn't really apply to this boss. It's kind of why I'm not really worried about him. We keep getting him just super close and then fucking dying to my own mistakes. It's frustrating as fuck, but different kind of frustrating. I would rather this be the case, because then it's a case of perseverance. It's like, am I gonna give up, or am I going to learn and get better and finally like do the timing? Am I gonna act it out? Am I gonna do the thing? It's almost like, again, with the Radon fight, when you learn the fight after learning the like damage thresholds and then what to do after, like which pre-scripted moves they'll do at the damage thresholds. That was pretty good. If I double rolled there, I would have dodged both attacks. All I had to do was spam roll, which is what most people do. So again, it's not even a criticism of this boss. That's a good thing, but it's designed like that. I do happen to die a lot because I'm bad. But the way I'm dying, I don't feel like, oh, this is cheap. I can't believe it's killing me like this. I'm like, fuck, dude, I messed that roll up. Alright. When it's a double boss, it really does feel like... Again, go back and watch the Valiant Gargoyles. I'm in the middle of a fight, and then the other one joins, and then I'm about to kill it, and then there are two cases that will happen. It will use its far-ranged jumping attack and randomly join the fight from off-screen. Random timing. You don't even see it. Kills you. Or, again, because this is the random part. It can just wait until you kill its friend, which is how we killed it. That's how we won the Valiant Gargoyles, right? So it's like, it doesn't feel skillful when it's random, right? It's like, okay, is the second guy gonna fucking kill me or not? Right? I can try to dodge his moves, but by the time the second guy joins, I'm just using all my stamina dodging everything, right? I don't really have any fucking actual capability in the fight compared to a 1v1, right? So it's better to obviously fight the dude in the 1v1 before the second guy shows up. It's not even a question. Especially when he arrives in such a time that you can kill him before. And again, he will randomly wait and give you the time. That's the main deciding factor in that last bit of fight as a level 1. So it does, you feel the randomness. That's why I'm like, I already know it's random. Because it's like, the way he joined the 3rd life, and then didn't join for like 5 attempts after that, and then joined in like a really good attempt. I was like about to kill the guy, and then it was like, well, he joined from off screen again, and it wasn't a good timing. Like, I kind of got fucked. So it's like this thing, even if they do program it so that there's timing that they attack at the same time, it can be offset by distance, which sucks. Like, you start to move closer by the time they attack. Please attack. Fuck. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen him do this in a while. Again with the random, finally an opening. We've been hitting him on every other opening because he only uses that right when he shows up. So that was nice of him to do. But that kind of proved the point. Like, we hadn't seen that except for the opening. And then randomly in the middle of the fight, it's like, oh, he does this? That's cool. That's actually a really good opener. I hope he does that more often. We hadn't seen that yet. Out of this fucking 50 depths. That kind of proved my point in that one attack. That was nice. You can barely find that ever, I'm sure. Maybe he's done it twice. But that's what I mean. Like, he's done that shoulder move how many fucking times? I just ID myself with my tattoo real quick. Holy shit! Don't give up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't give up, guys. Seriously, I believe in you. I'm like giddy. It. We can beat the fucking game! Oh god! We did it! It took 10 hours. Happy Fire Giant Friday, everybody. Give me this fucking grace. Killing of the first flame looking ass. Didn't even need it. Missing 2 talismans. Yikes. Oops, I forgot to equip 2 talismans. No, I took them off on purpose. I don't have anything to increase damage. And also, I wanted to prove I could do it without the Radagon Source Seal. Fuck you, Radagon. You giant ass bitch.